time I'm in the daylight, you're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
That's PGT for a match point. Beautiful work over PGT finally able to bring it back.
Silence speaks so loud.
Okay, alright. I mean, I guess
I hear you calling out, yeah.
Yes, I believe they're waiting for all these people to be up and ready. And I believe they were waiting for the front line because we all have pulled up, we all spot them like Braveheart. Down in hell, but he puts Beast Smart in. Actually, all the fighting going on. Wait, the judge gave it. Out of the news, the judge, jury, and execute. The up is in play, though. Casino's able to find left the up versus up. And he has to relinquish his position without the nine. The off being down long. The two, it is just a clean up. Flawless. PGT
Talking, counting nothing. You said something under your breath. I can't take it, I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah.
Just winning yet.
There's something that you need to say. I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
Last game, Devlin is on an absolute heater this tournament. Man, I mean, it's like the strike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of this fight. When position on other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Doggy's able to find Devlin, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with this fight? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they both only won. Going by Doobie. Finds one. Ultimate not gonna find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. That's gonna trade back Kaplan with the third through the stun. The fuse is still going down. Can he find him? The time he caught him. It's for Kaplan. He gets the ace and gets the round. Brings him to a rhythm. Not exactly where he is. The side drops directly to the Sage and ignore Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT going for the same place 5 times in a row. No. Watch it now. 4K, no. Can we do it? 76 opening green. 3 balls in hand. It's gonna be a back and left cowboy E-Rock style. Only one can come out alive here. A single brick will be done soon to be placed so well moved. But not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse. Someone's gonna get a 4K, and there you go. An ace. Coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships. You could not have written any better. Kind of, because there's still 2 members of the team who are certainly not in a position to help out here. Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try to look for the fight, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down. That's not going to last very long. Drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to start. We get the next drop. We have 7 defensive favors, and let's see what the defense fares. And we're deciding all we've got is looking more and more grim. This has historically been a worse sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Ripple here right now. Not able to find the last 2 screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind. How did this be ace number 2? It's just serious. The support. The try to go ahead and push John in onto C. But it will be Nucleus still up there, so like a strong tackle back and pushing through the ring again. Striker, this is destroyed. Go! You lost 2 members, but Grim is able to bring together a double kill until the end. Strong round one hit. Yes, Pudito gets a new loop right as well. The one more position that we've seen before. Extra is committing to the plan. Looking to get halfway. He also the grab to he's out of the smoke. He gets a shot stop. Wow! But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the beat as well. EGT up match.
Invincible.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. Sign up now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here!
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of the Radiant Arena. Or not day 3, excuse me, day 2. Week 3 is what this is. And the third and the finale to our little mini series we got going here for this competition. You got yourself, or myself at least, Mick, joined here today by Cup of Frag. So a newer face here on the Radiant Arena. So I'm excited, man. At least I am. I want to know how you're feeling in this morning.
I'm pretty damn hyped, and it's a special Radiant Arena in the sense of this is going to be the last of one for a little bit, and there's 600 bucks on the line for that first place. So yeah, there's big money to be shared amongst a couple of teams that have earned the right to be here. Lots of high octane valor, and it's a great way to get that weekend kicked off. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. I've been on Twitch a couple of times, but with you, my friend, I don't believe we've had the opportunity to cast yet. So thanks for having me, and let's get down to business, show. What is the teams, and what are we looking at for the format today?
Well, we're looking at a best of 3 for every single match. I know that we had kind of those couple best of 1s there and those preliminaries and all that stuff leading up to the stage, but we're now at a best of 3, as we can see in the quarterfinals right now. And everything lining up from here on out, we have nothing but just best of 3s. We have semis, which are going to be everybody obviously duking it out for that grand finals place. But the losers will go into a third place bracket for that prize pool for a little cash prize out of the best of 1, which is going to be our only little outlier here. Find themselves for fighting for a little bit of a $100 prize pool of 1,000, with the first place being 600 and the second place being 300. So as we can see all these teams, everything lined out, we're getting the second real match right now with NorCal Esports and Exalted. And I'm excited to see what they got because I watched these guys last night. I watched NorCal time and time again. I've casted for them once or twice now. And these are 2 absolute units we have coming to the board. I mean, just on top of that, we have some great map picks from them as well. I mean, we got Icebox right off to start the rip from Exalted. So, you know, it's a little bit of a hot topic when it comes around to Icebox. Some people love it, some people hate it. But I mean, for at least for NorCal, they got the advantage of choosing what side to go for. So they're going to be starting out on the offense for Exalted's map pick. So I'm excited to see really what can be brought to the table here for these 2 teams, and especially everything leading up to this stage. Everyone that they faced. I mean, looking at the rest of this bracket, we got absolute bangers across the board, and I'm just stoked to see what can really just flourish today.
You know what? I'm going to make a bold statement here. There's only a bad team in the T3, T2, any scene right now. For example, was casted a tournament yesterday, the Wood Light TV tournament, just a community tournament of sorts. But there was a gold team that got 10 rounds against a immortal team. So anything can happen. It doesn't matter about those ranks. It just matters about the team plays. And the teams here today, they've all got that X factor. And I'm really expecting big things for the Radiant Arena. And something would like to bring up as well is, of course, this is powered by Community Gaming. Is it not, Mick?
Yeah, it most definitely is. And I'm glad you brought that up because I love talking about these guys every single time. I mean, everything here is made possible by them. The prize pool, just this whole production, everything kind of being funded out by them. And that's just because of everything they brought to the table. I mean, they've got a bunch of events going on, and it's all thanks to all of you out there trying to just get engaged with them, running these tournaments, being a part of them, really actually letting them ride out. And with that, I mean, they have all kinds of stuff, just not here on Valorant. They got, you know, League of Legends, they got Apex Legends, they got all kinds of legendary games out there. But I mean, on top of that, they also go all the way down to mobile. They have a Magic the Gathering arena coming up here soon. They have all kinds of deals. Hearthstone, which I kind of like to hop in and coach a little bit because I've casted for that a little bit. But, you know, everything else, all this right here wouldn't be made possible without them. And as we really get into the deep and dirty of this match, we're actually going to be seeing these roster picks now. So I'm super excited. We didn't really mention comps earlier, but I'm expecting to see a Viper somewhere because she's just a staple for the likes of Icebox.
Really so, man. Like I haven't even analyzed that and thought of that. You see a Viper, oh, that's pretty useful. Definitely, it is a staple. It's like the steak and potatoes. You need to have that Viper. And what is going to be the potato? Well, bit of potato sometimes. It's good to have a duelist like Phoenix, isn't it? Have sort of the Phoenix, the reign of play. Have that hyper aggression. There's nothing wrong with that in Icebox. So I'd love to see some of that as well from some confident players. But your word is coming true. Definitely, a Viper's coming in from Tempt.
I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two, man. It's always the Viper on Xbox. They love those wide open maps. They love those areas where they can really show what they got to bring to the table. And that B site, they're going to be hugging it a lot. And I kind of like what you had to bring to the table there with the Phoenix pick. We don't really see those all too often, but I mean, they're a great selection for that B site. I mean, or A site, excuse me. Knowing how close quarters it is, going those corner
Mhm.
flashes, and finding a lot of util to really ride out that plant or that that retake. It has so much promise to it, but it looks like these teams setting up. Jet is going to be kind of the duelist for choice here this time around. If Lazy can follow it up, and he will, because I was kind of confused about Reyna being the only little solo rider there. But we're already in the first round here, and it looks like we already have a push on the A side, people.
Quarterfinals, it's it's with you now. So where do we go into this slowly round? Would you say it's more of a defended or attacking side? Regards to the stats, like from your shoes, what would you say this map is?
Toxin screen down.
I would like to say, well, with all these kind of new strats coming out, I saw a Cypher one way the other day for the likes of B site with those cages. I gotta say, I mean, at first it was definitely attack side. You had that element of surprise, but as time's been going on, man, I mean, defense has really just been rocking it.
And I agree with you. I couldn't agree more. Defense is the way, and you're seeing that in the numbers right now. 4 versus 2. That's now 4 versus 2. This
Oh.
is
Enemy remaining.
Oh.
Arenas and a sniper with the ghost.
player
He's going to take
standing.
it down to the 1 versus 1. The dash out the way. So low. It's going to be the attackers, and Lazy's out of there. It's going to be Beacon taking this one, and pistol round is going to be granted to the defenders.
And you know what first round really rides into? Obviously second round, but it also has to come on those buys. And we're probably going to see most likely a little force here from the like the Spectres, as we can already see Exalt buying a couple of those, and Marshall from Beckham. Trying to find his, his picks playing those sniper lineups. I'm only assuming he's going to be riding out an operator later in the game, which will be exciting. Love seeing those out of the Jets and seeing what can really be brought to the table there. But I got to say, NorCal, they've had a great showing thus far. I mean, these guys are absolutely stacked, and it's only the first round, so we really haven't too. This series could definitely be it as we get into those later rounds, and if they can find themselves a little upset here in the second.
Wouldn't that be nice? And even for like, you look in the attacker's position, just takes a couple of lucky sheriff, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A couple lucky classic taps. Nothing wrong with the classic. I'm a big fan of the classic. I think it's a free op.
Oh, okay. A little controversial, but I like it.
Early rounds, please. You know, early rounds.
Yeah.
The big things. The big things not to come from these pistol plays.
Oh!
The off angle. Look at Oxen attempts.
And having 7 bullets in the mag, I want to make that call, but Beckham's there for the finish. I mean, everything kind of riding out right there. A great little attempt from him. And as you said, I mean, my last name's Freeman, so I love things that are free. The classic being free, I'm definitely going to be writing that out as much as I can. But it's looking like these teams are really going to be kind of showcasing now what we like to call in the biz real Valorant, where we have real rifles coming out. We have the guns that everybody's really optimized to. They're kind of comfortable with. They really excel at almost every single range. And the way it's going to be riding
Keep
out,
those
it looks
heels
like these
coming.
dolls can be getting themselves a bonus. So they're not going to be trying to force this out, which is the best move. We see this time and time again in the pro play, and we also see Beckham over here trying to set up for a site that's not going to really be executed onto, as A looks like it's going to be the move here.
NorCal just edging in towards A, and on the attacking side, it's so difficult. It's so damn difficult to kind of get that play in, isn't it? You've got to be so synchronized and see if they've got that in them. And already, Marshall coming out big here. We're not catching it at the feed, but you can see the green, the peaks coming in from this Marshall. It's phenomenal.
Beckham out here, I mean, calm down, buddy. And he's still holding that angle, as you can see. I mean, Love, he's out here just trying to go ahead and grab that spike, getting it right there, and that's little Viper bit, that little snake bite coming through. It just didn't do enough damage there, or at least flush the guys out a little bit to kind of buy some more time, because as we can look, they're only sitting at 46 seconds for this plant. So they have to go ahead and dedicate something, and Love's going to get himself a great little shot to kind of provide a little bit more counter pressure towards the other side of the map.
Toxins going up.
I really do love what Love did there. You know, that's beautiful. Little jiggle peeks
I've
sizzle.
dropped
I'll
the
take
spike.
those. Good crosshair placement.
seconds
And,
left.
yeah, to beat this point in the
Screen
tournament,
down.
you damn well hope these players would have that crosshair placement. Indeed, you're going to see it signed, sealed, delivered. 3 versus, or excuse me, 4 versus 2. All the pressure in NorCal, and I don't think they've got enough time.
Yeah, and on top of that, they also just don't have enough to go up against the likes of a Blazestorm. I mean, Blast sitting right here, having that angle, grabbing such a clean shot onto Exodia. You can't pick those very slowly if you're trying to go for the A side. All those tight corners, all those real cheeky angles. It's just not really enough to play off of, as we see Love trying to find himself a little bit of a save here. Maybe an exit frag around the site, but with no one to really look at, everybody's going to keep their weapons, and we're going to be getting even closer and closer to this quote-unquote real Valorant that can really be brought out. And Beckham, that last round, I mean, I got to say that was almost carried by him. Grabbing those Marshall shots, getting those 2 headers, getting 3 actually, and just kind of shutting and taking those rifles out of the hands of the NorCal players with such, you know, an efficient, economic way. It just, the kind of economic rating right there, it's just absolutely massive. To go ahead and find something, shut down 2,900 with 11, it's just, you can't really beat it. Or excuse me, it's 900 ever since that last match.
It is good correction. Yeah, things have changed, haven't they? You've got to be more efficient with those budget weapons. You've got to go into that DIY store and just make it work, right? You've got $10, make it work. And that's the reality of these rounds. We are going to see something from Habib, and that's going to get NorCal the entry.
Yep, finally finding themselves a first pick, and this is going to be a swing of momentum. I mean, so far they've really been the first ones to get picked rather than the first ones picking, and they have to be very aggressive for this A-side pick if they want to go ahead and execute it. Love sitting in the middle is going to provide a little bit of a wild card, but not really enough to bring to the table, as he's kind of being slow, methodical about his push, kind of executing a late push here, and he may actually find himself an angle towards the back if Sage or Ashton wants to push themselves out a little bit too far.
DB's got this angle, and this is pretty much the OP angle in A, isn't it? It's not looking like it's going to be approached, though. They got for the rotate.
Spike
Hey, they
down
may be.
A.
I think they're really just trying to play this mental game right now, and Exodia kind of being there in the middle. Not going to be enough, but Ten's having a flank of his own,
30
but
seconds
not as
left.
successful as Love.
You will not kill my allies.
Ten's on the flank. 3 versus 2. NorCal are looking in that position. They could do something here and get themselves in the score. 15 seconds. I'll tell you what, they like leave it to the last minute, don't they? Keep you edge of your seat.
Yeah, they definitely love finding
10
sides time and
seconds
time
left.
again, but I mean, this pick right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exal's eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's just keep guys across the map. And Blast, he's there for it. Blast from the path, grabbing yourself all the way back to kindergarten, counting to 4. And then grabbing that 4-piece there for Blast, he's absolutely just going off with it. What a great player, what a great little stop there for the likes of a Sentinel, at least. I mean, he's doing his job, he's holding these sights, but he's doing a little bit better job of being a duelist than Beckham right now.
Need a drop.
Super sad. You love to see that Sage that's able to jump in the backpack. I've got the heals as well, no problem. Such a reliable pillar of support, and you talked of Viper being like a pillar on this map. I think Sage, I think it's unfair that we didn't mention Sage. You've got to have a good Sage, and as you're seeing right now, he's doing massive things. Oh, the operator, you spoke about it earlier. There it is.
Yep, Beckham definitely, obviously with that Marshall plays that he had going on, I mean, this is only to be expected, but not enough, because Habib, having Pat, oh my gosh, man, just all over the place, and Love just going off in the back. There's just going to be so much momentum here for the likes of NorCal, possibly able to find themselves a first map, or first round, excuse me, but they just have to get this spike down. They're seeming pretty slow to this plant, surprisingly, if Duke can find himself a pick on the outside.
Welcome to my world.
Such a hard grind. Oh no!
Player standing.
No! The pit is gonna get told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so fun. Taking off Blast, and Blast is not gonna be able to get it done. The first rounds, I'd say well-deserved round coming in from NorCal.
Yeah, Exodia stepping out to the plate right there. Great shot, shutting down Love to get himself that Viper pit off the field. That was the biggest, really determining factor right there. I mean, for the likes of Exalt and for NorCal, even when you have so much vision kind of inhibited on the field, and on top of that, you have that constant tick of damage, you have your health pool dwindling down, and you're not really able to perform as much because of, you know, it being completely limited by the pace that Decay really just takes health off of yourself. And with that whole play going through, Exodia finding himself that pick, getting NorCal the first round, that was very much needed. And so we see a great little trade here off the rip from both teams once again.
Spike
down B.
already a 3 versus 3 with that light armor being punished for NorCal. I was about to say, didn't get a chance for that hot minute to get to say anything, but the speed of these two teams, it comes down to armor buys, and they lost a lot of players last round. NorCal feeling the effects of that, no Sage available, and all 3 of them, they're bleeding out.
Yeah, and really discussing Sage and kind of putting a highlight on her right now. It's kind of concerning for the likes of NorCal with theirs being dead, so you really don't have any heals on the field, especially with all 3 of them kind of being at half health. I mean, Reyna has those self heals, but she has to find a pick. She has to get something first to really incentivize her to get those heals more of as a reward rather than just a freebie. And Blast sitting here getting all those kills, finding himself those ult points off of that. He has a res, so he can turn the tides back, and even more so really into the favor of Exalted here if they can find themselves something.
Heal me, Sage? Nope. No Sage available, NorCal,
30
I'm afraid.
seconds left.
Screen down.
Oh, okay. Well, the heals for Rabib is coming through enough, so technically you got one now.
Nowhere to run!
As well, this is going right down to the wire here. It's going to be a 2 versus 1, lit or not. Here they come. This is a massive if they can
10
make this
seconds
happen.
left.
Blast. He has been an unstoppable force so far. That nasty 3K we saw last round. I think he's got some frags this round as well.
He has already still that res on hand. I mean, you have Exodia over there in the back trying to find himself something. He's just see that for a second. I like the play there. Going ahead and get the recon dart, trying to play it out. But those wall bangs, man, those are just equally nasty with the shock dart coming through. So much pressure. I mean, the way Blast played that out, it was very slow, very methodical, and it could have most definitely worked if he found himself a pick, but a little bit too slow for comfort in that case. I mean, you're playing almost like NorCal because, I mean, they're taking a while to get the plant down. You can't be just as slow to get the plant off.
See where this one will go. This is such a big play to see them come back from that. They were all so lit, and I tell you, that's not something I was expecting to see at all.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I also expect a little more ult usage across the field from these guys to kind of give them that edge. But for the likes of NorCal, they already used a lot of them, so they didn't really have too much to play with. But going forward, they definitely do have rifles this round to play with. So they are definitely putting themselves back into the shoes of being a little bit more comfortable. As we see Temp being absolutely comfortable in his own little Viper pick, trying to lock off that A site. And Exalted's going to have to adapt around this, check those mid, check the B, find some real holds as we see a lot going down here, possibly in mid. What could be a bloodbath here soon. Okay. Yep. Sage plays, man. You mentioned it yourself, those walls just being way too influential on this map. And Blast doing his thing, getting kills, healing people, but also killing people, taking lives just as much as he gives them back. So, what a great shot here. Exalt still in a man advantage, but I mean, the way it's panning out here in the middle, there could be a pretty massive retake coming here with Blast finally utilizing that res.
Enemy down.
Here we go. A little bit of a push, a little bit of back of a defuse there. Shock darts coming through for Exodia. Just a great little shove there, a little bit of a hole, but we have a lot of aggression coming from the side of Exalt, just absolutely shoving into that defender spawn, finding themselves a clean little retake, a clean little finish after they've already gotten that spike to half. As this round concludes, we have ourselves at a 5-2 standing right now in Blast. Just as a Sage, I mean, come on, I know you mentioned it earlier. You were trying to show love to Sage, but I mean, it seems like Blast isn't needed. I mean, this dude is just a pure instrument of hatred right now, finding himself frags left and right. I mean, after using that res last round and now having 3 out of 8 once again, I mean, being such an expensive piece of utility or an expensive skill at that, to have it readily available just so quickly once again, almost right after a round. It's probably going to be able to capitalize pretty quickly here as NorCal's really only running Sheriffs this round. Not really too much to play with, so there could be a pretty quick answer here.
Here.
And you'd love to see something a bit more from them at this point. And just like when you wake up for that sort of first game and get your mic sorted as a caster as well, you've got to get yourself in the groove. So still plenty of time for them to do that. I know it takes me a hot minute sometimes. Thank you, production. You rock. got to see 2 ults on their teams as well, right? For 1 apiece. Got one for Sova, the Hunter's Fury available, and so's the Empress. And if we could see that brought into play, not going to be granted though, in a sense of Tempt, getting the early pick on the defender's side, and an Icebox, you know how powerful that can be.
I'm completely with you. I mean, just enough pressure really on the board to get people off B site where it's so open. You have a lot of utility there to flush people out. I mean, it's kind of concerning when you only have yellow over there in the back, but he actually is sitting behind right now. That really only being your source of cover and that whole entire half of the map is really weary to kind of think about. And Doobie's going to find himself a frag here towards the middle, giving themselves a little bit more of an upper hand here as they're sitting in a 5-3 lead in terms of manpower right now.
The dog, the infamous, the doggy dog from Sky, trying to see what's available. Doesn't get any information though, but doesn't matter. It's going to be 5 versus 2, and what looks like it's going to be a really close half early on. It's being dictated here by Exalt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really with you there. And this retake, having 5 guys absolutely flooding that site, the Sage Wall coming through for the retake, and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those Sage Walls don't really matter too much when the whole entire team's dead. So, I mean, just almost near flawless right there. Kind of love getting picked off there and not having really too much across the board, or excuse me, Tempt finding himself to be the one player to really fall there. But having so much to play with from these guys. Just see all these spams. You have 3 guns on one side shooting, 2 on the other, and it's just going to be way too much firepower for the likes to really retaliate, even with that Viper wall up. And I'm kind of concerned here for NorCal. I mean, they've gotten to this stage already. I mean, it is just the first half, but they chose the side of attacking. They chose the more comfortable side first, I'm going to assume, with the aggression that they brought to the tournament so far. They're being a little bit too slow for their own good when it comes to this matchup, and it's really not paying off because they've been excelling once that spike goes down, but they switch up sites so much, they're never really aggressive to get onto the site. That's really seeming to kind of shoot themselves in the leg right now.
And great analysis, Mick. It is that. We need to see some aggression. The rounds they've won are when they've done the hard push. Regardless of numbers, regardless of what point in the map they're taking. It's mid, it's like B green, B yellow, doesn't matter. They've made it work. So they've got the skill. They're just going to have the will to get themselves into the game. They keep switching things out. And I'm talking about Exalt, the positioning. So hard to get a read on where they're playing on the defense. This is the mind games. They're happening early.
Yeah. I mean, that's really only so much you can do with those mind games. That's what you have to rely on in these rounds where you're kind of on an econ buy. You don't have your rifles to play with. But Habib finally seeming to do his job here. Playing a little bit more aggressive. Getting a first. Never mind. Blast has something to say about that.
The flick of the wrist, easy tap it to the head there, make it look easy at least. 4 versus 3, number advantage, and so yeah, it's looking like a GG for the half at this point. It's getting to 7-2. That really is when a story starts to get told of how the to go. 3 versus 1, 1 player remains, and look, it's digs out and puts it to the 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. I wasn't even paying attention to the timer, and I don't think really NorCal was either. I mean, you had so much to do. You have to get those pushes down right there. I feel like that should be a time. Yep, as we can see it coming in. NorCal finding themselves in a timeout. Attack one at that. This is, I think they need to go ahead and make this call earlier. I mean, they are being a little bit too slow for their own good. Habib being that Reyna, I mean, we mentioned the aggression. And I think that really just relies purely on Habib on that Reyna. I mean, she's more of a real aggressor, an intimidating factor on attack than the likes of Jett. I mean, Jett, you have those clouds, you have those dashes, but you're sacrificing your body for that. You're not really able to just get some util off and feel safe over there in the back. But meanwhile, with Reyna, with Habib, he can push in on that. He can feel safe once he gets onto his site, once he near sights somebody. And we just don't see enough out of them this game alone to really give themselves that push and shove they need.
That's it, isn't it? We need to see Lear used a little bit more. And when pre-game, I said Reyna. What I was referring to Reyna? Yeah, it's the Lear plays. The rest of it's just bonus added value to being a good fragger. But if you get a good Lear chucked out towards the crates over on B, you're going to get that advancement. If you do that over on pipes and belt, again, you're going to be able to grant permission to get yourself in. Doesn't matter if you've got a sheriff, just make those pushes, be a bit more aggressive, and we'll see the conversion of rounds. I think it's a bit too late, I agree with you. That timeout was called in that latter portion of the half. I don't know if they could be able to get any redemption.
I mean, the best they could do really at this stage in the game is say if they do completely just turn the tide, flip a switch here for these next 3 rounds, it would only be a 7-5, and if Exalt would still have themselves a lead, but Temp is just, he's gonna have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression, we're seeing it from the defenders.
Oh my
It's just
God.
a turret. It's a turret, an
Down A.
unstoppable force here. Tempt with the 3K. Doesn't really matter what happens from here. It doesn't, because the Viper's Pit was superior on the objects, a little bit higher up on pipes, and there you go. There it is.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that, man. I mean, when you come around to the A side, we want to mention Reyna, but I mean, she really will excel over there towards B. Once you get on those yellow crates, once you have those wide open areas to really make a push, make some kind of initiative onto these sides. But when it comes around to A side, there's really not too much you can do with all these close corners. But that's where you have that Sova. That's where you need those recon darts. And I don't feel like we're seeing those in good enough spots to at least get a ping off to give yourself some kind of intel to work with to make that initiative off of. And it's just the small things like that. I mean, Habib, he only has 2 more rounds left to use his Empress, and he's been holding on to it this whole entire half.
That's, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's almost the thing about ults in any game. Doesn't matter what game you play. So very true. Tempt holding this angle with his life.
Down A.
He's gonna get one, and finally Habib coming and gets the wall bang. If they get 3 rounds here, this is winnable, and they could even double down for the 4th in that last round. This is the round where we need to see them turn up the volume.
We have to see something, that's for darn sure. I mean, and Habib finally found himself with a couple frags and a 4-2 advantage in terms of rifle here, and then Beckham having to just kind of play a lot more passive with that op. Okay, never mind. The blades are out. And maybe he could tap out some couple boys here with that Viper wall, wait it out, make sure that gas comes down, give yourself a clean little read, and this is where Beckham may be able to get one with 3 left on this Blade Fury.
Nothing hard, okay, nothing at all. It's going to be big things needed, big
Oh my
things to be
God.
delivered. 2 frags, the operator coming in for the double. The double Blade Storm, wouldn't that be a nice finish to this portion of the round? Not sure if it's going to be granted though. Beef seems to be online here, and he's going to be online. The headshot flick, the triple, the 3K is going to keep them alive for another round of the day. Nice stuff, and that is going to put them to 9-3. Last round here of the half of the first map of this best of 3 for the Radiant Arena. Thank you so much for joining Mick and I here. And if you've been here before, welcome back. And again, thank you for taking part. If you've been a team that's competed perhaps, or maybe just thank you for joining and being a spectator for these teams. You've seen them grow, and right now this is such a fierce battle. It's 9-3, but it's been down to almost 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2 every single round, Mick.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, and especially, you know, to capitalize on what you said, everybody who's just joining, also share this, you know, get the word out, because right now, if you're an Exalt fan, you want people to be rooting for your team. You want them to be just really living out this lead right now, but we need some NorCal people here in the chat. We need some root for them, because they're not really finding their stride so far, as we got actually may have a shift of momentum here. This has been the quickest plant they have really executed so far in all 11 of these rounds.
It is, and it is going to be showing some rewards already. Going for the retake and forcing the defense into that, it's an ugly situation. As you can see, you can try in to get that aggression early, but I think they're going to be prepared.
We finally see Habib throwing out that Empress, and he's already found himself one here. So if he can just really play rush, he's playing really passive with it actually, so that's going to cost him his life, and the rest of the team just seems to follow suit and just be the next one to get ticked out. Oh my goodness, dude.
They're gonna sneak that in. That's illegal. That is literally a crime. They're able to get away with that.
Yeah,
Ow.
it really just, I mean, that's also because the security wasn't exactly doing their job all that well. They weren't keeping an eye on the goods, because that spike just really didn't have too much watching on it. We had a guy over on Nest, a guy on back heaven towards that, you know, attacking spawn, and there just wasn't enough initiative there on the site. We saw them playing very passive once again, doing what NorCal's doing in this entirety of the game. and they really have to step it up here. And I think on defense, I mean, obviously that passiveness is going to work a little more into their favor being on this defensive side. But for these retakes, I say if these spikes get down with the way Exhaust's been playing, that's going to spell some quick trouble. It's not really going to be too much of a question, I feel.
No, 200%. It's going to be the dog in the house and fire meme right away. And that'll be first match over and done with. Something I'm sure they're looking to defy, though. To recap, NorCal are now going to be the defense. So, attack here. 9-3, 1 away from double figures. Everything to 2 here for NorCal.
Quick little wall there, completely understandable. And Love sitting over there up top, not really able to find any shots there. Jibby still gets that spike down. Literally, I mean, a lot of people say something happened right under your nose. Love was sitting there. That spike literally occurred right under his nose.
Nothing was done about it. I am shocked as well. Not even a little jiggle peep. Put some util down. Maybe put some snake bite. There was options, wasn't there? But that's not going to be the option. To go for the hard stick. This is so ballsy. There's no way.
No shot, dude. Inside of that cloud too, that venom cloud, and we still have people just trying to duke it out. There's just how do you let that fly? I mean, obviously you have a little bit of smoke there inhibiting your vision, but it was from your own Viper. We saw that damage was getting ticked down. We saw his health pool really deteriorating, and that means it was, you know, the enemy Viper. We know it was Exalted who had that onto the site, and they just didn't drop it down. We didn't see really Temp saying, all right, let's leave this open so we know whether or not to retaliate. Let's go ahead and leave it blinded. Obviously, you want to have that venom, making it easier to get those kills. But, I mean, you have 5 guys watching it, man. I'm not talking about the burger joint. I'm talking about defending a site here. You guys, you have 5 of you to sit there and just really throw out those shots to go ahead and make sure to really defy that defuse, and we just didn't see it.
We didn't see it, and that is going to be costly. And get NorCal into the best position possible here. They're going to get the weapons. Still, I'm looking like it's going to go down, though. Running literally non-stop, holding W, playing like the old run and gun meta is going to be NorCal, and it's looking like to be a flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean, superior weaponry means one thing, but I think really what we can pick a huge ode to right now would be just kind of the different mentality in NorCal. I think they've really kind of, something's flicked inside of their heads for these first 2 rounds to really give themselves that edge, because for these retakes, they're oddly enough playing a hell of a lot more aggressive on defense than they are on offense, and it's working for them.
It's working a charm, isn't it? We're getting treated to sort of, spoilers just say, to something pretty marvelous right now, a sensation to the eyes. But what will be a sensation, Chad? We've got an op already into the game from NorCal so early on in this half. They want to get that kind of convincing punch and jab right into the ribs of Evolved. I'm wondering, though, is that something that's going to be snagged and punished? That's so risky.
It is, and I mean, it really comes down to these sites and how they choose to execute it on the side of Exalt, because if they go for that A, they're going to be running to the sides of Lazy, who we haven't really seen too much out of when it comes around to those close range op plays. But as they're kind of making their way towards mid, whether or not they know it, you know, Exalt's finding themselves in a much better situation when really deciding where to go, because this Sage Wall's going to be falling, and they're going to have a free little shove here in 2 as Mate gets themselves a couple little ticks there, a couple little hits on himself.
Good position from Sage. You've seen that from Sage both sides on the defense, just holding back by Snowman and just kind of letting the troops do their thing. But talking to troops, it's going to be Evolved. They're just coming, storming straight through mid.
Yeah, I mean, it could be enough. We don't exactly have the spike down yet, but Jibby's working on it as we mention it. And that alone, as long as they're ready for this retaliation, ready for this answer, Beckham being up top, but Exodia finding himself 1. And Love just following up. Good God. Thing is, Blast is alive. So if he can speed this up, find himself something. Not really what we expected out of him, though. Going forward, I mean, there could have been something there, but this has been a quick little answer from the likes of NorCal, because this will be 7-9 after one rough first half for these guys.
For you to, like, stick in good mindset after having a stinker of a half like that in a quarter final, sheesh, that's something alone that you've got to respect that and take your hat off if you're wearing a hat, or it's just the salute, the high five, the fist bump, the elbow bump, whatever you do to give someone that recognition, it's well deserved for NorCal right now. 9-6 is the score. It was 9-3 at the half, so not the best end to things, but somehow they've turned that front upside down. That stick with no fake on the defuse for pistol round, and they're just going forward from there. And the buy as well, it's so strong from NorCal.
It is. I mean, just everything's been riding out for these guys. Finding that first round off just pure aggression, kind of caveman mentality to shove that defuse and go ahead and get it. I mean, just the way they're riding themselves on a high right now, and that is what they need because, I mean, it's just been enough. Tim finding himself, kind of finding that first shutdown, and Blast really finding his stride again. It's just been kind of slow from the side of Exalt, and I think really what NorCal did is once that half started, they say, okay, this is a defense-sided map. They do what a lot of people do in those public lobbies. When they're losing, they just want to go ahead and opt and say, okay, this isn't our side of the field. So let's play a little bit more comfortable next time around, and we can sign a couple picks here. And Blast is going to have to do that exactly to go ahead and finish out this map if he wants to go ahead and get that site down by any chance.
The big rounds, and it would be, I think, something to turn the econ as well. So Blast, great performance in that first half. Has the Sage Rule, has the heals,
30
and
seconds
just a
left.
pull away from Rez, but Rez doesn't matter for this round. It's all down to that game. 20 seconds, Mick. 5 seconds. Don't really see anything crazy happening. Oh, what's this?
Yeah, we see a lockout here. We see just kind of limiting the side a little bit, and kind of NorCal playing towards that middle. So there's really not too much for them. And Blast not able to find the frags like he did in that first half. A little bit too scared there, a little bit more fidgety than typical, and finding himself to get fragged out there fairly quickly as we got the Sage defuse coming up. We got another ult point on the board, and we're going to have Mate 1 point short here of an ultimate in themselves in an 8-9 game now.
9B. Such a close one. I mean, I didn't see this coming at all. I'm pretty stunned right now. I'd say a bit shell shocked that this is what we're looking at. This is crazy.
Yeah, and everything just kind of going forward, the way that's going to play out, we're seeing a completely different team than we did here in the first half. I mean, NorCal going forward, I mean, what they really needed and, how they were playing. I mean, this is completely different from what we saw prior. I mean, they were really struggling, and we kind of saw them flip those gears. I mean, we saw it, and I've seen it before. I mean, they got to this point. They've really done a lot to bring to the table. They just made, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say they probably are just getting warmed up. Let's be real here. I mean,
yeah.
it is it's just 1:30 in the afternoon. We're just kind of getting our day started. It's the weekend, so we like to sleep in a little bit late. Maybe they were they were trying to, polish up the dust a little bit, the rust that they had on themselves, and trying to get it going forward.
Get some caffeine in, shake
Yeah.
off the cobwebs, do a few stretches, and I think, again, you can relate to that as well as a caster. You just get into a game, maybe you're not going to be as on point as you should be, but by the time you get to the OT, by the time you get to that second map, you found your stride. And yeah, I was actually looking into something recently, and we will be right back to the game. Do apologize, the stream just having a little nap, but it will be back very shortly. Is the peak of your sleep, and then when your best gaming is going to be. Some gamers, it's at midday. Sometimes people are evening players, right? And it's interesting to see a lot of pro players are starting to put that into their schedules. Like, okay, if we can get that at lunchtime, or I'll be best to play at that time. A bit. You can't be picky in esports, right? You don't always have that privilege to be able to do that. But if you know that, you can maybe play off of that and say, okay, my adrenaline's going to be bumping at that time. That's when I'm going to pop off, and I need you other guys to step up in the meantime. So with a scoreline like 9-8 as we just left it, yeah, I think that's what happened. They're just turning on the switch right now.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, warming up, finding yourself that caffeine, getting into those games, getting kind of the rust wiped off a little bit. We may actually be looking at ourselves here in overtime, as long as Exalt can find themselves a couple answers, because this entire half thus far has been a little bit dry from them as they haven't found a round. And I mean, even if it comes in late, they've definitely bought themselves some time here to breathe. I mean, they had a huge lead going into this first half, or in the second, excuse me. And going forward, I mean, they just had to find a couple to really get in that stage. They need 3 rounds. They're sitting at a 9-point game. Meanwhile, NorCal having that momentum for themselves in 8. So, I mean, as long as they can find a little shift in momentum, get into that mental game, find a little shutdown either here or there, that could work for them. But right now, the way the economy's playing in their favor, going ahead and being on that losing streak, it's great. But you're not on offense. You can't get that plant down. You don't have that backup to say, oh, we got at least a little
No.
bit of extra credits to play off of.
No reserve funds. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all or nothing. So you go into that round, you win the round with 2 players left of defense. That's a big loss. Big loss of numbers, and numbers equals guns, and numbers also equals money as well. So unless you're able to maybe snag that operator, but for the frequency of them that's going to be bought, it isn't very often, as we've seen today, and as I'm sure you know from your own experience as well. Again, thank you so much for joining us today at the Radiant Arena. This will be last Radiant Arena for a little bit, and big money in the line, 600 for first place. There's 300 for second place, and a BO1, BO3s for the others, but a BO1 for third place for 100 bones as well. Lots of money on the line this weekend, and these players, they're hungry. Every reason to get checked into the game.
Yeah, and I think with that, I mean, just the way things are panning out, they have themselves some time. They've had a little bit of a, liaison here, a little bit of a breather, excuse me, at that. So with that, I mean, we're still kind of experiencing some technical difficulties, so sorry about that, but we will go into a short break here for a second and catch y'all in a bit.
Oh, teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last 2 alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
Now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zim, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plant. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's definitely the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the Seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasino, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left inside the PGT. Now, Prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Million onto C to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the Nano Swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C-Site's going to work out, so they're going to opt for the next best option, which would be B-Site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead. And now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
I'm back in business, will be. Thank you for your patience, and let's see who is heading to the victory here. I believe it's going to start to be a bit of a tearaway here from Evolve. We did see that early on, and they're back, Exalted, I should say, back to their true and tested and how they started things. They want to end it the same notion.
Yeah, and right back to where they left off in that first half, just absolutely carrying off that momentum, finding themselves a couple picks here and there. I mean, that's what they've done best in that first half. Finally finding that flow again, as we see Doobie closing it out. get themselves a 12th. And once again, that breathing room they bought themselves in the first half really paying off right here with that large answer that NorCal brought.
And that's why someone's like, oh, pistol round's not important. Yes, it is. I don't care. I don't care who says that. Like, you're a liar, or you've had maybe an experience that led you down the wrong path, my friend. But for Valorant, for CSGO, for any game, Rainbow Six Siege, whatever game FPS-wise, tactical, early rounds are so important for the mental game. Call me a doctor, no, not quite there. Maybe you'll have that psychology masters one day, but it's something that we are seeing grow in esports, that don't get those early rounds, man. You can be punished late when you start to get a bit more fatigue.
Yeah, and I'm completely with you on that. I mean, you have to go ahead and find those rounds there in the early end, because even if it's just 1 or 2, right there off those first 2 pistol rounds that are guaranteed, it'll buy yourself a huge difference in the late end, because you'll lose by that 1 or 2 rounds after fighting so hard. But Exodia finding himself and fighting for that first pick, giving NorCal a lead here in the 21st round.
I got the spike.
21 rounds on Icebox. It's such a grind. It's such a map of the biggest weight on your shoulders. And they're like, oh man, Icebox. And even for players that play well on it, it's so tough. There's so many angles to check, and hopefully that's something NorCal, they're looking to expose it.
Yeah, and expose, it seems like they're working on, because we see ourselves a clean little plant here trying to get whatever's going down, and the Fury coming down. That plant's actually going to be stick. So they are going to have that site still kind of in the game. And Sky not really rocking the best in terms of health, but you still have that Sage alive to give yourself those heals. And NorCal really having to work on a retake here, because this is match point and they have to win this if they want to go ahead and get that breathing room. Not just in terms of rounds, like you said with those pistol rounds, but maps is also where to really apply and kick you in the butt.
This is a really good push, though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from NorCal. We tuned in at the right time. Perfect. Get you in for the best rounds here. It's going to be 12-10, and that is a flawless then. So you're talking of a bit of an ego boost, maybe some confidence injects into the team. That's what we needed to see, and they finally got themselves to double figures. So worst comes to worst, you at least say, listen, at Mat 1, we took them the distance. We sent them to double figures, and maybe, just maybe, to OT. And I say that, the Econ looking pretty strapped over at Exalt.
Yeah, I mean, that alone is really what you want in these later rounds. I mean, even if you sit there, you're fighting for this last breath, you're trying to rally around to get yourself towards the finish line, having that little backup, having that little reserves in terms of cash with those rifles, and giving yourself a little bit of a follow-up just in case you slip up somewhere. It's nice, but I mean, looking at the score line, it's not 11 points from the side of Exalt. It is 12. So even if it comes down to that backup round, the game's going to be over by then. So regardless of how much funds are really allocated, that's just purely for Util at this point going forward, to give NorCal themselves a really breathing and living chance going.
4 players remain here for Exalt, and let's be real, if they lose this round, not only is it going to be 12-11, but their economy dumpstered, absolutely dumpstered, and they'll be scrummaging around trying to find a shorty to get it done. Not ideal for that last round of your first map in this BO3.
Yeah.
Not a position they want to be putting themselves in early.
Which, I mean, trust me, I'm totally fine with going to a map 3, because we will have Breeze for that, but I'm sure neither one of these teams want to get there. They want to go ahead and finish this out, as we see Lazy trying to find himself first and finish out 1, but he finds Ashton instead.
Quick scope off of the Trailblazer as well. Double pick here. This is perfect. It's another flawless. Oh, I spoke too soon. The caster's curse and the flick coming through here from Tempt. Done so much in this game, and he's going to be shut down here. So it's 12-11. Spectatorship, my friend. Could we please have a look and see what's the econ? It's oh dear, Exalt. You can't even get armor.
Yeah, there's that. I don't want to go ahead and make any calls. I don't want to really get too cocky with my predictions here, but I may say we're looking at a 12-11 lineup here in terms of rounds.
With ease, my friend. With ease, we could see it go there, and that's what I think they're banking on. Okay, we can get a buy in next round. We might even make this work with the Shiko, but nope. The operator getting slapped in the face. NorCal asserting their dominance nice and early here, and no resurrection available for the likes of Exalt. So stuck in this situation.
Enough for that. I mean, they now have manpower. They just have to follow up and really find something here because NorCal, obviously, being in the advantage here, Love's going to find himself one, just absolutely capitalizing on that and going forward. I mean, everybody's stuck here towards this B site on these long lineups, which I find really odd of a move when you're only dealing with these sheriffs because Blast can find himself one, but you have to find 4 more after that.
Yeah, that's put yourself a bit of a tough situation, and the other players are going to choose just to play those closer angles to take out the Sheriff and not give the Sheriff that ability to pop off and land another couple of headshots for that matter. It is going to be 12-11. Thank you so much for joining today on your Saturday. Tech difficulties have been and gone. These two teams, they're firing on all cylinders. So many ults available on my count. For you got the 7 ults out of 10 agents. So this is going to be, it's going to be an explosive round.
Oh, I mean, most definitely. I mean, Exalt being on that kind of situation where they have all those ults, this could be a guaranteed round for them if they decide to use them all at the same time. Knowing that NorCal, they now have that Viper fit towards A. If you shove this B side, especially after that save, this is your chance right now. But Habib is going to find himself a quick little pick to go ahead and shut down that dream.
You know what? You call that luck, you call that calculated pre-fray, it doesn't matter. It puts it to the 5 versus 4. OT is looking realistic here, and I say that the Resurrection's going to come in. There's a Resurrection available for NorCal as well, so options galore here, but a minute tick-tocking away. That's got to be done here from Exalt.
Definitely does. I mean, just everything, this shove coming through. It looks like NorCal really wants to just move in on this Viper's pit. I mean, you don't typically see that. And Love is just going to love every second of it as they're kind of coming right into what he wants, being on the Viper's pit. But, I mean, the slow push here, the kind of methodicalness with all this kind of poison lingering around is not going to help anything because B's going to find himself another one over on the side. Lazy with the shove. It's just spelling disaster a little too quick for Exalt here as we may be looking at overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Exalt start to sweat a little bit in front of the Viper's pit. And you're right, what are they doing? They got picked there. The rest, they went again to double down into a Viper's pit. It's never going to end well, but that'll happen this late in the game. They're feeling pressure, they're feeling the heat, they're sweating, and they're going to be sweating themselves out entirely.
And this here, we got to find something. I mean, NorCal, they've obviously had a lot of momentum on that half being on the defense, but this is where they go right back to where they weren't doing all that good in the first half. Right back to that attack where we saw them playing a lot more passive than they should have. I think as long as they took their notes right and said, okay, obviously this aggression thing is working for us, they can follow up on it and get a little close here. But Exalt, they have to find something because, I mean, they were choked out there for a while. We saw an answer them, as we can see right there in those kind of middle stages, and bringing it back there towards the end. But I mean, it's just, it hasn't been enough here, and they have to go ahead and follow through with that. They need a little bit more to play with, and they have to know what works for them. And I feel like, you know, being aggressive, that's going to be the name of the game for both sides of the field here. So we have to see an absolute just death match there on a site and really just figure out who the better fracturers are.
He's got the op as well, right? So the operator in his hands, there's no armor. So T, there's absolutely no armor. Opts in for the abilities, opts in for the operator too. You've got to risk it for the chocolate biscuit, right? And going all in here. I'm shocked. You don't see that. It's like I'd say at least 1 in 3, 1 in 4 games you'll see someone get up in overtime. There's such confidence behind that. In this situation, you're at such a disadvantage. You're going for a retake with an op. That's just not right.
Yeah. But it could be enough here. It really just comes down to whether he can get that pick or not, because I mean, Lazy, he's not really there for it, but we do have Beckham getting picked off. Yep.
I think that's gonna do it.
Could be. Oh no! It's a half.
Oh no! Oh, not the shocked out wombo combo coming in there.
Wow.
That's phenomenal. NorCal. What is that? Where was that at the beginning of this game? It doesn't matter. It's here now. And they are delivering the top-notch gameplay that you came for. 13-12. NorCal, they were down and out, man. They were 9-3 down at the end of the first half. 9-3.
Yeah, and that's just really how they performed on the attack. But, I mean, we can see momentum is really, I guess, the name of the game when it comes around to this lineup and this matchup, because what these guys are doing, they're completely put that first half behind them after having such an impressive showing on the second that they've really just kind of running off that. And they have to go ahead and go right back to home where they found themselves at lead, where they found themselves coming back. This is the half that they did it on, in this position over on defense. And we're going to see them really either follow up with it or just crash and crumble under it and having to fight themselves to another overtime.
This is such a turn of events here for this quarterfinal. What a story, what a narrative. Down 9-3, turn it up really to a beautiful game here. And it's a beautiful game from NorCal. They're not having any of it. It's 5 versus 3.
It is indeed an Exalve. They're not on the good end of this.
Oh,
they have not found themselves an answer. Habib over on the other side of the map, making sure, trying to hold out for that other angle because, I mean, that side, he's not going to go for a flank just yet, but knowing that you have a man on the other side of the map, a fragger at that to make sure and go ahead and shut down that rotation. Lazy's not even going to give him the chance.
No chance. No shot, as you said, in this right. Nothing at all is given for free in this matchup. NorCal looking to have a no-nonsense approach here and just close the door, slam it shut.
And that
Plain first map.
was definitely possible. And keep in mind, I mean, this was Exalve's map pick, but NorCal now found themselves on top after a rough little first half. They found their stride, they ran with it, and they are just absolutely sprinting at this case. And that's going to be a little bit of a determining factor going into that second map because Haven, that's what they chose. That's like, that's going to be their home turf, man. So that alone, yeah, that alone is just kind of concerning, especially seeing how, I mean, just seeing how Exalve just kind of got shut down there in that second half. It's super unfortunate. You don't really see it all that much, especially when you're riding out momentum. But, I mean, NorCal found theirs. And to ride it into overtime, that's really where it matters because we see a lot of teams choking up not only in that 12th round, as we saw Exalve do there for a little bit, but we see once it gets to overtime, people like to try things that are unorthodox, a little bit taboo, things you're not used to seeing and playing the game a lot slower. But with NorCal just kind of throwing that out, saying, you know what, this is what's been working for us. This is what we need to keep on riding on. And that's exactly what they did.
And they styled on it in the end. And to keep that mindset strong, as we were mentioning, going through that entire game where you've had a poor start, got to mentally reset and say every round's a new round and we can do this. It's simple things like that that can get you past the finish line, and they are going to see the checker flag with all the rewards on the other side of that finish line as they go through the tape, get themselves through to map number 2. This is a potential best of 3, and I do believe we'll be right back after a short little break, and we will be going across to Haven. What's your opinion on Haven? Before we go in, what's your opinion on Haven, mate?
You know what? I got to go ahead and I got to be professional about this. So I'm going to go ahead and during this break, what I'll do is kind of subside my anger for this map so I can talk about it on a professional level because I'm going to be real. I'm not a fan of it.
Okay. Well, I'm a lover of it. You're not the favorite of that map, but maybe you'll be a lover by the end of this matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the Radiant Arena.
dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. My God is a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey. Yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be scared. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now when come on and we pull out with the action, cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is clearing. But kiss me now, and I'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 2 of the Community Gaming Radiant Arena. Of course. I mean, that's what you're here to watch. This is what you're here to see, some action. But
Oh, yeah.
none of it would be possible without our guys over there at Community Gaming. Y'all can type in !CG there in chat or !sponsor. Lots and lots and lots of love to these guys for the $1,000 prize pool, for the opportunity to do every single bit of this, and to allow us to watch these two teams actually have a pretty darn good real incentive to actually fight for this win rather than, something like say $5, a dollar for every single player. And it's like, wow, I really want to fight for this. I'm missing out on battle pass XP for this. They have some real moolah here on the table. And we're going to see once we get here into the Haven and the comp picks and everything else that comes between these two teams, it's a nice little follow up that we've had, going up into this point because we found ourselves at an overtime over there on Icebox with a pretty good showing there from the likes of old NorCal. We know him, we love him, we've seen him time and time again, and we want to see him in this next map as well.
Knockout, what a comeback. Let's
Yeah.
just summarize. If you didn't catch what happened in the first map, let's just fill you in there. They were 9-3 down at the half, and you're talking it was a stinker. It was the stinkiest half I think I've seen in Icebox. But somehow, some way, they were able to turn that throne upside down. They got it into overtime. They won 14-12 with what was a sweep in OT, and they're getting through to their map pick for map 2. So we spoke a bit about Haven before, didn't we? And I know you said not your cup of tea, like all
Yeah.
puns intended, being cuppa. It's not your cuppa. But on Haven, I think one thing is for sure, it's a bit of a skirmish. It's that deathmatch scenario where any agent works. You do need kind of like to have that Sage Wall perhaps and to see a Cypher. Love to see that. And
Yep.
the super impactful duelist. But honestly, you can play an agent well, you can make it work here in Haven. I think that's why I like it so much. It's you don't get punished for being an off meta agent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I completely agree. I mean, with everything panning out with these team comps, we have a very kind of run of the mill kind of a comp here for the likes of NorCal. Exalved, we kind of already sit there being in this lobby, seeing everything going on. KO is what I'm excited to see. That's what I was going to mention. And speak of the devil, and he shall come. We see the Robo Man himself being introduced into this map. And I'm really excited with these closed corners that you have, these kind of really choked off areas and avenues to get onto these sites. Even for the defense, I mean, attack, it's awesome to just kind of shut down those smokes, shut down any real attempt, especially with that ultimate. I mean, it's essentially like a second Reyna, but with how everything's really panning out, even on that defense, you sit there, you dart something, it's so large it can cover a site unless you know exactly where these guys are. And speaking of where these guys are, we're not exactly seeing exactly where Exalted is going to go for this first round here. We see the buys to a certain extent. We see NorCal really trying to buy into this, find themselves some good weaponry to play with Exalt being a little bit more typical. We only see a lot of armors and we see one frenzy, but we see a lot more kind of useful, quote unquote, free utility for them to play with.
With KO, yeah, you don't really need anything but the classic, the armor, you got your suppression, and off you roll, right? And that's the beautiful thing. Someone said the other day it's an alternative to Sova being KO, but I think it's a Sova plus, if you will, because you've got kind of that duelist entry ability with the resources of a Sova to get that intel. We are just in a little bit of a tech timeout here, and we'll just go through. Again, it's Haven. It's a 3-site wonder if you're not too familiar with it. And some people love it, some people hate it. Like the Vegemite commercial. Have you ever seen that? It's like you love it or you hate it. And for Haven, I completely understand that. It's such a big map that rotations, they're an absolute nightmare on this map. There's no other way to put it. You've got to be so fluid on your rotations, the timing, the execution.
Yeah.
As a defender, retaking any site on this map, it sucks. Like, I think that's enough said. It's so difficult.
Yeah, and with Exalted starting here on attack, I mean, looking at if we're going to be using that first map for reference by any means going into this map, I mean, attack is obviously going to be the name of the game for the map of Haven. I mean, that's just how it works out. You have 3 sides to play from. You have so many doors to choose. It's almost like a game, so essentially. You can sit there and say, choose a door, any door, see what kind of prize. Either you get a plant or you get killed. And that's really what it comes down to. And the way Exalted played, or Exalted played that first map, I mean, if they can continue that same momentum here on the attack side for the first half here in Haven, that's going to absolutely just speed everything up, because it wouldn't be like, a 9-2 or a 9-3, anything like that. It would be almost a 12-0. It would be a lot closer because of the flow of the map playing into your favor.
Oh Haven, bringing all the action, and that's right. There's so many different ways to play it, and is there a wrong way? I don't think so, unless you hold a W key straight into the pre-fire of your opponent. Aside from that, yeah, a split is something you do on C. You can do the 2 garage, do the 3 long. For B, you could do the pincer movement, maybe put a few players through A, and the A link move maneuver, as well as going through mid to B. And it's just endless. It really, really is. Like, for anyone that's into strategy, the strat city that you're going to see on Haven, I said it can be very deathmatch-like, but with strategy combined with the Holden W meta that we're seeing. Obviously, it's a little bit less than it was with the Spectre and the run and gun meta kind of changing itself up there. But I've got a question for you, Vic. What do you think with the changes that we've seen over the past month or so? Are you a fan of? You said real guns. I heard you say that earlier with the Phantom and the Vandal. Is that what you live for in the world of Valorant? Are you glad to see more focus on those weapons?
I am. I really like the kind of tightness that come with the run and gun over time because I mean, obviously, if you've been playing Valorant for a while here, it was really atrocious, especially for the Phantom. Everybody loves the gun purely because of that first shot momentum you get. It's a one-tap headshot at close range. There's so much to it. I'm personally more of a Vandal user myself, and I would like to see the game evolve a little bit more. What could be brought to the table with that, and how that gun alone could evolve, and what could really be done to it to make it a little bit more powerful. Because I mean, obviously, you have that one-tap momentum, or that one-tap, province from really any range. But how much does that really add up to at the end of the day? And we may see a little bit of promise here on those long-range engagements if we can find Exalt putting themselves in those favorable shoots.
Early on that recon dart there. Sitting Intel, no, they're coming mid, but not able to stop the force coming through. He's down to 4-4. C site, it's vacant.
It is indeed. I mean, you really only had that one position barrage. That kind of really got shut down fairly quickly with that Sova sitting there. So there's going to have to be a huge response here, and you know exactly where they're going to come from. No flank just yet. We don't have too much time. We just have Garage and CT, and Habib and Lazy are going to absolutely go off with it.
They are indeed. He's down to the 2 versus 1. One player stuck at Cubby. It's going to be Tempt. We've seen him play some massive clutches here, but Tempted with that one, not able to finish his dinner. NorCal though, shaky start to that first map. The shakiness is gone. They've got the hands steady as it comes and pistol round. We spoke of the importance. Hey, what's going to happen now if they get the early momentum? Are they going to go for that kind of clean sweep? I'm really interested to see at number 2, their engine. It's fully good to go, and they've done a few laps at the track, and they know what to expect. I think a bit more out of Exalt.
Yeah, and it's huge. I mean, that first round, especially grabbing it from the side of defense, you can go ahead and force those buys, find yourself with some better arsenals in your hands. I mean, that's really what you need, especially for the defensive side, because once we get, as we said, that quote-unquote real Valorant coming in with all these larger rifles, that's when the game gets a lot more rough, when you can actually start shoving with that utility, getting those better guns in your hand, and playing a little bit more of a rushy play style, and that will only play to the benefit of the attacker. And getting these first 2 rounds almost guaranteed, if NorCal can find themselves the picks and the momentum to play off of, it would be huge to buy themselves out a little bit more time until they get to that second half.
What was seeing from Exalt though, this kind of sneaky play, and not sure.
Wow.
If Lazy knows of that. Oh, they know now.
Okay.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. I think he's had his fun for this round, but freaking discipline. Oh, that was so close!
No, dude. That actually could have been doable if he didn't have 9 health.
And I think if he'd hit the insta-dink, maybe off that first one tap with a ghost there, and you saw it here, great trigger discipline, lets one go, gets the 2 and plays it perfectly. Really, really does. I couldn't have asked for anything more of that situation. Blast. That's good promise for what we're to see in this game.
Yeah, and Zelter's being a little bit of a statement man here. I mean, being that Cypher, he's found himself the last 2 picks of every single round so far. I mean, he's been doing in some work, even though it's kind of been up just by lineups and coincidence here in these first 2 rounds, as it usually goes. It's enough. It's enough as a Cypher. What you really need is those guys to really rally around, because he's not really highlighted too much. He's not really spotlighted too much. And with that, you want to sit there and plan him a little bit. You want to give him that confidence by the time he's here on defense to really hold a sight on his own, so you can rely on that and let the rest of the team kind of have a little bit more air to play with.
That's it. Get a feel out for the map. It's okay. This is where looking like we're empty. Make the play, get the pick, and full send. A full send is what we're looking to see over on the B site here. So many players knock at the door. They've got the weapon advantage as well.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. The go coming through strong. Gets just the one.
And it goes at that. I mean, just surprisingly how efficient that was, especially for the buys that are going through. We don't see any rifles really, guys. But we do see enough for NorCal to find themselves a third round off a freaking bonus at that. Oh my god.
That was so disciplined.
It's huge.
Beautiful.
I mean, now you're sitting at the fourth round. You're up 3-0. You've just shut down Exal's whole momentum in terms of buys. They're going to have to save again to really save up enough for this next round, except for Tempt, who was running that Ghost last round. But it seems like he's going to try and stick with his teammates as close as possible in this economy. And going forward, I mean, you see most of the guys on NorCal, everybody that was standing are buying themselves weaponry, and Lazy's grabbed himself an op with 4,300 to spare. I mean, at the expense of Zeldred, albeit, but I mean, he's your Cypher. You just need the utility out of him, really.
Shadows traveling. I'm pretty concerned right now for Exalv. I said about that momentum, and I think something's definitely a cogs turned into that prime position here, and as you're seeing it, unstoppable defense right now. The spike's suppressed through the Omen Shroud, and that's depressing at this point. If you get pre-fighted in that kind of scenario, you're gonna see Jet just zoom into sight and Beckham not able to do anything at all. Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 pieces we've seen this weekend, or probably in Radiant Arena, really, I mean, ever, almost. Because, I mean, just how quick, how efficient that was. Everybody just ran right into his grasp. Having that trigger discipline, holding up on the smoke, waiting for it almost to drop, but saying, all right, I want to go ahead and get that free fire first. Already have that barrel hot by the time he can really get his eyes on me. And then just following it up with everybody just running into his grasp on that C long. It wasn't the best push, especially for a round where you're trying to run pistols.
That wasn't really put themselves in a situation for success, did they? And again, that long C, I mean, going for the all risky business, and they are going to get something. Doobie does pick up a frag, takes out a deadly duelist there. Could that give them the chance to get themselves onto the scoreboard? They're on that loss bonus, but I ask, like, what do they need to do strategy-wise to get themselves into this one, Mick? What do we need to see more of?
They need to find different angles to really play off of. We finally see them opting for another site. We haven't seen them really hit A too much, and that's a really popular site on higher tier gameplay. And Lazy picking off Ashen is just going to slow things down a hell of a lot more. But it really could be enough going forward, because we do have this Hunter Fury coming back and forth. We got a lot of hits. Whether or not they really result in kills right now, we have a lot of damage on the board from both sides. See what could be going through, and Blast being shoved over here in the corner may just really be spelled as defeat as we have the push come through.
Yeah, that's a tough angle to hold from Gubby there. And the defenders, NorCal coming in strong. They want to keep this momentum going in this 3 versus 3. So much massive nature in all of these Exalt players. And there you go, Doobie doubling down for his round there. Tempt playing to the top tier performance we know, and Doobie picks up the triple. Sova, by no means an agent you'd look to for that 3K, but coming through when we need to see it, and that is going to be Exalt getting themselves off the goose egg.
I mean, I know you're mentioning Sova here, but I mean, just Sova's been going off this game. I mean, both of them. I mean, Exalted and, I mean, look at them. Exodia and Doobie, they're just constantly getting in these little frag fights where they have to face off. And it's really surprising because, I mean, looking at these duelists, they're both only sitting at 1 kill, really. I mean, Habib doing a great job, 6-3, running out the momentum from the last round, or from the last map. But, I mean, we're just not seeing enough out of these Jets to really give anybody a dominant performance or a dominant, real upper hand thus far.
And not to target a player at all, but even for KO over on Exalt, we haven't really seen KO being enabled to be brought into play, and it all comes down to team plays, right? You got that suppression, you push off the suppression, you flash, you push off the flash, just like the curveball with Phoenix. And I really love to see a bit more of that. Still a flash available there for KO, and looks like maybe they've got a setup for C here.
It's most definitely seeming like it, but I mean, Tim just has to push out the smoke. He has to go ahead and have a read and have some kind of idea that there's going to be another man in garage looking for that pick. But I gotta say, a slow rotate could have come through by now to A. But I mean, the commitment to C is there. It is square, and let's see if it's really going to fare out well for him.
here.
Oh, run it back. Blade Storm?
Oh, the hot hand being chucked into Cubby. That's going to be a problem there. We are going to see a number advantage just about in the sense of 4 versus 4. Even advantage, but the best they've had so far. Shot darts galore. You're talking to Sober plays. There's another one coming in from the Exodia. Just Fury's coming through as well from the attackers. This is such a mess.
It is a mess. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Doobie gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal to find themselves an answer, and a quick one at that to Exalt's one round they found last time. It's a good run for them. It's exactly the kind of attitude they need, especially being on this defense. It makes me scared of what they can do on a map that's really favored them on the other side of the field.
Great cover as well coming in, and yeah, you got to give credit to Dubio. Great positioning to get that kind of pre-lineup, and yeah, you're gonna hear all of the teammates pinging the spike. It's here, keeps pre-firing, keep pre-firing, but just can't do enough. Crisp aim, but the aim of the game is gonna be that defuse, and running away with it are NorCal right now. A complete reverse from what we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just almost the exact same result, just on the other side of the field, but a little bit worse. And that's really what it comes down to, is we see the 2 ultimates that are on the field right now are on the side of NorCal and Exalt. NorCal's sitting a little bit more healthy with it, because you had that Blade Storm. That's a round that you can really buy. If you sit there and do get shut down again by any chance, you can run that alone as a backup and make sure to get a couple free kills, essentially. Let your teammates follow up, grab the rifles off of it. And I think that's what they're kind of sitting for, because right now they're getting frags with really no problem.
Oh, Doobie is going to be able to punish Nate, though. Getting a bit hyper-aggressive, but do get trade out straight away. So, 4 versus 2. This is just going to be light by just a couple of pistols. And I'd love to have a look at the econ whenever we do get a chance as well to see after this action. Oh, what a drive-by by Blast.
Drive-by. I like that. Enough for him. I mean, he was the one who was really showing up in that, last time. So he was doing a great job on that first map in that first half. So maybe this is just kind of where he's meant to be with that stage last time. But this time, really just kind of being a corner player and getting shut down fairly quickly there as NorCal finds himself a free 6th, essentially.
They say it's a rat in the corner. It goes, I think, for Warzone, for Valorant, for CS, and people complain about those corner campers. There's nothing wrong with it, man. There's nothing wrong with the good old corner camp.
Hey, he's just playing defense at that point. I mean, that's the name of the game. You get the spike down, it's called defense. Before then, yeah, you're a rat. But I mean, you had that spike down Blast. Being in that 1vx situation, there's only so much you can really do there, especially being in a corner, and the way you have that post plant, you're kind of posted up to a certain area. When you have the rest of your team, everybody has an allocated spot to where they know just by muscle memory of where to put themselves. And a Blast really didn't just work out for him right there. Maybe he wins those sometimes, maybe he doesn't. But right there, he had to pull it through to give themselves a second round, and it just hasn't been enough.
It was such a tough situation. He was like 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1 as well. And from what we've seen so far, and you're still seeing it, NorCal's synergy, the double peaks is deadly. It can't be matched. So, I mean, it's so hard to give words of wisdom. Even in the coach's corner, if you were to sit down with the Exalt and say, hey, like, this is what you need to do. I think it goes right back to the fundamentals of what we said about NorCal. We need to see more holding W. There's too much respect and hesitation from Exalted, and they're just not getting the rounds because they're playing too passive.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I mean, that's really what everything's been leading up to so far. That's really been everybody's downfalls, when they play a little bit too slow. And I think that really just plays out the confidence. I think that's the biggest factor in that, when you sit there and decide, I'm probably not going to win this gunfight, so I'm not going to engage unless I have a teammate. Make sure he's at least behind you to get that trade. Go ahead and follow through with it and find yourself a plant, buddy.
And that's it. And NorCal, they've not been allowing them to have that kind of room. There's the triple peak this time, so it's a GG in that situation. There's nothing you can do. 3 versus 1. It's all down to Blast again. We saw some infamous clutches in that first half. Gets 1. It's going to need a 2 and a 3 here to turn this into something really, really special. Not going to be able to. Gets caught out in the open. And at NorCal, another one in the bank.
And a great shot there from Mate. I mean, just enough to close it out. The way you had that smoke up, inhibiting that vision. A little bit concerning when you know that, those shots can come through from Blast. Once again, being the last man left in that situation. But
Gun here.
you got to stop letting that Omen be the last man. He has those smokes. He's an engager to some extent. It needs to be those ciphers. They have to be the last one. They need to be on those post plants. They need to be playing back and working with that intel, getting those cams. And we're just not seeing that. We're seeing everybody kind of fall in an unorthodox order, and it's just not really panning out in the favor of Exalt.
So you're seeing X Ashton going for the pot flash at middle. We've not seen enough aggression, and we've gone to that last round. But if you've got Null dash CMD, and that's KO's ult, you can really get in the face of your opponent and make something happen. Oh, Lazy. What was that? That on peak so quick, and gonna get the second.
Lazy, he feels himself with that op, man. That's one thing I can tell you for sure.
Been hitting him all day, hasn't he? I don't think he's missed any of those crucial frags that we need to see, and we are going to see Love White getting a frag there. And off they go, NorCal. Another round to be tallied up. 4 players alive too, so not to throw too much flack, but these shots like you're seeing here from Lazy, just bouncing around, 180, fell off the angle. Oh, let's pick that one up though.
Yeah, can't blame him. I mean, you had the lineup. Go ahead and shoot it. Wait it out for a second. You know how long your cloudburst is going to last because you're the one who threw it down. Great little play by him there. Just enough to give themselves another round on the board. But that huge initiative, grabbing that double, really trading out not for yourself, but a +1 as well. Getting a little 2-for-1 deal there. And giving themselves another round on the board. I'm just confused overall by Exalt here. Why do we keep going for C?
It's not working. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's broke, Daro, fix it. We need to see some variety, but we're not. I think they're getting a bit frustrated here, and perhaps maybe a little bit of tilt, because this half this is not the team that we saw in map number 1. Not at all.
I mean, it is a different comp. I'll give it that. You have,
this is fair.
Yeah, we have an Omen instead of a Sage, but I mean, also the map flow is not their map pick. That's one thing we can also consider. This is NorCal's map pick, and we can see exactly why now. This is their home freaking turf, dude, because they are just riding this out. They got themselves on a high right now, and Lazy's just riding it to the dub, is what it seems like, and this operator is going to be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal though, and this might be enough Lazy shots. It's not enough because the post-blood scenario, the Hunter Spirit that came through from Doopy did just a smidge enough to get them that round. And this is what we saw in the first half. NorCal, they were struggling, they were sweating bullets, but they were able to turn over 3 rounds in that first half. Can we see a similar kind of turnaround here from the likes of Exalt?
I think we could. I mean, the way their kind of comp is lined up, they're not nearly impressive because, I mean, they have that Omen to kind of play on that defense a little bit, inhibit that vision. But they also, I mean, that KO's not going to play as much of an agent of chaos. We expected him to really frag out this time around, but look at Ashton there at the bottom. He's just not really showing the capabilities or the full promise that KO can bring to the field, and defense isn't going to be any better for him.
It isn't, and to be fair, I don't want to put any blame on Exalt. It's just a shutdown of plays for NorCal. They're not allowing anything to happen, anything at all, and you're seeing a bit more velocity. This is good plays here, but it's going to come at a time where they're already pre-lined up. I Love White just doing a phenomenal job, gets 2 picks there. The rat play, it's a cypher, but no rat plays to be seen. Confidence is key, and it's a 3 versus 3.
So Zeldris just finding a lot of great picks there, and that's exactly what you want out of a Cypher player. But with that narrow theft coming in, Blast may actually be caught off guard here because Habib is already on this site and he's prepared for it. But not able to find those shots, which is actually kind of huge because going forward... Oh, okay, I take that back. Go off, Zeldris and Habib. Y'all got it. Find this post plant. Go ahead and turn the tides on these boys.
What a wallbang headshot that was. That is such a good shot.
I mean, even then, the hot hands was coming through as well. So I mean, he had the follow up. He had the alley-oop. He made sure to give himself the assist just in case he couldn't finish it. But regardless, he was still going to find those results.
Last round in the
Right,
half.
so you
Look
get
at
a little action replay of it here
Right in
as
the
well.
face,
So
man.
In comes Habib. Oh, where'd you go? I see you still, bud. Boom. Such a cheeky
I know you're
shot.
there. I'm gonna set you on fire if I can't shoot you.
One of the two's gonna get you. You're not getting out of my crosshair, my friend. Not at all. Off screen, but not out of mind. It is gonna be a really dominant half here from Knockout Esports. What a performance! And Exalted had a great performance in map number 1 and just fell shy in overtime.
Oh my
What do you
God.
do? What do you do against operator shots like that from Lazy?
We saw a shot like that yesterday from Dynamic, and he said he was scanned. I'm pretty darn sure there was no Sova scan going on right there.
None. Zero. It was a vanilla UI. I didn't see anything at all apart from a wall and an operator aiming to get them all. That's such a good play.
I'm gonna have to check this guy's file.
Give a check. Any bans on file? I tell you, that was some fishy, some suspect behavior there, and that is going to be another round going towards Knockout. Flawless it will be. A wallbang headshot. That's a sign of victory, and is that going to be the map? I wonder. That's such a kick in the stomach there. Look at it one more time. 3, 2, 1. Oh,
No
see ya.
Sova dart on the UI in the top left. I checked it. Lazy, you're on the radar now, buddy. You're acting pretty sus.
That is, to be fair, I think the only intel he had, he might have seen the double updraft. He might have seen the double updraft attempt and heard it and said, I know what you're up to, opponent Jet. I read your play, and away you go. My goodness, that's one to watch over and over again. That's so, man, I'm shocked, stunned, appalled, all of the things. Can we see Exalted turn things around here on their defensive side?
And that's the most concerning thing. NorCal, if they can find this plant, if they can win this first round, they're basically guaranteed getting that second one on the board. And they're only 2 away. They found themselves at a 10-2 half. So that's the scariest thing to think about is, you know, this is essentially the last round because you know a force is going to come through as a follow-up.
Season, win or loss, they know NorCal could be going for broke and doing everything they can to run away with this game and give no chance for Exalted to get back into this. Exalted, though, they've got to get this retake going fast. They know they've got to get into a piece of the action. They're going to get halfway. Are we going to see a full stick the first round? They're going to, oh no, the hot hands! It took out 2!
Oh my God.
It took out 2! And then he follows up with 2 more frags.
Okay, well, that's 11-2. That's been the first half and the first round of the second, and we're gonna see these forces coming through guaranteed. Yep, look at that. Ares, 2 Spectres, full armor across the board. They're cashing out. They want to end this and they want to go on to the next round.
You know, Phoenix pick up the 4K Quadra. Lovely. You've seen that so early on, and 2 frags being hot hands. That's insult to injury with that scoreline. That really, really is. 11-2, 1 away from that potential match point, and that's feels bad man moment here for Exalted. We need to see a performance immediately, but I don't think they're going to get a chance to get into this.
I don't think so as well. Grabbing those 2 frags right off the rip, finding yourself already in a man advantage, having these trades coming in from the likes of everybody, and Zeldris there in the mid just getting shut down. He's going to get himself a lot of damage off, but he's also giving a Spectre to the other side of the field to the opposers, but there's just not enough help to play with there because look at that, man. Beckham's just running with nothing, and that's going to be match point here for NorCal. 1 more, man. That's all they need, and the rifles are now in the hands of Exalt. So this is where things can actually be turned. This is where stuff can actually be called here. But Exalt has to have a freaking 9-round run, completely flawless here, to just really get something going. You can lose men a little bit here and there, but that's going to be econ off the board for those guys to buy, especially if you're forcing for this one.
And just a reminder, mental game reset yet.
and capitalizing on now where they should feel more at home.
Exalt, they're not done just yet though, by the looks. Exchange coming through, 2 for 1. Mate Niles picking up a Spectre Frag, trades out for the Phantom, so might just make this a clutchable round now. And C-Site is vacant, it's up for grabs, and that's what we're talking about, a 3-site map. It leaves so much to chance, and where are they coming from? Who knows? 3 versus 2.
Both those two are on the site, but not really enough shots going through. But Beckham only has 5 left, so if he just sits there and taps that spike to hold it out a little bit, he could go ahead and close this game out to some extent. But with the shots going over towards the side of Zeldris rather than Beckham, that's going to go ahead and give Exalt 1 round on the board here after 4 unanswered. So, I mean, forcing those rifles, that's enough to do something. Let's see if it's enough to start a 9-round comeback.
Bigger questions as well, I think, to NorCal. Their econ right now, right? Is it worth going in for the Force? Do you wait for that 5th rifle? Like, what is the right play here? Like, obviously, you've got so many rounds in the bank. You've got a bit of a buffer. You've got the safety net. But still, they're going to force in here. And if they were to lose this round, this would put them at quite an econ deficit.
I say save on this round. I'm kind of with you there. Go ahead, use this essentially as a free timeout. Let your econ build a little bit. Go on both sides of the map. Let your teammates that are slacking on ult points a little bit, we have to run it back. Give that a little bit of support. Find yourself a man who can also get an ult. Hell, even a Blade Storm in that case. And just run with it. And give yourself essentially a free round. And when you're already sitting at 12, that's game.
Mick, I love that, man. And it's like a free timeout. I'm going to use that. I'm going to recycle that. Don't mind if I do. I'll trademark it with the Mick tag, though. And it's true. You can use it as a free timeout. You can get the strat talk going. You can just bleed out a bit of time and just talk about what's to come up next. But they're not opting for that. Opting for the full force with, yeah, maybe an ability or two lacking, a Spectre to replace one of those Phantom or Vandals. But it's not looking like a problem for them. Not at all.
With that, we see that plant going down. NorCal finding a little bit of initiative with this round that they decided to actually go in for. And Lazy to find that first is going to sit there and help these boys in a situation with that first pick finally a little bit late, albeit. But it will actually come through, and Blast is going to be stand out with that Bulldog in hand, and that's going to be a little bit of a predicament as he also gets touched with that shock wire. NorCal really had the momentum here. I mean, Lazy picking up that second is just going to help him even more.
We were just giving them a slight flag. Hey, maybe you should have saved to go for that full play, but not at all. They don't need it. The jumping classic to finish things off. The 4K from Jet and GG. It's not happening again. The best of 3 is going to come to an end at 13-3 for NorCal Esports.
Okay, 007. I mean, just go off, I guess. And they're all right. Now sidearm. Okay, like you don't usually this. Call of Duty, you don't whip those out. You don't really play into those at all. I mean, and for Lazy to go ahead and give us a quick little finish there after an impressive performance of that operator over on the other side of the field, being on defense, finding himself in favorable situations. When it came to the attacking side, NorCal, I mean, this right here, this lineup that we can see at the bottom, it shows that they didn't come to play. And that first map, I'm going to say it now. I know I said it earlier. But, I mean, it just seems to be a statement that they were just polishing off that dust. They were wiping off those cobwebs and giving themselves a little wake-up call, because once they're going, once they get those little cog wheels greased up a little bit, they are a machine.
Once they get the WD-40, give it a couple of spray, a can on standby. And, yeah, like, I'm still mind-blown. That's probably one of the best comebacks I've seen at any level of gameplay competitively in a very long time. And to see that in this week's edition of the Radiant Arena, powered, of course, by Kuta Gaming, man, watch it back. Like, that is how you come back on Icebox. If you're ever wondering, man, I don't know if I can come back from this, think of that game, keep it in your repertoire, and maybe you will come back as well.
Yeah, and just amazing performance across the board. I mean, we saw there during those early rounds a little bit here from the likes of Doobie and Blast. They were kind of going off. We saw them a little bit in that first map to kind of give themselves a little bit of initiative. But, I mean, they were really struggling here. I mean, we have the scoreboard. Habib going 20-8. Like, calm down, dude. Okay, we get it. And then Lazy 14-7. We got 2 guys who are just 2.0 KD ratios minimum right now. They're treating this like a public lobby, and we can really tell why they love choosing this map, because I mean, I said it time and time again, this is home field advantage. You can obviously tell they love this map. They've been playing since the beta, and they're like, they are those weird psychopaths that are in public lobbies saying, I hope we get Haven this time around. I'm not that guy, but damn if they ain't.
Oh, NorCal, they have signed the waiver and said, yeah, permission granted for us to play Haven for the rest of eternity. What a performance! And yeah, the comeback leading to the 13-3 convincing victory in this quarterfinals of the Raid Arena is going to be complete. And I believe for myself, it will be my time on the casting desk complete. Mick, it has been an absolute pleasure, and
Yes,
I'll be
sir.
very honest. I'm very envious of your accent as well. I've always wanted, if it is any American accent, to have an accent from Dallas. So props, man. It has been an absolute delight to cast with you this morning.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it. Oddly enough, it's funny you mentioned Dallas because that's my real name, but I'm really from South Georgia. So
Oh
everything kind of
man.
lining up here. It's a little bit odd, I know, but
Okay, the more you
just
know. The more you
yeah,
know. That's
exactly.
that's awesome. Right on.
Yeah, but it is enough there. I will be actually joining this stream once again for the first map of that second series that we have coming up here soon, and that will be announced when we get around to it. I like to kind of keep y'all on y'all's toes, keep y'all a reason to stay around a little bit. The surprise of what the rosters are going to be, of who these players and what teams are going to be duking it out. But I can promise you, it's just going to be equally as exciting as we had in that first map there. So we will catch you boys here in a little bit after this short break. Join back on the Radiant Arena, sponsored by Community Gaming.
city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Number one. And just go shine all the time.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling up, yeah.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here with some more, and I want to emphasize more Radiant Arena because it's fantastic. We're already into the semifinals. I'm excited to see what we can do here at the Great Lakes Gaming Group, powered, of course, and sponsored by Community Gaming. Of course, a fantastic org. They are always improving the way that you can find tournaments, and they run weekly tournaments, which I think is awesome. This one is more of a bi-weekly. I almost want to say it's been an awesome experience to be able to cast some awesome Valorant action. But of course, a little bit of a new face on the desk. My name is Orbital. I'm joined here by Mick, and you know him from the last series. And I mean, we get to cast the last series winners as well. We have currently coming up on our screen Project 13 versus NorCal. And I mean, Mick, NorCal, they look solid. I'm not gonna lie. Game 1 looked a little iffy, right? Game 2, powerhouse straight through.
Yeah, I mean they are on cloud 9 right now. Only issue is that runs the risk of them pulling a C9. So hopefully that's the one thing that they kind of keep off the table and find a nice little healthy balance to keep this momentum going. Because Project 13 are no joke. I mean, these guys are a absolute unit. So you want to make sure no matter what, if you're riding a high, it's against these guys because under any circumstances, a lot of these teams, they are here, they are ready to go at it. But 13, they had the preparation. These guys are almost like a T2 team with the way they perform, and it's nothing to scoff at. So I'm really impressed by the NorCal showing for that first map, going ahead, getting those gears turned a little bit, get everything kind of greased up because they need it.
Yeah, and not just that. I mean, they're playing on 2 of the maps that a lot of people will consistently say are the most non-play maps, or the maps that have that can have the most versatility. Game 1 of last series was Icebox. It went 14-2, went into that overtime. This time they're going to Breeze. Arguably another ridiculous map that can have ridiculous settings and ridiculous outcomes, and that is the one that you want if you want a game 1, if you want to be able to grab the flow of the game or the flow of the series into your favor against a team like Project 13. At the same time, it's the same thing for Project 13, right? It's a map that they could potentially strip away NorCal and their entire defense going into that game too.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. And Breeze, that's I'm personally really excited for this because I love this map. So many people want to dodge it in comp queue, and it's really annoying because everybody loves Vine, loves Haven, but Breeze, let's dodge that. Like, I don't mentality, I don't get it. I mean, everybody has a right to their own opinion, but you can definitely be wrong. But I mean, how it works out is, I mean, Breeze is just a great map. The flow of it, it's a beautiful place to be. It's a beautiful place to get some kills, see some rounds really flourish out. And the last time I saw, this map here on this channel, it seemed very attack sided, I gotta say. I mean, it was very, very dominant towards the attacking side. And I find that very interesting with how everything pans out for here because it's so wide open. I feel like it's very, very even. I mean, the only thing you really have siding those attackers are going to be that tunnel, that little elbow from A site to mid, it's just really not enough to kind of turn the tides that much into the attacker's favor, especially when you have Heaven that can line up against it. Here's something easy little pick. So I'm excited to see what these 2 teams especially can bring to the table to show that the map is a lot more even than we see it.
Yeah, and I got a cast it yesterday as well, and one of the things that I really noticed is it is very much on the it feels even, but the attacking side always look cleaner for some reason or another. It always look cleaner, and I attribute that to players realizing that Breeze is not your standard map. It's not going to feel like you have the angles to hold. It is a constantly moving. It feels like a constantly moving chessboard is the best way to put it. If you're on Bind, if you're on any of those other maps, you can set up in a default positioning and be perfectly fine. You can default set up 5 members spread out. If it's on Bind, if it's on Split, if it's on Ascent, any of those maps, it's really easy to set up a 5-man split, maybe 2-1-2 or whatever, and hold it for almost the entirety of the defensive round. In Breeze, because it's so large, that creates such a large gap because in other maps, you have the same thing, right? If you're down a man, you have to be able to cover the entirety of the map. The problem is in Breeze, you will never have enough people, and you have to constantly move. So it's much more of a firefight. It's much more of guerrilla warfare. So I feel if the attackers know that and they play towards that factor, they will almost always have an advantage. You are dragging the defense into those disadvantageous shots, and of course the openings, just the wide open space. We've seen the scout, or not, gosh dang, I keep saying it, I'm so mad at myself, the Marshall consistently having those opportunities, and it's been like a second round buy, which I think is absolutely insane. Seeing that Marshall come out second round, putting in the work just shows the diversity that this map can bring out. So I'm very, very excited. Of course, getting some information. It will be NorCal on the defense first, and it will be Project 13 on the attack. And of course, we do see the semifinal matchup. We are still waiting for, I believe, that last quarterfinals match to go all the way through between TLC and Able Esports. It is currently 1-1. I believe they're on their third map now. But they will go up against Pro Malders, who actually took out Recon 5. We also got to scout them yesterday as well. And I mean, they were a strong team in and of itself.
Yeah, I was watching the game right after the Brooklyn Infernal against the likes of Brimstone Gaming. That was a series. If y'all haven't seen that, go back in the VODs and watch that. That was a movie, seriously. But everything about it coming up to this point, we do see these brackets, NorCal 2-0 and kind of a dominant fashion there in the second map, 13. Just kind of doing what they do, man. I didn't really expect too much else out of them. Horizon, obviously a great org, but I feel like they're still kind of rusty to the scene on with the matchups that are going against these guys. This is definitely a different beast over here at GLG. So, but Able Esports still seeing that's going to be exciting to see who exactly ends out because 1-1s are always really exciting just in themselves. But going forward, I mean, the way these brackets are setting up, going to Breeze, I want to just kind of follow up with what you said with the whole flow of the map. It is very odd. It's not very kind of one side. It's not like an unstoppable object. It's an unmovable object. Like it's very kind of there's a flow to it, as you said, and it really kind of it's almost just as fluent as the waters in the map. It's just very kind of going with it, feeling a site. If you go for that mid control, it's so close to that one site over towards A, you can sit there and say, if this isn't going to work, we got a nice little rotation just laid out for us. And everything kind of connects in its own kind of way. It feels almost like a coliseum in a sense with how open it is there in the mid. And you're rather fighting in the stands or in the middle. And that's really what it comes down to. And I feel like that's why a lot of people, as you said, aren't really used to the layout of it, the kind of flow that the map brings. And that's why I'm excited. As time goes, I feel like it'll be a lot like Icebox, to where people up front, even I still personally hate it, but a lot of people like it now. They're getting a lot more accustomed to it. I feel like Breeze, everybody's going to realize that. I mean, the map developers in this game, they're astronomical. They've done an insane work, and that this map has so much promise to it, and it's going to really open things up because one thing that really sets it apart from the others is that phantoms aren't as useful.
Yeah.
We got a long range matchups. We don't have all this run and gun crap coming through. It is you better break out that vandal. You better get that one tap and use it as an operator because I mean that's the name of the game is long range, finding those angles, getting those picks, and really just accelerating in those medium to long range combats because you're barely going to get up in people's faces.
Yeah, well, you know what else Breeze does tend to bring out is a plethora of different agent selections that we've seen so far. We've seen people mix and match all over the place. You know, we have some of the standard duelists. You do have that Jet coming out every so often. But Mick, for you, is there any agent that you specifically are very interested in seeing? An agent that you feel kind of embodies Breeze or takes advantage of some of these openings? I mean, we've seen the Viper come out. We've seen the Sages even running pretty well with some of those walls. But is there someone that you specifically want to see all these teams run at any point?
Well, there's three specific agents I have for this map exactly.
Okay.
Because I mean, I love this one. I'm studying it myself as a coach, as a caster. I want to know about these maps, and I want to set my own kind of little ideas, my own little implementations into it. And I gotta say, Sage and Viper, almost like Icebox for that B site for how open it is. I mean, you love to have those two agents there. You love to have kind of a little bit of cover, whether it be a huge wall that you can shoot through or one that you can't. Regardless, having that cover is super essential. And on Breeze, both sites being equally large, it's just a huge help. And then Sky. Sky is going to be, she kind of plays into the whole beachy feel. You know, her whole aesthetic just matches the map. So, I mean, obviously, they've been having this idea in their heads for a while, but just those flashes, being able to send them all the way out and then getting a ring somewhere, that audible saying, okay, somebody is going to be on this site there within this vicinity. Go ahead, say for B side example, you go over there towards those two temples. You want to sit there and flash on the outside of it. You know that you have that follow up with that dog to go ahead and cover that corner, cover that box over towards left and closer to those doors. There is something there for her to really initiate every single angle and give you that read. Because I mean, Sova, he only has that one dart and that drone, and he's a lot more expensive. Meanwhile, you get a flash for free, you buy that dog, you're kind of a little bit of cost there, and you're kind of you're shopping in wholesale at that point.
Yeah. It is such a map that, and that is something that we have seen is a sky. Almost every team decides to run it. Now, let's take a look at the flip side, right? There are
Mhm.
some agents that we obviously say cannot be played on this large scale of a map. So let's go ahead and take a look a little bit at those. Obviously, we're not counting Yoru. Poor dude has been in development hell since I swear he was released. As much as I love the dude, the kit looks so good, but the fails are so much better. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the agents that you would prefer not to see on this map, especially to kick things off for game number one.
Phoenix. That would have to be
Mm,
on my first. Phoenix, he's very strong, and a lot of people love him. But we've seen a lot of tier one teams kind of dropping those Phoenix roles a lot because of the way that these maps are moving towards. They're being a little bit more open. Not really. I mean, upon release, they gave you a lot of closed quarters areas, a lot of kind of empty maps, a lot of tunnels, things like that. And Phoenix plays well into those. But and these kind of new maps that are coming out, Icebox, B-Side, Breeze, just as an entirety, just everything being open, those flashes, the range on them aren't all that long. I mean, they kind of only go so far, and they're a little bit less than those near sights that you get from the Leers and from Skies and stuff like that. And just those walls don't last long enough, like a Viper, to really be persistent, be that kind of intimidation factor, and set you up for a sight. It's really just more for an engage, and after then, you're left out in the open.
yeah, and not just that, the run it back, it feels like such a short cooldown, or the
Yeah.
time that you have it. It feels rough, and so I hard agree on that fact. If we see a Phoenix coming out, it is specifically going to be that the player doesn't really have anything else in the wheelhouse. It is straight up
Mhm.
just that comfort. That's all they can play, and it's gonna feel kind of rough. So I have to agree with you. And then let's go down to the weapons, right? Final thing, we talked about it a little bit, right? The Phantom, no Phantoms, right? We see a Phantom, they're bad. That's how we want to call it. But we also have to talk about the double operator. It is such a huge money sink, and yet we've
Yeah.
seen it come out kind of prevalent, mostly on the defensive side, which you do understand, but it has started coming out on the attacker. It's been all over the place. How do you feel about this current gun meta whenever you see that come out? And then how do you feel about it on Breeze? Which I mean, my personal opinion is I do like it has longer range, but I mean, it does feel odd to drop close to about 90. I want to say 9,600 creds specifically for what could potentially only be a 1 or 2 round advantage.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, in a sense, and really how everything pans out. The operator being great and all, with how long range this map is, I think that's what the greatest part about it is the Marshall actually makes itself a little bit more meta prevalent here
Mhm.
because it's so cheap, but it's also that long range factor and it has such a quick kind of orientation. You can jiggle it a little bit quicker than you can the op because of the weight difference and everything kind of panning into it. You want to go for those headshots, obviously. No matter what range you're sitting at, you want to get those one taps on the head. And the Marshall being such a cheap option, allowing you to move almost just as quick as you would with the Phantom, if not faster, but still able to line yourself up on these defensive angles or on offense and find these just long sights of range. It really plays a favor to these guys and really gives them an advantage having that much better scope against the likes of a Vandal. And I feel like even on those rounds that are in the middle and the late stages, people will still opt for that if they sit there and feel like, I don't want to invest in this. I want to go ahead and make sure that if the crap hits the fan, I have a little bit of a follow-up.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the gun meta come out, and of course, we will hopefully be getting to see both these squads come out here and play their hearts out. So we are going to get a couple clips, I believe, from just the recent match and kind of get an
Yep.
idea of how NorCal is going to play. I mean, my gosh, the pop-offs in some of these rounds specifically were ridiculous.
Yeah, and just the way they were playing it
That
out. I
right.
mean, lazy. Yeah. 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 There you go. That alone. We shot for we could have saved that for the end as like a little finale, but we're gonna just play it twice instead to kind of buff it out. We could have played that all day, but I mean, just the way things are going out, Habib went off there in that last map. I mean, the way he was kind of an unsung hero. He was always getting in those deucey. Obviously, he wasn't as flashy, even though he
Mhm.
kind of got to deal with fire. But I mean, he went 20-8 on Haven, and this
Mm.
was their map pick. I mean, this one right here, maybe not, but it was their map pick. They felt comfortable there, and they showed why it was their home territory. But in that first map, they kind of, I will kind of just put that behind us because obviously it was the first map of the day. We're gonna get ourselves a little bit rusty. Everybody's kind of still trying to wake up, get the whole production value gaming going, whether it be on our side or the player side. So, but everything seemed to irons itself out as we see NorCal going already. Habib locking in that sky, which is kind of a necessity. Zelrus being the only one who's still kind of locked out here, not a decision yet. And 13, oh, the Viper. That, yeah, you know what? I should have seen that coming. But 13, they're the ones who's still up in the air.
Yeah, a lot of question marks again. You have to pick your agents very, very carefully. But I like the well-rounded composition from NorCal, right? They have a lot of utility in their pocket, but the duelist Lazy is consistently going to be up there, and I want to see him get in the face of a lot of opponents. This is one of the best maps for a Jet to be roaming around on.
Oh,
However, flip side, Verdi lock Morena, which this one is kind of a coin toss.
yeah. Literally, I couldn't have said it better myself. It's a very, very 50-50 with her. Her Lear doesn't have the range to it, but yet, if you can go ahead and push in, just utilize that enough if you're a smart enough player to just give it yourself a little bit of cover, that alone is going to be enough because she's a very close, medium to close range dueler.
We are going to get into the map here, and of course, it is Project 13 on that attacking side, and NorCal on the defense, and we're going to see what they can bring out here for us today. Now, keep in mind, this is just the first game of this series. The second map will be Haven, and if we have to go to a map number 3, it will be Ascent. So, one kind of odd map, and then two pretty normal ones that we have seen consistently through the board. We are getting underway, though, as P13 are prepped for a 3-2 setup here. They're going to give it a shot.
And a quick little shove onto A, it's looking like right now, with his temples just being ready to be planted on. Lots of intelligence from the side of NorCal right now, but not enough really to give themselves to really get shut down on. They may be intelligence oriented, but they know how to follow it up with the gunfights.
Yeah, and Habib goes ahead and finishes one off. Jangler with a little pop snap to the face. Zodio waiting to be that top gun and is able to take out Giza. Follow through a couple shots. White is going to go ahead and take out Jangler. And that is all they wrote. NorCal opening up with the first pistol round.
And a huge opener at that. Having 3 guys still standing, making sure to utilize those trades, those guys that already get a couple dinks on them. I mean, let's be real. It's a classic round. It's a pistol round. You're not going to have that many heals to play off of. You're not going to have too much utility to follow up with and still make yourself all that useful. So make yourself a body shield at least. Be one big meat shield for your boys. Let them go ahead and get those frags and just guarantee yourself a round so you can get that force in the next one as we see NorCal already ripping out.
Here.
Oh, but Project is doing the exact same. You see the double marshals coming out for Menace and Trick. Both of them sinking a decent amount of economy into this and really hoping it pays off.
And I would like for it to. That'd be really interesting to see a 1-1 after we see a lot of forces and guaranteed round 2s. Throwing a little bit of a curveball there, creating a tie game, making the pressure back on pretty early in the matchup. This is what I love to see.
Shots go out.
Oh,
they do go ahead and miss. But that's going to be the takedown. Project 13 working with a little less HP. Mate is going to go ahead and take out Giza. And that was, I believe, a couple shots. Trick takes out Lazy, though. And that is the enemy scout, enemy marshal down. Now we're going to see Jangler go ahead and take a quick peek. Not really finding anyone on the backside. Exodia is going to take out Verdi. 2 on 4 left. NorCal having the man advantage. Feeling pretty comfortable here. Just have to wait out Jangler and the Sky, which they are in a very tough position back here into shop.
Yeah, just everything adding up about these guys. You have the Killjoy turret over there that's going to give him that intel, regardless of where the push comes from. And Jangler having that frenzy a little bit limited on that firepower. Sky not being in that situation, but Trick is only sitting about 3 HP, so he's really essentially one tap.
Ooh. Yeah, Jangler feels good about that. Going around the corner, working with the information. Corner shot is there, does get tagged to the head, and Trick finally takes out Exodia. Can't get any more as the rest of them are going to go ahead and chase. 3 HP is the dream. I'm going to take a peek, a little bit of a bait rotate. Walk back, are they going to find it? Around the corner they go, and Habib takes out Trick. Sky on site action. Heals NorCal with a 2-man win, 2-0. Gonna go over to them, and Project 13 are gonna have to try in the 3rd round.
Habib, what a great play by the dude. He's obviously literate because he read that map. He sat there, knew exactly what was going to go on because I mean, even then I was a little confused. Is he going to sit there and kind of back off a little bit? Is he going to circle himself around? I didn't expect him. I was like, all right, maybe he's saving the Marshal, oddly enough. I don't know, but he was ready for it because obviously you need to check your corners, protect your borders. He checked both marks and found himself another round on the board. As we're now seeing rifles from the side of Project 13, this is where real Valorant, once again, I love saying it every single time. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where real Valorant starts. as we have the rifles coming out.
Nah, it's not true until both sides have full rifles. And you did see NorCal sitting with only a single pistol for some members, so Niles is gonna give it a shot, but Habib goes ahead and takes out Menace. So NorCal feeling the flow, feeling the momentum from series number 1, kind of breaking over into this one. Dirk is gonna go ahead, set up a little bit over there in mid, and that's gonna be the flash as Habib picks up a double to make it 3 on the round. Giza takes out Lazy, and they're gonna follow through again. Everyone here over by mid pillar. A little bit of a blind goes out, but that's actually the Wolf taking a crawl, and that's just it. Full house of kills for White and Habib as NorCal put a 3rd on the board.
Zeldris! Okay, I see you, honey. Sitting at a 4-0 off that round alone. Okay, and Habib, once again, I mean, I just don't really feel like spotlighting him in some extent, because I mean, I want to sit there and create a little diverse environment. You know how we around here at GLG, we like to spotlight everybody, create a little bit of a storyline. So I want to go ahead and start one here with Lazy, because the dude's been going 0-3 so far, but now that he has the operator, this is where his comfort zone really starts to shine. And lined up on here, B tunnel, maybe he could just dink trick really fast. And
Nope.
yeah.
All right, we see you, Lazy. We see the psychic in Mig. Mig making some of those real good calls coming out here, and that was golden. That's going to be Exodia's Owl Drone taken out here, and around the wall they go. A couple shots go out. Habib is going to finish off Verdi. He's going to leave it into a 3v4. He's taking out Exodia, and now NorCal have the option of trying to chase or wait.
I'm liking this play here. The push right there from Habib, playing on the defensive side, but just throwing a curveball into the wind and being a little bit aggressive with it. And with, we got Jangler over here. Oh, okay. He has the spike. So, I mean, he's still being that agent of chaos there in the back, no pun intended. I mean, just having that spike, really creating a lot of deception, creating a lot of uncertainty among the teams, and Lazy having that off, missing that shot. You have the reads, but you have to do the deeds to follow it up.
Yeah, a little slow on the trigger finger, but again, it's only a few members left, and Lazy just drops Jangler in the chest, and that will be NorCal moving to 4-0. Mick, we said that it felt like the attackers were a little bit favored in some scenarios, but here NorCal getting a perfect read almost every single time, and we got to see here the shot coming out, right?
Oh,
this was glorious to watch. It's the oh no moment that Trick had when nope.
Oh, yeah. He's got knocked, guys. Let's don't peek that. We're not silvers, we're not bronzes. We don't sit there and domino effect ourselves into that. But the play out right there, Lazy picked himself up too. Finally buffing things out a little bit. Habib finding himself too as well, just absolutely going off, just continuing that momentum. And I think this really is a testament. I'm waiting to see if this is really just riding that high from that last map, from that last series, or whether or not this is actual just good setups and just good gameplay here for Breeze.
Well, that is going to be Project 13 showing up a little bit and saying, hey, we still have more in the tank. Viper Spit going down. Jangler going to go ahead and lay down the spike, and this is going to be NorCal now in a 2v3 situation, make it a 1v3 as Verdi picks up a 3K. The entirety of mid doors getting smoked out here, and Habib going, yeah, this is a bit difficult to go through. Doesn't want to walk through the poison lava. Doesn't even want to chance that fight. And we might just choose to save depending on how it goes. Again, might get some exit frags. Unfortunate bird. That's what that was.
Oh, and he had the funds there, man, to back it up. I mean, these guys, if he wanted to save, obviously they're sitting at 4-0. I think that's why he wanted to go for it, but it's really unfortunate there for, you know, to have Zeldris kind of get dropped there, because he was kind of your wild card you had in the midst. If he just kind of sat there in the back, he goes ahead and backs off on that pick. We had those Seekers out of Habib. He's had enough kills this game to get it almost 2 times over now. And it's just, it would have been enough, especially having 3 players. You get the full value out of it, because we know those Seekers that sends out 3. If there's less players, it's not going to send out and duplicate and have 2 for one guy or 2 for the other. It's going to sit there and send out only as much as you need for those players. And I think with the Vipers pick coming up, that would have been a great counter if they just followed through with it and played a little more methodical.
The chances are there, but Lazy is going to be forced into taking a blind shot here. Now spotted out by Pyramids and gets a shot to the chest. Verdi is down. Lazy, not so lazy here, as the opening frag is going to take out the Empress ultimate. That was also very crucial, but Menace is going to bring Verdi back, so that's still a 5-on-5. Lazy going, come on, guys. I needed that kill.
It ain't nothing but a thing for him. With the operator, he's feeling right at home, you know, no matter where it is. The beach, I'm bind over there in the desert, whether it be an ascent in some kind of utopia society up in the sky. As long as he's got a big old 50 cal in his hand, he's going to be doing some work, and he's definitely showing it off today. Only issue is Project 13 has to make their home somewhere on one of these sites because they're still kind of slacking here. 40 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a move, and the Sage Wall is going to be a little bit of a stall, so they can't really recommit too much without having to just absolutely play like cavemen onto the side.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to be Lazy. Still showing off that it's very much a held angle. Exodia with the long-range kill. Now the blades come out. Not going to happen. Jingler is going to take out the Blade Storm. Follow up through the wall. Habib is going to come through. Oh, a beautiful dismiss means Birdie picks up Habib, and that leads it in 2v1. Project is going to sit with that single member, but the Empress is so strong. Spike is going to go down. Over the wall they go, and a little bit of a shot tags him down. White is having some problems, and Mate is going to come around the corner. But my gosh, that could have gone either way as NorCal slap on their fifth.
Wow. Apparently, I didn't know Empress. I didn't know they put that much emphasis on the fact that when Reyna goes invis, she goes invis. I'm talking straight snuck past it. Snuck past X-ray vision. I mean, even in the producer's view, they're like, nope, you don't get to find out what she is. You don't get to make a read. She's going to be a wild card no matter what. And that's just the power of Empress alone. And not finding that frag over there towards the mid on doors was really unfortunate for the likes of Verdi, because that could have been a round closer. Finding that dismiss, going ahead, getting that free heal and dismiss, and kind of seek out the next site and get that spike down. But it looks like they're going to be trying it again. Project 13 wanting to go ahead and figure out, learn from their last mistakes, make another shove here onto the B side, but there's going to be no Sage Wall this time to really stop them.
I like how on the attacking side, it was an operator shot that was used to clear out a recon bolt, and it feels like such a waste. But it's just like overconfidence style. It's like, listen, I will use the full force of my might to take out this one thing.
It's like God smiting a newborn child because he just threw up on the carpet. What? That's just unnecessary, my guy. But look at Trick. That's unnecessary, my guy.
Man, we gotta go over analogies during the break. Okay, we're gonna work on it a little bit. Came out of left field right there. I love it. All right, so getting back into the game here. We are 5-4. NorCal losing one of their members here. And it's going to be a low route time again. The Seekers are available. We also have that lockdown if they want to use it. But Habib ready to turn around. Going to take 1 or 2, but the bouncing shots from Menace. Oh, you hate to love to see it. Couple shots go through Birdie. Going to take White's life, and they're going to follow through 3-on-1, making a 4-on-1. Very sorry about that count. Trick with the Marshall is going to decimate a health bar.
Decimate, he most definitely will, as it looks like Project 13's finally decimating the side of NorCal. These guys, they've kind of been in a little bit of a rough situation up to this point. They've been really struggling to find themselves, get some plays onto the board, and really give themselves an advantage, just generally. Not in terms of manpower, but in terms of rounds. And finding this, especially off this Thrifty, I mean, they're running nothing but like Marshalls and kind of half rifles, things like that. They want to go ahead and find that op, though. They want to get 2 into their hands because Lazy's going to be running into these guys fairly quickly. And with a large barrel like that, they saw it, but he was the first one to react.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Can he get more? Lazy's going to go down the chute. Possibly. No. Oh, misses. No.
What are you doing?
What was that?
He literally said, all right, I'm gonna drop. Oh, no, I'm gonna get in this spike fight. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed. Oh, no, you know what? Figure it out, dude. This is a professional environment.
Thanks.
Get yourself together.
Most professional play NA right there. Just wondering if I want to drop down the chute or not.
Let's go.
EU people are looking for an excuse to make fun of NA people. We have EU flashes. Now they have NA escapes, man. What's going on here? Don't give them ammo.
Blinded.
Menace is not giving White any ammo, though, as that's going to be a quick shot to the chest. Birdie is going to finish off a Beeb and immediately down in 3v5. Project 13 are going to feel real comfortable moving on to the B side. I think this is the first B site attempt that they have gone on now, and around the wall they go. Menace trying to be a menace here, and Mate is wiping the sweat off his own brow. Syria goes out, only tagged, I think, Menace for about 30 damage. Not gonna be much more as Verdi finishes off Exodia. That's gonna leave it all on to Mate and Jet. Wondering if they can pull it off.
Still alive here. Project 13 find themselves a lot of clean clips, and Lazy being in that Vandal situation. It's not really what he's used to, but it could be enough because Nate, he's going to find something there. But is it going to be enough to really let Lazy capitalize off of? And I think so. He finds himself a double.
He's gonna try and chase. I don't know if he really wants to defuse there. Obviously, the time is down, and still the round. But I mean, getting 2 off the back end, changing it from a 4v2 to a 2v1. I think that's pretty good.
Okay, yeah. I know exactly. Look at him. Look at Lazy. Oh, we know what he was going for. He said, if I have between winning a round and an up, give me that up, boy. Give it to me. I don't care about running rounds. I want clips out here, and that's exactly what he's doing. It's Project 13. They're just happy to find themselves another round on the board. They're finally tying this up a little bit, getting themselves into a little bit more of a comfortable situation because they've been really rough up to this point. I think they're finally finding a flow working for them. They haven't been hitting that A site time and time again because every single time, even the ones they won, it was a little bit rough. So opting for that B site's been a lot more favorable for them. And, you know, utilizing your players, you got a Sage Wall. You can close it off. That is a canvas for you to paint on, buddy. You just have to choose exactly what to put on there with that Sage Wall, with that Viper Wall, with the Sky Flash and Sova Arrow. So much intel, so much follow-up there for a post plan. I think they're finally realizing what they can do. And Jangler doing the exact same.
Feels good. Lazy missing the crossover. If they had actually checked, that would have been a spot there and possibly a kill. Project 13 feeling good. A little bit of shotgun around the corner. Gets 1 shot off. Can they get more? Gets 2. Gets a little bit of damage though. So the knockdown on the HP bars is good. And this is going to go ahead and help heal up Jangler along with the Sky. It's going to go all quiet here.
They're kind of stuck here. This weird little A elbow push. I mean, you have 4 guys on 3. You know they're going to be allocated to both sites. So, I mean, you can make a shove somewhere. It really just comes down to whether Lazy just dinks Trick right there. But he turned away at the last second. So they're going to be moving up on this man fairly quickly. And he's going to turn his head.
30 seconds left.
A pretty large surprise.
Well, that's a little recall. Double wall bang there. Lazy and Giza going, yeah, wall's not even your friend there. Trick takes out Mate, and it's down to a 1v3. Exodia hoping to collect all 5 pieces here. Has 2 in hand, needs 3 more. Spike is going to go down with about 8 seconds left. Now it's all on the retake. Exodia with the Sheriff in a dream. Gonna try and get NorCal their 6th round of the game.
Did you just make an Exodia reference, like from Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yes,
right there?
I did.
I was honest. Props, dude. I was trying to figure out how to do that earlier, and I couldn't manage it. So props to you for finding it. Because, I mean, he's got to find himself these kills, and it's a little bit rough of a situation. Now, having a Vandal in hand is a lot more doable, but with that bomb ticking down, he has the pressure on him on time and in kills, and I don't think it's going to be managed.
Yeah. They're actually going to chase this pretty well. The blind is there and can't aim it at the ceiling, and unfortunately that's going to be Trick taking down Exodia. That's going to put the 4th of the game for Project, 1 away from tying things up.
Look, I mean, just look at this, and they're B hits, not B hits. Yeah, I mean, just the way they're playing this out, it's a lot different. We saw that A wasn't working for them. It was a little bit too contested, and they're just not utilizing everything to the fullest extent. They're finding these picks, like the one on Lazy right there is, you know, long into the round as it may have been. It was enough influence to really turn the tides in their favor because they know that if they get Lazy, this guy has been a one-man army himself, and that the team's going to trust that and let him ride out of sight all by himself. And he's going to already kind of be set up towards this A site, but I mean, why not aim for that B more? You know that Project 13's been looking at it. They've been having their eyes on it. It's been working. And if it's been working, don't fix it.
Yeah, and you can actually see NorCal. They have made that adjustment, hard pushing through A and saying, we're going to clear it out. They now have the information that everyone's over on that B side, and they're going to give it a shot. Hunter Seer going out from the attackers. The B dancing it so well and still picking up Birdie. That is what you want to see if you are NorCal. That was a beautiful play. Trick, though, taking out Lazy. That's a little bit rough, but Nate might have a chance around the wall to go. One headshot, possibly gonna go for a second. Habib is gonna follow up on Menace, and they're gonna try and chase out. They do give a lot of room to work with Jangler. Last one standing is gonna take it out, but takes Habib with them. 3 members left alive, and NorCal puts 6 on the board.
Finally an answer here from the guys of NorCal. Enough right there, and Habib dodging that Hunter's Fury while still somehow managing to kill Verdi with half health. That's illegal. But like, let me just go ahead and tell you, that's not allowed here. If you have less health, you lose that gunfight. That's just how things work. But he's going to defy the odds, and meanwhile defy the little momentum Project 13 had going here. Because as we can see, they had 3 rounds in a row, and they were really kind of snowballing there. They were giving themselves with, and I think once again, as we see, they're not really going for that public lobby approach, saying, all right, we sat there and lost in that round. They know we're going to switch over. They have that greater mindset saying, okay, it's been working. The ratio's good. Let's keep sticking to it.
Yep. Solid play. And again, like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it works, keep working it until it doesn't work anymore. It is a quieter push though. Project 13 waiting for that backline engage. That's actually how NorCal won it before, right? They hard push straight through A, straight through shop into lobby. It is a full stack. They're gonna give it a shot. Seeker's going out straight into the poison. They go, and Habib is gonna take out Menace. Follow through with the blind. That was glorious, to say the least. Work their way onto the site, and it's now gonna be the plant. 4-on-4 is gonna be called with no ultimates up though. That's gonna be the poison falling out as multiple kills go the way of Project 13. 2-on-3 here. Last few members standing. It's all down to Lazy and the Sova.
That's a lot of work right there. Getting those 2 ults. Verdi finally refreshing the Empress, which is low-key huge. And he's just going to find himself 4 off of it. Once again, it doesn't matter. The 50-50 coin flip is looking like it's working in his favor. He may have lost a gunfight last time against the V, but he's back with vengeance. He says, okay, you know what? You win in a gunfight, but how about, what if I ult? What about then, right? Who wins that? I definitely do, and I'm going to find my team of 4K on it as well, because absolutely just decimating, as you know, referenced earlier. I'm surprised to see Project 13. I'm thinking they're feeling like they're going to be a little bit too predictable here, opting for that A site, but it looks like NorCal is sticking to that same exact lineup they've had thus far, essentially having themselves another free push on B if they wanted it.
Yep. Give it a shot. However, a long-range poison vial has been splashed down. A little bit of the wall goes up from the Viper, and they're going to take a couple sprays through the smoke and the wall. We need the Vandal coming out to scream and can only find one. Lazy sacrificing his own life. Entry has been made though, and the vision has been cut off. NorCal got to find a way to zone over to the other side. Trick goes ahead. They wrapped around. Oh, the defender lockdown is going into effect, but Trick goes in and takes out one. Exodia is going to finish off Trick, and Giza takes out Habib. Kills going very, very quick. 2v3 situation left. Exodia and Viper, last one's up. Giza now revealed and quickly hides behind the pyramids. I think this is going to be Project 13 though, playing for time, as they do have the man advantage.
That indeed is, especially with that bomb down. That's another big factor coming into it. When Exodia is shooting that arrow right there, giving that intel of it. Now to find the shots over from Cave, he's going to find himself a nice little follow-up. And yeah, I like this post plan. Very safe, very methodical. He's bought the timeout, but Zeldred. Oh, Zeldred! Zeldred! Not able to find it because Menace just sticking to his name.
Switching sides.
Hurts to see as that went through, but I believe that ended in a 6-4-6 even. Dead even here on a Breeze. You like to see it, as we do get a little bit of a refresher right there. Menace dropping the Viper right there, and again dying to the bomb. I don't think it's going to really matter, of course, or the spike, because of the fact that it was round swap. Still though, to be able to hang on and force a 6-6, I think works heavily in favor of Project 13. However, they now have the challenging task of being on the defense and possibly defending against NorCal's advances.
Yeah, and really what that came down to was we saw Menace earlier trying to opt during those mid stages of that last half, and he was kind of missing his shots. But I think, you know, under further investigation, he was working a little bit too hard. He just had to be a little more lazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Listen, I got the Exodia one. You get the player reference. We're 1-1 so far. We're 1-1. But gotta agree, right? You know, sometimes, and it's surprising to say this, sometimes you do have to loosen up. There is a point where you may be too tense in a game, and especially in something like this, where a minute shift in your move, right? Your little swipe of the mouse that's not your usual 10%, maybe it's 20%. It can really, really throw you off. So I gotta agree, you know, relax a little bit, give yourself a little bit more room to work with, and don't take it as seriously maybe. And that's gonna allow Lazy to really show off that, hey, being lazy is good. That's gonna be NorCal opening up with a massive set of frags. Put it into a 3v2, hiding around some boxes. It is Giza. Waiting to see where the opponents are. Gonna throw out a recon bolt a little bit too far though. I don't think it's gonna find anyone, as that plant is gonna go down in Project 13. Have to try a way to retake this site.
I think that recon dart was in the right spot, because as we can see right there, Jangler getting that wall, trying to cover those doors, knowing that the man was probably there, but Habib is too much of a force to be reckoned with. Again, I like the play. I mean, everything about the retake was really laid out clean for these guys, but it just the execution just wasn't there quick enough, and you didn't have enough manpower to follow up with it, because the odds were against you in that 3v2 situation, and just these guys were prepared.
Oh yeah, very well prepared, and you love it. Hopefully we get to see a bit more of it, as it is going to put NorCal 1 up. Again, they were the ones that came into this after a phenomenal game 2 in the first series of the day. However, Project 13, of course, came into this with a 2-0 as well, so they're no strangers to kind of taking over. They are no strangers to trying to come back into a game. Of course, Spectre is out here, and one of the most vibrant colored skins I think I've seen to date so far. We are going to wait and see. The wall goes up. Jangler going to be the first to spot out the opponents, and is immediately going to back off for the team.
That should be enough, because as you got all your guys alive, you can actually initiate a retake here, but I'll take that back, because Verdi over there on the edge getting kind of closed out by KJ. Sentinel versus Duelist, the outcome you don't typically see.
Ooh. Yeah, Giza going ahead and taking a couple shots, but White is going to finish it off. That puts in a 4v2, a little bit more like we thought it was going to be here. Around the wall, Jangler goes ahead and takes out Habib with that classic couple left clicks to the head. I think they're just going to give it, right? No reason to try and chance it. Just wait for the exit frags. No real reason to throw yourself into the flames. They're going to go ahead and back on out. Try to grab a couple weapons on their exit.
I can't blame him. Sure, grabbing that right there. Oh, almost reading that. But Zeldred has an answer for it. Okay. Okay. NorCal, I like the plays here. Getting themselves enough onto the board, but we're still not in these stages where we're seeing real weaponry yet in the hands of everybody. Because as we see Menace finally forcing that rifle, you know, taking the hit on the wallet for it. Man's now broke. So, you know, get a day job, my guy, because there's not enough there to follow up. I mean, really, Project 13 has to win this round. Otherwise, they're going to be in another large deficit when NorCal already being in a 2-point upper hand right now. It's not going to be too much of a help going forward in the larger scheme of things.
It's going to be the Wolf coming out to charge. Strick going ahead, trying to find anyone. Lastly, doesn't get any information. But it does kind of show that everyone might be on B here. Very nice poison trail. Lazy has to boost into sight, and luckily it's open. No one there to defend it. This is going to be a full 5-minute attempt, as Project 13 are left scrambling to get back to this B site. A very large spread, though, as we do see the Viper lurking for NorCal Esports. It's going to play really important part in this game. If they're not careful, straight through the Viper wall they go. They're going to try and gun it down. Lazy gets 1. Exodia falls to Menace. Menace gets 2. And they get a little bit more, a little bit of straight through. 3 shots to the chest is gonna make it happen. Habib gets Giza and a little bit of blind, but Menace gets a blind. Are you kidding me? Sage goes combat mode as Birdie finishes off mate. It is 1 person left alive, and Zeldred is gonna get 1, but that should be the round. Project 13 gonna get their 7th of the game.
Oh my god. I apologize for my lack of ad libs right there, because I mean usually I got the or something like that on. My mouth was just catching flies right there. I mean, it was just dropped. I couldn't really get a sense of what was going on. Just the execution was so clean across the board. For NorCal to even come out on top of that, especially having that man advantage, we saw the turning point right there. But Verdi, I mean, it was just enough to play off of, and it was perfect. And just going forward, the Viper wall also, I was very, very impressed by that Viper wall right off the rip from the likes of Zeldred. Getting that over towards the B side, and also how you're trying to force him off a little bit, create a little bit more time towards that B side, say, okay, We're going to go ahead, shoot that little snake bite, and Trick's going to shoot Lazy in the face to follow up with it. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe a little bit more trades than we bargained for.
Yeah, maybe NorCal goes ahead and finishes off Verdi. And that's going to be Project 13 left with 2 alive. Again, we saw some fantastic plays, but Exodia going to go ahead, pick up the spike, and they're going to make their way over to B side. So Project 13 wants to make this retake happen. It's going to be with a man down and with not exactly the greatest utility to enter with.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be slow here for like the 13 for this retake because, I mean, we don't exactly have a plant yet. So we would expect a little bit more preparation because as we can see over there towards the back, I mean, Viper kind of hanging out a little bit, knowing the spike will go down, but he does not, that he knows that he's not that guy. He doesn't want to pick that fight unnecessarily, being in that 1v3 situation. The Viper pick coming down is going to be huge. And I could even sit there and have the cojones to say that that's going to be a guaranteed round for the likes of NorCal.
Yeah, I will say I do prefer waiting until you actually exchange fire on the site to drop the Viper pit. That way you get like maximum efficiency out of it. When you drop it so early, it feels like you're just a little bit more scared, right? You're worried you're not going to be able to lay it down. However, it does go down no matter what, and that just obviously means a drop back. Menace has the operator, probably going to toss that off to someone. Still going to be pretty happy about the outcome. They're still only 2 rounds down, which is not the worst place to be at, right, during the late game.
I'm with you on that. I mean, these guys at this stage, just save it, play it off a little bit. Rounds are going back and forth. Every single money matters because of how close this game's getting. And Project dropping one right there. NorCal find themselves at a 9-7 lead, getting closer and closer to that double-digit checkpoint. But Project 13, I mean, Project 13, they want those 13 rounds. They're not going to give it up just yet. So I feel like with that save that came in from the last round, with the Phantom from Exodia and Habib, so these guys got some cojones of their own too, running this medium rifle that is absolutely atrocious and complete plague to society on this map. But it should be enough because Menace is back on this operator and he could, you know, definitely pick some up, especially getting a little sneak peek from the last round of that first half.
The absolute hatred that you have for the Phantom is amazing.
It sucks, dude. And Menace does not suck with those shots. Oh my goodness.
Not at all. That's gonna be the Aldrin going out, misses the zap, but of course it's all about the information that you are able to gain. A lot of information told that mid is going to be a little bit of a power play for the likes of NorCal Esports. They're gonna rotate 2 with the Jet playing center. A little bit of a Sova lurk. They did lose the Viper, but again, no pit this time around, so they're gonna be pretty okay with that. Menace still rapping. Project 13, can't they find the opening? Oh, okay. Deacon out and do the what? No, you can't do that. Finally, someone takes them out, and that's gonna be Project 13 finishing the cleanup through that wall. But my gosh,
I don't know if any of y'all listen to rap, but that boy bad knows he's a menace to society. Oh my God, man. Goodness gracious. I mean, you never expect a Sage to be doing stuff like that. You're always expecting the nice black-haired woman to heal you up and reinvigorate your soul, but instead she's out here just absolutely being an agent of death. Just it's something you never expect. It's like meeting a woman at the bar and you're like, oh, she's sweet, and then you realize that she's like a serial killer. That's the last thing you want to hear.
Mick, have you had personal experience with that situation? That came a little bit too much with the soul.
My mama raised me right. I'm good.
Came a little bit. It sounded like a personal memory that you just drug up from the bottom of your mind right there.
I don't know, man. We in college. I've heard some stories though.
Oh no, we're getting off track here, so let's go ahead, dive back in again. Only a round difference. NorCal sitting on 9, Project 13 sitting on 8, and so far they have consistently been down. I don't think there's been a time where Project 13 has been in the lead, so if they can tie this up, possibly get another one on the board, that would be huge for them. Of course, that is the Blade Storm open for NorCal's Jet. That is one that we really do have to keep eyes on, and currently, I believe the Jet is currently sitting in mid, hoping for those chances. A little bit of a Seeker going through, moving right past. Again, no one exchanging too much fire. Everyone holding their breath a little bit.
Pretty slow, methodical here from these guys. Not really what we've seen every time that they do that. It's a little bit there's a little bit more time to answer because we can see there's 25 seconds left on this clock. There's a full rotation coming through, and NorCal's going to really have to shove themselves onto the side because the clock is ticking. The pressure's on for them just as a unit for this initiative. And Lazy, that's going to cause them to slip up off the rip.
Yeah, and I hate this kind of setup that they have. It's so unfortunate to see. Project 13 are just going to mow them all down. That's going to be 3 left alive. They have to get on the site. Plant is actually good. So they have been able to make entry, but getting back out is the problem. 3v2. Empress is alive, and Project 13 are looking so dang strong here on this retake. And Zeldred is going to finish off one, get a 3K Jingler, though. Finishes off the last, and again, that's what happens when you drop down into 15 seconds left to get it on site. It's a little bit messy. I mean, it hurts. That's going to put it at a 9-9. Project 13 tie it up.
There's definitely a scramble at that point. The way it was played out, I mean, Project 13, they had a lot more time to work with. You can go ahead and utilize the fact that NorCal, they're a little bit scrambled. They're still trying to, they're a little bit of a mess in the head trying to figure out how to get this bomb down. I mean, that's their biggest goal because they're not working for frags. You're going to have one man posted back, kind of playing more passive so they can't get that full sweep to give themselves a free round with 4 seconds left on the clock. But I mean, the follow-up with it, you can just really kind of materialize a plan within that time if you're Project 13, and that's exactly what they did. Give themselves essentially a free round and tying this game up here at a pretty close race here towards the end.
And that's going to be the attacking lockdown being used here. Going to cover a majority of A site. Should give plenty of information to the side of this defensive Project 13. A little bit of a roar. Giza takes out Exodia, so that's going to be the first kill of this game. Lazy is going to pop around the corner and just end Giza's life. Now the wall is there, and that's going to be a huge operator shot going a little bit wide. Mate is going to get the plant, and Menace is going to take out Lazy.
Tasty your own medicine, man.
You love it, you hate it. Depends on who you're playing. Verdi is going to hold around the corner. Is he going to find 2? That's going to be the Viper wall potentially going up. That is going to be around the corner. Giza gets it through the blind. Are you kidding me here? Verdi finishes off maintenance. 1 left alive. Zeldred goes ahead and picks up the Vandal. Is going to give it a shot, but I mean, it's I feel kind of over.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Because Project 13 is going to find themselves another one. 5v1 kind of race. Trick actually does lose that gunfight. So there's a little bit there of an incentive for Zeldred to be staying alive, but it's really just not enough to carry out off of. And as we see Lazy grabbing that clean little sweep as he sits there and says, Menace, I know your tricks. Oh, we missed the bullet trail, but the first shot really kind of swung off a little bit, saying, that's my op. That's my skin. I know how it works. I know the ins and outs of that thing. But just really a good attempt here from Project 13. As we can see, they've had themselves 3 in a row to really get themselves back. Because NorCal, I remember earlier mentioning how close they were getting to that double-digit checkpoint. And Project 13 is actually the first one to reach it. So putting themselves back in the game, kudos to them.
Yep. Feeling super good about what's going on. Of course, that is going to be a huge Viper's Pit being used. Not defensively, I would say a little bit zoning potential. Gonna go ahead and refresh. The noise has been made. I know it's zoned out. NorCal's still kind of struggling, but that might be a Jet versus a Reyna on the back end. The lurk has been made, and right around the corner, Lazy goes ahead and takes it. That's gonna be the first kill of the game. Project 13 now realizing they do have an opening, potentially back to A site.
That could definitely be enough for NorCal to really capitalize on and give themselves that kind of evened out round, because picking off Verdi, having that main man who's going to engage, and knowing how slow Project 13's kind of been pushing on these sides for a very kind of a crazy finish. I mean, that's that main man that's going to sit there and be the kind of the retaliation. And picking off Lazy may be the exact answer they needed to really even things out again.
30 seconds left.
Trick bouncing around, gets 1, almost finds 2, but zones them straight into that wall. So they can't really move from here, and this is a problem because, again, now they're forced into the open. They do finally finish off Trick, but they have to run fast. Only 15 seconds left. They are going to have to sprint onto the side. It's going to come down to a 1v1, but Menace is ready and waiting. 10 seconds left. You have to make a sprint. Looks like they're just going to save, though. Don't even try and go for the plant, saying the guns are a bit more important. They're going to give themselves a 2-round disadvantage here. NorCal faltering at the finish line.
See, dude, stuff like that stinks. It's like not just for us as like viewers and casters, but it's like for those players, knowing that you didn't even get to that, like, almost guaranteed. Like, there's a checklist to a round, and it really depends on how far you get. That sits there and determines the winner of that one. Either, I mean, kills are always going to be a factor, but A is get onto a site, check. B, plant the bomb, check, and then you got retake and then defuse. I mean, that's literally the order it goes into. And you usually find yourself those first 2 checks, getting onto a site and planting that bomb, and getting into its post plant and winning by kills, or just getting dropped and getting that defuse, or at least applying enough time for that pressure. And when you take so long to make that decision that you don't ever even get the bomb down, it sucks.
Yeah, it hurts. And this time around, Project 13 go ahead and mow down NorCal straight out of the wall. That's gonna be a Zeldred waiting around the corner. Giza is gonna finish that one off, and it's down to a 5v1. Menace, as you said. It's gonna leave only Habib, who is stuck in a corner, gonna go ahead and back up with a recon bolt. Already sees him, and that's gonna be Giza finishing it off for a flawless 12th round.
Right there. Those small little choke ups, that kind of slowness is now kind of biting them in the rear, because think about it, it could have been a 10-11 if they just really gotten that bomb down, applied some pressure, put themselves into some presence on the map. And we're just kind of missing that right now, because after such an impressive showing during that first half, this is definitely not impossible, but you have no room for mistakes now.
Yeah, I remember when I first started casting Valorant and I first started getting into it, there were a lot of people that said, hey, you know, you can take a site in about 20 seconds usually. You can get on site, you can plant and everything. I'm like, yeah, sure. If you want to bum rush it, right? If you don't want any prep whatsoever, and if you don't want to have any chance at kind of checking your corners first, yeah, you can take it in about 20 seconds. But you want that prep time. You want that amount of time to either play it slow, play it fast. You want to be able to check your corners. To do that, you need at least 35 seconds, I would say, at the site, really giving yourselves that momentum, period. Now we are seeing that opening. That's going to be Zeldred getting the first kill. Project 13 they only need one. Verdi's going to finish off Habib. That's a great way to start. Lazy, though, with the knives is going to feel great. That's a huge right click. Straight to Giza's face. Tries to get another. Jangler is going to take it down. 2 on 3 left. NorCal is going to finish off one more. It's all down to the Sage and Menace trying to make it work again. All they need is one, but Menace is going to save here. Going to go ahead, toss out a slowing orb. And that should be NorCal pushing it to 10. Project 13 are 1 away from victory.
2 more, man. That's what they need. And swing on that turret. Wow. Kind of some Menace there, but it's going to be enough. It's going to be enough. 10-12 is definitely a lot better being at that double checkpoint, but Menace getting shut down is not going to help anything, as you need that economy going forward. But really, in rear view, you have to save if you're not going to be doing anything else. You don't have really too many rooms for mistakes. Project 13, they have to win these rounds, but if any guys get picked off, I mean, obviously, if the whole team gets wiped, econ isn't a factor then, because you're not worried about those backups. But you need a guy staying alive, or at least 2 every single round, to where just in case the rest of the team does fall. Look at this. Giza, a lot more healthy option would be to Verdi to buy Trick. I mean, keep that econ in line. Make sure everybody has themselves a little bit of backup for the next round, because it's just going to get uglier from here, and you have to sit there and figure out how to manage your shop as well as your rounds.
Well, that's one way to do it. Project 13 go ahead and get 2 sniped down as Mate Niles finishes off 2. Now they're going to pressure in. A couple question marks, of course, as NorCal Esports understand that they want this round win. Giza, with a little bit of a high ground, is going to start peeking into this mid. Can they find any lone hider behind the side? No, Lazy is going to finish off Giza.
This right here, this is troubling, to say the least, after an impressive little showing there in the start. But Jangler found himself 1. That's going to even out the odds a little bit. And the spike still hasn't gone down. There's that slow methodicalness once again, and it's kind of moving itself towards B side. It's Trick. I'm excited to see what he can do, lining up against Viper here possibly with this flank.
This is a little bit of a weird chance. It looks like they're actually going to give. They know they have 1 more round before they really have to all in, is the best way to put it. Oh, nope. They are going to try it. Trick coming around the corner. Phantom in hand. And oh, 2 shots.
Oh.
Zeldred is so low.
Run and gun it. You won't. You got a Phantom. Obviously, you're that guy.
Oh, so slow. Ah!
Yeah, that's what I thought. Vandal supremacy, I believe.
All right, I'll give it to you, Mick. I'll give it to you. Vandals reign supreme here. I will say it. I will say it.
On this map at the beach, I'm not a big fan of the beach, but I love me some Vandals, so it buffs out because we got NorCal. After here for a little while, finally using these timeouts, I almost forget that they're in the game because of how rarely we see them. And really, what's got to be brought to the table here for NorCal is I say just keep playing your game, man. They're doing great with these trades, and they're kind of cutting their losses where they need to in these later rounds. They're sitting there making sure to grab a couple. It may look ugly at first, but they somehow manage to grab out the best of it, get more picks in the end, get a little bit of exit frags, and that alone gives them at least one man advantage to play off of, and ideally two every single time.
Yeah, and now looking at how close it is, I mean, we are seeing players really start to stand out, right? Menace, for one, on the stage has been phenomenal. Verdi has had some really good kills as well. And then on the other side, Habib has really shown up in some of those moments. And then Lazy, obviously, we can't leave out Lazy. It's been a ride so far, and this is just game number 1. Both teams really showing up here. Project 13 looking to put the final nail in the coffin. One last chance to do it before they go into overtime.
And that's if we get to the overtime, which I'm honestly hoping we do. I would love to see both these teams on the opposite sides of the field after such an impressive showing on that first half where it was 6-6. I mean, both these teams know exactly how to pan things out. They know exactly how to play it out. And this right here, this is either hit it or quit it, you know, kind of really what it comes down to. Hit your shots or you're out of this. And you have a map kind of down. So you have to fight even harder the next coming.
Poison's off.
Chances are there. Lots of bodies moving back over towards A site. Remember, it's been B that NorCal has actually found a little bit of success. Now they're going to try A once again. A little bit on the high ground, a little bit on the low ground. But it's going to be the full 5. Every single member saying, hey, we got to give it our all. Only 2 people defending, and that's going to be the lockdown throwdown that should make the call. They should hear that they're going across, and the Viper wall as well, completely sectioning off this site. No one's going to be locked in, but definitely someone's going to get run up on. Through the wall they go, and Exodia takes Verdi.
Start and a response. A lot of chaos here to ensue over on the A side with the Viper wall up, Cloud coming through, and so many guys looking for a pick or at least a head to shoot. As everybody's really just kind of hiding behind this cover, and Project 13 have to make a response to keep their game going to an end.
Yep, that's the wall going back up. I think that is the other side as Exodia goes in, finishes off Trick. This is looking like an overtime run as NorCal do not want this game to end. 2 more members up, and Exodia gets 3. Lazy picks up a 1, and Jangler grabs 2, though. 1v1 scenario, who's going to pick it up? This is going to be so dangerous, and the Viper pit is there, but has to walk in. Can they get a stab? No!
Oh!
Mate picks it up! Mate forces it to overtime, and NorCal Esports survive for another time. We are going into overtime here in game number 1.
You know, nature always prevails, man. And you know what they say, you know, whenever a species is highlighted red, when that's their natural colors, it means they are a predator. You don't, even if you're the bigger, you're going to find a way. They have some poison, some venom, something to kill you. And even though the Viper Pit was the one poisoning him, somehow Niall still comes out on top there, being the little kind of wild card, in a sense, of Mother Nature to sit there and shut down that and bring NorCal back to this dream to stay alive here as we go into overtime. Project 13, I can believe they're going to make it to 13 rounds. Only issue is the game isn't going to be over by that point.
Now they got to do 13 plus 1. That's their new name, right? A little bit of a recon going out. Exodia backing right off and saying, I don't want to deal with this. And a headshot. Ooh. Niall's going to go ahead and finish off Verdi. That was a slick kill right there. Lazy going ahead with that op once again. And he wants some heat. Chance. Over the top they go, and Menace is on the backside. That's going to be a couple shots. He can't find it. Oh, it hurts. It hurts to see right there. Project 13 going up 4-2 in this snare. Spike is going to go down. And power is coming out as NorCal. They're going to try their hands at this retake.
Here's just clean from 13, dude. Goodness. They found themselves as answers in the later rounds when they were on the on this side of the field, but it seems like they've definitely written down the notes and kept it all in mind. But Habib had something to say about it.
Yep. Little spray through the wall. Giza is going to finish off Habib. And White. Zeldred falls, as that is going to be Project 13 taking their 13th round. Need one more to finish things off. We are going to get a side swap here. So weapons are still going to hold steady, and we can kind of take a look here. Niles a little bit frozen as Zeldred right there. It was a nice little drop in, a couple taps straight through the wall, and then the finish off. So Project 13 playing that about as perfectly as it could.
And hopefully, you know, NorCal didn't switch up their ideals too much. They just got put on the opposite side of the field, defense. They did a great job in the starting, but it's been a little bit too long since they've had to been in those shoots. But having this recent memory of attack of how to really execute with this, maybe that could be exactly what they need. Have that mentality kind of bookmarked here for this, you know, 26th round. So that alone, Zeldred finding that first pick, that may be something, a little bit of a statement to give them a taste of what's to come.
Yep. Gotta open up with some fire. Again, Project 13 just need one win. It might be a little bit difficult, though. Niles is hiding around the corner. NorCal looking like they want to push onto this B site, but don't want to test the waters just yet. One with the lurker, though, as Exodia is going to try and run interference. If he's actually able to pull this off, this kind of flanker side, that would actually be really, really good. Catch a few people unawares. But they're going to enter now. This is going to be the trance. Trick grabs one. Can they finish off more? Jangler is going to find another, but can't get it all. That's going to be the plan going down. 2v3 situation in NorCal. Looking big. They want to tie things back up at 13. Couple shots around the wall. Are they going to be able to make it happen? That's going to be the poison being laid out. As the spike is completely covered.
Completely doable, especially with all the intelligence given out. You know Giza knows exactly where Niles is. You know you're not going to be watching that tunnel as a player already came through there, found his establishment. They find this pick, which Giza's struggling to find, but ends up closing in on. This post plant's a little bit too strong for the likes of NorCal because all that utility, all those bullets coming through, they're going to find themselves at a double.
Switching sides. Overtime.
They go ahead and make it 13-13, and of course we are right back to square number one. Everyone going ahead buying up their full kits. We do see an operator once again for Lazy, but the full Vandals coming out in force for Project 13. Last time they were able to win their attacker-sided round. I think they are going to have a chance here. Both Trick and Verdi coming out with 20 bombs for their team. Everyone else on the other side is getting close, so every single member on both squads are pulling their weight, making this a challenging game.
Revealing area. There they are.
That indeed, I mean, that alone, going back and forth here, really just comes down to who breaks the whole pattern. Obviously, there's going to be a pattern of a one. Because the Habib finding that first frag is definitely something you have to follow up on.
Well, that is a menace play right there. Project 13 opening up with a crazy number of frags. Lazy trying to do a quick little slide. Dash isn't going to land, and that's going to be a 1-on-3 here. Not much more you can do, right? Just look for those frags, try and take everyone out. The Owl Drone giving away a little bit of information. Goes ahead, takes it out, picks up that Vandal. Is going to give it a shot. Here comes the entry. Very nice poison. Straight through, makes Lazy take a little bit of damage, but quickly healed right back up, and that's going to be the bolt going out. They know where he is. He's going to have to walk through, and it's going to be all for possibly not. Actually rotates right back out, not going to give it a chance. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's overtime, Chief. There's nothing to save, nothing to really do. Might as well every you get, take it.
Yep.
Switching sides.
Sometimes a miracle can happen even, right?
Exactly.
Like, sometimes it can happen.
Like, these guys aren't going to kill themselves on sight. They're going to sit there and hold it, and they may fall to the bomb. They're completely fine with that because we are in this overtime situation. But Project 13 seeming to be much better when it comes around to these attacks. I think it really comes down to these later rounds and how each team has been performing with like their most recent memory. And with Project 13 holding themselves down really well on that attack in those later stages of the first half, and NorCal just really following it up and doing a great job with the insane answer they had, I think we may be here forever.
Definitely could, but of course the blinds are going out and the spray is there. Menace trying to get as many as they can before they do fall. That's a 1-1 trade, a little bit of a recon. Or the shock dart going out, 2 finds him. Menace is finished off by Zeldred. Lazy goes ahead, takes out Verdi, and I think he called it, right? Both sides attacking is starting to get better and better, and it's the defense that now has to catch up. Lazy takes out Jangler, and it's a 4-on-1. Giza needs 4, needs to pull off the craziness of craziness, but can't find it. That's going to put it right back at 14-14 as we are moving into our 29th round of this game.
Project 13 should change their name to Project Greater Than or Equal to 13. That's just, hey, I'm not asking for any funds. You know, I'm not going to charge for the idea. I'm just saying it'd be a little bit more accurate. Because we literally could be here forever. Both teams attacking showing is just so insane. Both these teams are doing such a good job of finding them onto the site. Literally, it's like as soon as we go into overtime, usually you see a lot more kind of slower plays. You see people get a little more methodical, figuring out what's going on here. But it's just like the way it's panning out right now, it's, I mean, everybody's just playing like caveman. They just rush onto the site. They're like, oh, we attack? Okay. They run on site, find a couple kills, surprisingly, and they just have that post plant. They don't have to worry about it because so many guys are already knocked out by them.
It's the epitome of the old gamer, the old gamer tag of monkeys together strong, right? It's just rush in as fast as you can. Always try and be together as a group, and it's working so far. Both these teams are struggling here. On the defensive side, they're consistently faltering under the weight of some of these pressures, which you have to get used to, right? It's a constant flip back and forth. We'll see what they can do. Again, you see on your screen right now the players that have so far played a total of 28 rounds to bring us into OT3 here. And I mean, if there's anyone to really step up, who do you think it's going to be on each team and why?
It would have to be, I think it had to be the utility players. As surprisingly as that is to say, I mean, because this is the stage of the game where, as you know, these duelists, their ultimates are really what turn the tide of battle. Obviously, their utility is going to be great. It's going to be a huge advocate for that. But I mean, we're not going to see Verdi grabbing himself an Empress, or maybe he could if he finds himself 2 more right here. But we're not going to see really too much crazy. And actually, hold up.
Yeah, that was a quick set of kills. It drops it into a 3-on-3. Trick is going to take out Lazy, and they're going to make it onto the site. Once again, it's always been attackers that have won their rounds. So Jangler is able to throw down the spike, but no. NorCal fire right back. It's a 2-on-1 situation. This might be the break that we're looking for. That's it. Zeldred finishes it off, and for the first time in these overtimes, a defensive-sided team has won, and NorCal are up 15-14.
That's the break. I mean, I know we're kind of nonchalant about this, but I'm sure these guys are freaking out in the Discord call right now. I mean, this is exactly what you're looking for in overtime. And really on every single map, essentially, that's what it feels like. For some reason, defense just has a tendency to fall. Things start to act a little bit quicker, and everything matters a little bit more. So everything just breezes by, and you don't have to stress out too much about it. Just win your gunfights. And this is the edge they really needed. Because NorCal, they absolutely just went off on the attacking side, and that's really, this is where they brought their comeback, and this is where they had the momentum in earlier.
Take Fox only spotting 1. Owl drone now going out. Given the information that A site is probably going to be the attacking spot. Around the corner they go. Lazy gets 1, but it quickly taken out. Can they get a few more? Verdi finishes off. Don't tell me it's going to be a turnaround. Don't tell me the defense has now won out. NorCal going ahead and trying to drop a few more. That's going to be Verdi going down. That's a huge pick that you do want to see. Exodia hiding out in the corner, 100 HP and 50 shield. So you like to see. Giza takes out Niles, and Spike is down. I repeat, Spike is down at a Pyramids. They're going to have to try this 2-on-3 attempt to get the spike and get it planted. Zodia getting bitten a little bit and drop. Jangler finishes him off. And it's now down to the Viper, the sole member left alive, Zeldred. What can you do?
Well, no matter what
30 seconds left.
really is thrown at you, you got to at least try. This is overtime. You got to push in. You can be slow about it, but you only got 20 seconds, Chief. And they're probably maybe looking at you coming from an alternate. You got to make that move. He's going to push one way and at least get you there. So the defender's flipping it around again, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and kick up my feet because I don't think we're gonna be going to caster desk for a while here. I think we're gonna be here for a minute.
Yeah, let me go change my shirt. You know, just don't need to worry about anything. I'll go take a day
ahead
up.
and put the jammies on. Go ahead and get ready for bed.
It's okay. We'll keep going, and I mean these players. You know, we talk about it so lackadaisically, and yet these players are probably high strung right now.
Yeah, they're probably just stressed out. They're losing hair as we speak.
Yeah, it's OT4. Like, this is not a fun time to be in. I think the furthest I've seen is OT7, and I was in a pub game, so that's a rough time to be in. And so we'll go ahead and take a look. That's going to be a few more shots. Again, first opening frag goes away in NorCal. Wall goes up, so Zodia kind of zoned out from what he was trying to see. Jangler takes out Lazy, and that's a few more drops. Shots go out. Niles takes out Trick, who took out Zodia. We're finally down into a 3-on-3. Habib finishing off the safe side hole. The Wolf goes out. Spike is down. And it's all or nothing for Project 13. They need to get this point.
Oh, that hurts, dude.
You is consistently showing up in some of these points, and it's horrifying to see. Just
love
out
it.
of nowhere.
I love it, dude. You never see it coming and you into it.
Oh, well, Menace didn't see that. Menace didn't see Habib rotating in and just absolutely wrecking shop. So, Zeldred, wait to see. That's going to be a little poison thrown down. I think that is by Zeldred. So, not really going to hurt at all. Quiet is the play. Line goes out, takes a couple shots. Can they find a Jangler? Holding down the defense and can't make it happen. That is going to be NorCal Esports winning their, I want to say, second defensive round and fourth OT round of this game.
And I feel like this is where things really turn. I feel like this is where NorCal could, because they're finally finding their flow on both sides of the field. And Project 13, if they don't follow this up, obviously it's going to be over. Because we see NorCal adapting and being able to quickly adapt to what side of the field they're on, going from attack to defense to attack and winning both of those back-to-back just to really kind of give themselves a tie game and an advantage. And really going back and forth, that's the big determining factor. And one thing I want to point out right quick, because I completely forgot, and I think the viewers may have too, this is map 1, y'all! This is not the third. This is not overtime on maps. This is not the third map. This is the first. They're fighting for literally a little bit of breathing room. I'm just willing to see if somebody's gonna say, "Screw it, dude. We're gonna win the next two."
Did you have an OT in Series 1 too? That was only the 14-12, and you're like, bruh, come on.
we got to run a show to be abiding by, right?
The script is just being written really, really quickly for us right now. Oh, man. Again, we are into what looks to be the 32nd round of this game. These teams have been battling it out. A little bit of a shot goes out. Giza is going to go ahead and try and find a little bit of ground to work with. It's a little bit of a split. Mid and A looks to be the chances that they are taking. NorCal know if they win this one, it is gonna be moving into map number 2, their favorite Haven, which I think they absolutely crushed their quarterfinals opponents on. It is gonna come around the corner. Verdi though finishes off Niles, and Lazy's gonna get 2. Oh, that is a transfer of transfers. You love to see it. Around the corner, Trick is gonna come. Gonna be able to sneak around again. Such a large map, and Spike is gonna go down. Project 13. 13-4, or not 13-4, very sorry. 3 versus 4. Man, yeah, 14 people in there. Habib, though, gonna drop Jangler. 2v4 situation in NorCal, possibly chancing in the wings. Giza, ready to play upset. Lazy hiding in double doors. Can they find a bit more? Right around the corner, Trick finds the hold. Gonna be blinding around the corner and finds the kill. Trick is gonna play it off as Lazy is in. Trick wins it! Trick wins it! We're going 5th overtime, everyone. It's going the distance. Oh!
I'm running out of water.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Oh my. just
Yeah, go-
ridiculous.
somebody take a timeout and figure out what the hell is going on. What is this? I mean, you can never say it's over till it's over. Things do get a little bit of quiet because I mean we have obviously our own little presumptions, but you can never say never. And Trick right here, I think Project 13 have a little bit more of an incentive to go ahead and win this because they want to make sure damn well that NorCal does not sit there and have free range on that second map. Because looking at the
Yeah.
last series, the momentum they played through, the high they ride when they sit there and win that first map, going right to their home turf. Because keep in mind, this was Project 13's map pick. Haven is literally what NorCal is going to choose every time if the opportunity is given to them.
Mhm.
So that alone is something just scary enough for them to say, if we lose this, we can go ahead and count ourselves out because we're not going to have to clutch out. Just let's go ahead and clutch out these rounds so we don't have to clutch out an entire freaking map.
Yeah, and we're watching this on repeat, and I love it, right? Every time, it doesn't get boring to me. Trick opening up with some beautiful blinds, and it's ridiculous. All right, so overtime 5. Overtime 5 is where we're at, 16-16. I love it and hate it at the same time because I want to talk about how Zeldred is almost at a 30 bomb. Doesn't really count if you're in overtime 5, right? Like, I hate to say it. Doesn't matter too much. We love you so much, but it just doesn't matter. So we are moving into that point where Owl Drone is being thrown out. Once again, it is Project 13 on the attack. What can they do here? How are they going to make it work? Menace opens up on Exodia's body.
Take this time right here. You got a minute left. You're not like NorCal where you can sit there and say, all right, let's take this whole minute to think of something and move on a site with 3 seconds left. You have man advantage. You need to figure something out here because they've lost the last 2 attacking rounds. They haven't had that advantage, and they have to play into it when they can.
Oh, Habib. Cheeky kill right there and getting away with 17 HP. Should have died for a trade, but it's not going to happen. Lazy is going to take out Jangler. Remember, Verdi is still up, though, and Lazy gets Verdi. That's going to be NorCal turning this right around. But remember, Menace is still on the field. Menace with the other op is such a scary chance. Location of the recon bolt is there, and Menace takes out Niles.
Oh!
All right, 2v2. 2v2. What are they going to do? Menace trying to bait off the shot, but the wall is out, so no one can really see through. 25 seconds. Go down and around the corner. Oh, can't choose both. You can't shoot both at the same time. Menace gets a free 30. But Lazy takes out Menace. Are you going to find a bit more? Bladestorm is out. Are you going to find it? No! Project 13 with the revive, and Giza takes out the Bladestorm. 17-16. Project 13 on match point.
That right there is exactly what you were mentioning in the pregame, that this map is a constant moving chessboard. And when you look at how this exact matchup goes, I don't think it really matters what map we're on because of how this is. If we're on B side for Icebox, it's the same deal. That was literally a chessboard with how things go. We had a pawn promoted while we had a rook and a knight facing up against each other. A vandal and an op, and you really have to come down. Who's going to get that crossfire? Who's going to close it out better? And we saw Project 13 grabbing that pick to the mid, Menace grabbing that operator shot, and Lazy not applying that pressure to follow it up with.
Just a series of events that you could not write into the script any better. Now we're going to see again Project 13. They have Menace. Menace has been ridiculous thus far. And honestly, I dare say want to say outshining Lazy at points, right? It's these two just consistently back and forth with the operator, consistently battling each other for supremacy of the long range. Project 13 going ahead, sending 2 on the B site. It is a default setup with a B side attempt from NorCal. Remember, this is a team that likes to play it much, much slower. Do we like it? Is it the right call? Quite possibly. Jangler going to go ahead, throw up the wall, and that's going to be the opening frags. Project 13 getting 2 really good kills, make it 3. Lazy going to go for another, and Jangler is going to grab it now in a 3v1 NorCal. This is going to be Zeldred having to pull off the play of plays if they want to manage another OT. 30 seconds left. Spike down in the B site, not the place you want to be at.
Oh, most definitely not. But you got to go grab that spike. I mean, everything is over here on B site. So, I mean, you can't run away from it, especially knowing your last one. But Project 13, Project 18 more like. It's been long enough. Finally finding a close and adapting to both sides of the field after after 2 unanswered attacking rounds where they lost it and had to make it up on their defense, they finally won the attack. Went right back to the first couple overtimes. This whole overtime has its own kind of plot line to it. Like it's like we completely forgot about the regular game going on at that state.
Yeah. And I just want to point out a total of, I want to say, 34 rounds. 34 rounds played. And if you were to think about that, that is close to a game and a half, really. Or I would even say straight up there with 2 games. It's almost a full series in and of itself if it were a little bit quicker, right? This is a ridiculous number of games to play or rounds to play in a single game, and you still have a full series left. And remember, it's also only the semifinals. These guys still have to play. Whoever wins still has to play a full another best of 3 series. That is absolutely soul crushing. So very, very well done on their part to be able to manage it. But I'm wondering how big of a toll this is going to take on their mental. We'll go ahead, go to a very quick break. Make sure to come back, and we'll see you all for game number 2 on Haven between Project 13 and NorCal Esports.
go.
impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with game number 2, and I have a brand new co-caster, of course. It is not Mick, even though it does say Mick on our screen because we love Mick so much. But it is Vincent. There we go. We got a couple quick types. You know, you blink and it changes. Vincent, you are here. You are excited. We brought in game day number 1. Now we're here for day number 2. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. My name is, of course, not Mick. You know, no, but I'm excited. I was watching that game number 1 over on Breeze on the stream, and oh, talk about a barn burner. That one was seriously close. I was just discussing as well in the interim. Man, NorCal have really been impressing me as of late. I've loved what they've done. They've really started to improve over the course of all of these Radiant Arena events, especially like the first Radiant Arena. I kind of put them down in like the same, you know, same type of team who are just out in groups pretty much every time, and now they're consistently making it into playoffs, and they're into, I mean, what is now semifinals. Like that's just humongous. I love that they have been able to make those adjustments.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal job, but on the other side, the ones potentially knocking them out here and forcing them into a 3rd place match is Project 13. And I mean, this team, yes, NorCal pushed them to the limit, but it felt like Project 13 still had a little bit left in the tank. There's a reason they came out 18-16, felt like they had a few more options to their name. But we do get to go ahead, take a look at the bracket here. On our side is, of course, Project 13 versus NorCal here. 1-0 to Project 13. On the flip side of the map, TLC have gone ahead and beaten Able Esports 2-1. They will now face off against Pro Malders, and we'll see who comes out as the victor in that series to move on into the grand finals. It's going to be such a phenomenal game to watch, and hopefully it is going to be just as entertaining. But of course, we want to emphasize that this is powered by Community Gaming, this Radiant Arena. It's been a phenomenal time here. It's been so much fun casting this, and I mean, it wouldn't be possible without them. They've allowed so many people to play in so many different tournaments, and they run tournaments pretty much every single week. You know, if you are into card games, if you are into the MOBAs, or even into the FPS genre, like right now, they have a tournament for you. It's mostly free to enter, so make sure to go check them out. I believe it is communitygaming.io. Follow them on Twitter. Follow them just about anywhere, and you will have that opportunity to go and play as well. However, we will be getting into our second map of the series. It is going to be on a Haven, which, I mean, NorCal definitely know and love.
Yeah, 100%. This is, I kind of feel this is absolutely NorCal's opportunity to show that, hey, listen, we really took it to Project 13 on Breeze. We nearly took the victory. It didn't go our way in overtime. You know, it happens to the best of teams, right? Now they can start to show us, listen, this is not an easy series. This isn't a 2-0. We are in a 2-0 type team here in the semifinals, and I hope that they can bring it to this Project 13 side on this map in particular. But Project 13, they aren't no slouches on this map either. We've seen them play this a whole bunch of times. They played this in the finals and the quarterfinals of the last Radiant Arena. They won both of those maps, and so they've been having a pretty solid win rate on Haven as well. So I don't think that we can write them off by any means, despite the fact that NorCal picked this.
Yep. Gonna be fun to see. We are getting into those agent selections. Of course, we do have a little bit of a change up here. The Cypher coming out for Zelriz, which, you know, Cypher, of course, is kind of a mainstay here. Going to be very, very exciting. We are directly into the game. Anyway, it is going to be Project 13 on the defensive first, with NorCal coming out on the attack. Spike already going down here onto the B site, or attempting to, at least, as Giza goes ahead, takes out Niles, and we are getting an opening of frags to kick things off.
Yeah, that Shark Dart denying the plant for just a little bit of time, and now that Minutes is really close on this entryway, that's gonna make things even more harder. The Nebula was there for just a moment. Now it has dissipated, but might be one more coming in, and yeah, well, there it is. That Astra making life difficult. The flash is good. Trick connects on one shot, but ultimately the defense falls apart. And Habib with a double there at the end. Quad on the round as he even gets the spike plant just for good measure.
A little extra money going into their pockets. It feels great. And we get to wait and see how it's going to work out, because again, Habib feeling pretty good here. He last game or last map felt a little bit hit or miss, but still one of the top fighters. But of course, a lot of question marks, right? A lot of question marks on this team, because again, it was Project 13 that came back. The first time that they got a lead, I think in game number 1, was actually at round, I want to say 18, where they tied it up, right? So they're no strangers about playing from behind. And of course, that was the first pistol round. Now we get to see the full Spectres coming out for the entirety of NorCal. After that, it will be potentially the bonus round for Project 13 to see what they can do.
Exactly. You gotta understand, right? Like, this is a team that, I mean, when it comes to Project 13, we've seen some like crazy comeback stories from these guys. It's definitely not something that they are like. They're not frustrated by playing a game like last map, where they're, you know, maybe a little bit behind the ball, where they got to go to overtime to take a victory. That's like fine for them. They eat up teams that struggle under those scenarios and those circumstances. So that's part of, I think, what is so powerful about these guys, is that they all have so much experience at this level, that, you know, overtimes, long games, long series, all that kind of stuff. That's just really a flash in the pan for them.
Yep. Feels great, as we do have a little bit of a quick pause here. We are going to make sure players are set and feeling okay at the current standing. But again, the agents so far coming out have been interesting, to say the least. The opening has been there, and if this goes to a map number 3, you know, if NorCal are able to take this in a very confident manner or even in a very close game, who do you think is going to be favored in that scenario, right? I want to kind of get your opinion there.
I have to favor Project 13. They won the last Radiant Arena. They're absolutely dominant when it comes to VO3s. So despite that, I still think there would be a chance for NorCal, though that's a nice find by Trick, and he's actually following it up with another one, making a triple for Trick, who's playing like a maniac at the moment. He's got a quad. This man is just doing everything that's necessary to put NorCal into the grave.
Oh, that was a phenomenal spray down to open up the second round. And my gosh, if they pulled off, NorCal are going to be scratching their heads, right? This is the one that you really don't want to let happen to dash out. And Giza is going to take down Lazy. In a scenario where normally you would see NorCal come out to, oh, Project 13 are able to make the Thrifty round their own.
They had classics, Orbital. Classics, I tell you. It was unreasonable. I mean, he just gets away with so much right there. And even that 4th kill, right? Like, he should never have been able to find that.
Yeah, that was rough to say the least, but looking good for Project 13, right? Being able to win that one now puts NorCal into a situation where they are not going to have a very fun time. They are going to have to try and bounce back with a couple of these shares. You can see them spread out a little bit, default setup, and I think Project 13 are able to read this. They should know that the weapon advantage is drastically in their favor. Lazy is just going to try and run straight through, and I don't think that's the plan that you want to use. That's going to go ahead and be Birdie taking out a few members, make it 2. As the blind does come up and the smoke screen is on. Break through double doors into garage.
You know,
One enemy
this
remaining.
is a situation where I want to mention that unfortunately NorCal's composition is not great against what Project 13 are running. The amount of utility available for Project 13 is just monstrous in comparison. You have two controllers, right? In you have Trick on the Viper and you have Jangler on the Astra, and not only that, but the Astra can of course do so much more than Matinals can do on the Omen. So from the rip, controller-wise, you have so much more util if you are Project 13, which is going to be great on the defense. And on top of that, you don't have a Sky if you're NorCal. Sky is really powerful right now, and we saw what Habib could do on the Sky last map.
Yeah, Sky is definitely my favorite in terms of coming back and being a ridiculous powerhouse when a lot of people thought that she was not going to be strong, right? Like, a lot of people I remember were like, man, Sky is really bad. Too much utility and everything, and then it came out that she would actually need a nerf. That is, I think, a great way to watch kind of the scaling of an agent come to fruition right there. So really, really fun to watch that overall setup. Project 13, of course, setting up here. This is going to be the first time we really get to see the guns out on both sides. So far, it is a default setup. Project 13 going ahead, shifting a majority over to C and B. NorCal Esports wading into A, potentially testing the waters.
Yeah, well, those waters are not quite shark infested yet. Project 13 sort of rotating in, but they're not really here. It's a backwards hold just from heaven, if you will. So the plant of that spike gonna be going down relatively uncontested. Is now we're looking at a 5-on-5 retake. The thing about it is though, there is a Viper Spit available here, so Trick could find some interesting ways to get that into use, but, well, just with guns, it's already looking good. Project 13 take 2, but it's quickly traded back by Mataniles.
Yep, gonna be a solid setup, and that is Birdie going ahead, taking down 2 heads. Gonna try and find a few more headshots, but Zeldred is gonna finish off Birdie. Jangler is gonna finish off Zeldred. That's just gonna go ahead and be the finishing blow. Project 13 now moved to 3-1.
Nasty stuff there on the 1v5. I would argue that, did you really need the pit there at the end? Probably not. But I mean, it's fine to just confirm, right? You're just confirming that, hey, you know, listen, we have this round for sure. It's gonna happen no matter what, and that's certainly okay, right? It's maybe not like ideal, but it's fine. So as we get into this coming round, it's once again gonna be sheriffs in hand for NorCal. You can't really afford much of anything else.
First shot goes out, is gonna miss, but over on that other side, it sounds like a lot of chaos broke out here on A. You can see the litter of dead bodies, no one getting chances. That's gonna be the weapon swap. All the way out, Exodia's just like, look, I need that gun over here. I need it right now. Give it a shot. Niles is gonna hold off. Seekers are out. They're not gonna find their mark. The blind goes out and headshot for one. Can they find another? Lazy is gonna find one with the knife. Can't flip it around quick enough. And NorCal finish it off, making it 3-2.
Well, you use a Blade Storm and it works out well. So that's a very nice find for NorCal, but they also even the score significantly as it's 3-2, like you said. And I think that this is the kind of back and forth nature of these two teams that we were kind of seeing on Breeze, right? Like one team coming in gets a big thrifty off the back of Trick having a huge hero performance, and then it's NorCal who come back, and as a team they just kind of roll over that A site and take some big shots.
Yep. And now we take a look. Project 13 is gonna go ahead and set up for once again what is going to be an A attempt. Or sorry, not Project 13, NorCal. I'm always looking at the wrong side of the screen. I feel so bad. Gonna be
Project 13
Zelda.
are red, to be fair. So.
Yes, I see that, and then the agents are in blue, and I'm like, come on, Orbital, you can do better than that. Double doors though being held. Garage has seen a lot of action, but it's still gonna be a hard jump into the A site. We are gonna see everyone kind of spraying down. It's 4 members going ahead and taking over. What more can they do? Giza going ahead, throwing down a little bit of a shock dart, and they're gonna smoke out Heaven. What more can they do? Big question marks on the retake from Project 13.
They've been hit or miss here on these, but overall, you could say successful. Menace has spotted out one player, now has an idea of what's going on. That's a very unfortunate position to be in, and somehow Menace survives for much longer than needed. Birdie finally takes a trade, but Lazy involved. Birdie gets taken out as well. It's a bit of a shooting gallery coming through that dark cover into the site, and NorCal take victory. They've tied the game once again.
Just looking phenomenal. And this is, it scares me because I already saw the 18-16 in game number 1, right? I have to want to see it again, but this one is making it close, right? Making it a close run to potentially be double overtimes here. And as much as I love the idea of these teams taking it straight into overtime, like, you know, these rounds don't matter or anything like that, but gosh, this is going to be so much fun to see. All right, we're going to go ahead, break out into this opening. 2-member setup along a long. A little bit of poison going down, Habib. Large question marks. And then bounce through. Going ahead and backing away. Habib holding it quiet. Niles on the other side is going to get one, and Habib gets the sneaky shot.
Man, Menace is terrifying in those sorts of positions with that weapon in particular, but it doesn't seem to matter this time out. A nice find by Habib, like you say. It's 2 frags, one towards that A area, and the other coming out over towards C. Either way, Project 13 down by 2 players, and that is, I mean, something we haven't really seen coming to fruition all that often. Despite looking to rotate back out and maybe head back here towards the A area, and well, Trick up to his old tricks is not going to be able to find anything at all, and this is another wide open site.
It is, and they're going to go ahead, lay down the plant. NorCal looking strong here, right in the rhythm here on the attacking side, and again, the run it back, Neural Theft and Hunter's Fury are all available for them at the current moment. They can't make it work, but again, why would you use that on 2 members? Project 13 already down to 2, and those are the ones that you're really excited about. Around the corner they go, and Giza finding a good tag, feeling pretty good about that. But the hunt is on. You can see the entirety of NorCal going ahead and spraying. Now Jangler though, what in the world? Are you kidding me? The most epic of exit frags is gonna feel good in Giza. No. No, are they gonna? No way. No way.
You failed. Oh my gosh. They actually got away with it.
No! Oh, I'm done. Project 13, you have done the dirtiest thing I think I've ever seen in Valorant.
I mean, man, that type of ninja defuse is so hard in this game. And I can't remember the last time I saw somebody get away with it at this level. I mean, that's so rare. And Project 13, Keys in particular, just barely gets it. Just barely.
You know anyone else would have given up the attempt at the defuse, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like anyone else would have, but that is the GOATest way to go down, right? Just pure saying, I'm gonna hardball, I'm gonna gamble my life here. And then, again, that beautiful cover smoke from his own teammate, able to pull it off. Just, we can't discredit that. That was such a good play right there. I can't believe that happened. Project 13 up 4, up 1, 4-3 right now. That's gonna be the wolf coming out for Birdie, and now it's on NorCal. They definitely have to be upset with what just occurred. They are gonna try for a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, they certainly going to need to do the old mental reset off the back of that. The Seekers, all 3 of them actually coming down long C. So some information gain off the back of that for Project 13. So NorCal are going to elect to just rotate out. They don't want to really give all that sort of information away. And so only one player remains there at the C area. Looks like they're going to move over here towards A. This is where they found the most success, so it makes a lot of sense that they would be pulling that. As run it back seems a little early, but Habib is just trying to make space, make some room, gets it back by the Bladestorm, but the Bladestorm connects on to Exodia as there's still a couple of players left alive. Somehow Menace doesn't get out of there. I'm not sure what happened.
The anger, it's just pure NorCal anger at that last round, right? They are just going to town here. This is going to be them going ahead, getting plant trick, going ahead, trying to get the chance here. 32 HP and a dream. Throw down a little bit of cover smoke, a little bit of damage as well. But are they going to find it? Around the wall to go, and the corner's there. Oh! Zeldred with the wire, I think, gave it away, and that is going to be NorCal moving. Side up, 4-4.
Yeah, it was the cam there, but either way, a frustrating position for Project 13 to be in, especially after, I mean, you know, what a good round, big find that they had in the prior round. Then immediately it's answered back. You're back into losing straights, and I mean, if you look at the economy, it's devastated for Project 13. They ain't got no money, and they're gonna have to pull off yet another miracle if they want to take this round.
I mean, if there's anyone to watch for, though, Menace with the Marshall and Operator has been phenomenal in Game 1. Now let's see if they can do it again. In Game 2, Owl Drone is going to go out. Habib is going to go ahead, pick up the orb for himself. And Giza on the far side is going to take out Zeldred. Now they just need a few more in hand. Marks with a hard push. Project 13 really not giving any quarters. Niles, though, going ahead and entering here onto the C site. A lurk play, though, from the attacking Sova. Might find a little bit of problems, and Zodia goes ahead, takes out Menace. That's a spray down that you like to see. NorCal coming out with the man advantage as the spike is ticking away. Looks like Project 13 are not going to have that opportunity to break away from this tie. Lazy is going to find one. Giza, last one standing, and gets a headshot. All right, needs one more to really make it worth it. One to go, and that's going to be the teleport from the Omen. Can't really see it. Blind is there, and Habib finishes it off. NorCal moved to 5-4.
And NorCal just impressing me so often here, man. They've done a great job there on map number 1. They do a great job just to get to this point, if I'm being honest with you. And now putting it to Project 13 on map number 2 here in the series. It's looking good for them. That said, we are seeing weapons coming out once again for Project 13, so this is an opportunity for Project 13 to stop the bleeding. 4 out of the last 5 rounds have gone NorCal's way, and Trick, well, he's just saying, listen, A-Side's closed for business, guys.
Listen. I shut this down and is under main. All right, Lazy, slow down here. You can't do it to him like that. Your name is Lazy. You're supposed to be slower off the starting block.
Not this time. Not on Jet. That's too quick, Frags. Some reason, somehow, they're going to be able to go back here towards A. Frustrating for Trick, who left the safety of the Viper's Pit and rotated around, understandably.
Yes. My gosh. I would be terrified to see Lazy on the enemy team, right? Trick goes ahead, opens up on Exodia. It's now down into a 4-on-2. Make it a 4-on-1. Habib, last one standing. A little bit of poison thrown out, and Trick is going to go ahead and find one. Can they find a little bit more? Now spraying away right inside that cover of poison. And spray through is Lazy. Gets a third on the board. For this round, NorCal moving to 6-4.
Man, I feel like Trick is really just grabbing the rest of his team by the scruff of the neck and dragging them in to this map and keeping them somewhat reasonably, you know, just in there, right? Like, without Trick, I feel like this game is a very different scoreline. I could see this being like a you know, 9 rounds type of half for NorCal otherwise, but as it stands right now, it's going to be an eco once again for Project 13. Verdi gets aggressive. Nice flash comes through from the window, and that is enough to take Verdi out. Lazy, the one responsible. Second flash, the curveball coming through. Not going to do anything other than net some space for Habib to try and get some openings over towards B, but ultimately these pushes, Project 13, they're not coming to fruition, and they're just kind of giving away frags to NorCal left, right, and center.
And you can't do that, right? Against NorCal, you cannot be handing these over. Lazy. And especially to Lazy, last person you want to give those frags over to. More ammo for this player to... All right, Menace. We see you. We see you, Menace. You got to. You still die. It's fine. It looked good at the end.
It did, but, you know,
round in the
what looks even better is a 7+ score for NorCal at the half. You know, if they're able to close this last one out, that was styling. I will give him that.
I think that was a backwards dash into Shorty.
It was. It was. And he set it up, right? Like, literally. He's like, what, boy? Knowing that the guy was planning to, like, that, like, okay, Menace, style points, my friend. Style points for sure. Unfortunately, style is not going to get you points on the scoreboard, but the Hunter's Fury certainly might. Take some shots to Skiza, but misses every one of them. The running back comes in, and Meta Niles already takes Skiza out.
Yep, and that's a spray down into the site. Niles gets 2. Trick is going to take out Habib's Shadow. They're going to try and play it safe. 3-on-5 here. Plant is going to go down again. NorCal, we said that this is one of their maps that they really enjoy. Of course, Project 13 were the ones that picked it up, so they had to be confident as well. But NorCal looking better and better here as time goes on. Last few rounds until the half is done. I think this is the last round, of course. Memenez coming in once again, had a little bit of a shot, runs straight through the Astral wall, and is going to be picked off. The sprays are there. Project 13 in the 2v2. Can they get a little bit more? No, it's not. Exodia finishes it off, pushes it to 8-4, and that is going to be the half.
Switching sides.
Man, this just looks better and better every time we see it. Every single time from this NorCal side. And I mean, I don't know that I could have guessed an 8-4 scoreline, considering that I had high expectations for Project 13 in this map in particular. As I mentioned, Project 13 very familiar here. This is not, you know, a territory that they are not comfortable in. They absolutely are. But that said, we have seen Project 13 struggle on the defense before. And that all changes when the attack side starts rolling. We'll have to see if that continues to be a trend here, as NorCal are on the defense with that 4-round advantage.
Oh, look at the bear. Look at the pretty bear. Now we're going to see some action pop out. Again, the star's coming down from the Astra. Zeldred on top of Heaven. They're just dashing straight in. Again, the pistols break out, and Verdi opens up with 2. Menace trying to get a piece of it. And Verdi makes it 3. Can they make it 4? Possibly. Nope. Lazy. Gonna be dashing straight into the face of the Sky. Lazy needs a few more, though, if they want to come out with the round win. It's gonna be a difficult uphill battle. Classic is all Zeldred has. He's been trying his best. Again, Cypher is not exactly well known for their aggressive pushes in. A little bit of wall goes up. just might be the round. Again, time is ticking down. He's one more around the corner. Menace takes out Zeldred, and the spray is there. Lazy gets one before he falls, but Jangler gets the last kill.
And Verdi's pistols are cracked. I feel like this man, like every pistol round, I don't know if we actually could have stats on that. I'm not sure, but I feel like every single time this guy gets like 2-3 kills on a pistol, Verdi does. That might just be me, like, you know, only remembering the good times, so to speak, but it really feels like it. In Project 13, they take the pistol in what is a pretty dominant fashion. They set themselves up for success here in hap number 2. But NorCal, they're certainly going to have something to say. They ain't going to just, you know, fall over here.
Yeah, not at all. They are not going to have that happen. And go ahead and get a little bit of a push in once again. A little bit of a hot hand up on top of Habib wanting to know, but Trick goes ahead and finds Lazy, and again, that's one of your top fraggers off of NorCal. Now it's just kind of clean up. Habib gets Menace, Jangler takes out Habib, and Exodia takes out Verdi. The shorty putting in some work, and it's down into a 2-on-2 as Zeldred and the Sova wipe the floor with 2. Giza feeling a little bit of the burn here as NorCal have got to figure out where they want to attack from. Options are open and questions are unanswered. Gonna go ahead and push in.
Oh, well, that's probably best case scenario for Project 13, right? They both players spot out an individual, and they get the drop on him as well. I mean, that looked good. It was possible for NorCal. They certainly had made their mark on the round, but it's not enough to send them to victory, at least not in that pistol. Now, though, things might change. They still have those 2 rounds of buffer. And now they've got weapons in hand. It is a bit of a bonus in that there's 3 players for Project 13 without rifles. Giza, Jangler, both the Spectres, and of course Menace. This is just his main gun. It's just, you know, pick up a judge.
Just run around with it. It's so much fun. And now we get to see the blind. Oh, Habib almost gets 2, but Menace was just a little bit quicker. Now the Seekers did go out. Project 13 are wanting this round. They want to get it within 1, and the double tag team onto Niles is going to net them a kill advantage. Now in a 3v4 situation, NorCal are entering in what looks to be the upper side of Tons. They're going to try and split it, but the Astra wall doing so much work right there. Menace comes around the corner and is going to find Lazy sleeping. The wall to go, double dash into the top side. Can't find anyone though. NorCal having a couple question marks. Again, the wall doing so much to block out information. Looking pretty good for Project 13.
Only Menace swings that with a judge. I mean, this man swinging with a judge. Like, come on, dude. You know that's outrageous. And he just comes back from the corner after recovering a weapon, and he's got another double. Menace is just, it's just not fair. It's just not fair. He's playing on easy mode.
The worst part, right, is Menace is 3rd in the KDA board, right?
I know!
He's cracked, but so is Trick and Verdi. Like, that's ridiculous to me.
That's what's so disgusting about this Project 13 team. I knew they were going to be good. As soon as I saw them announced on Twitter, I was super excited to see them. And I've been, honestly, it's a blessing that we've been able to see them all, you know, both these weeks of Radiant Arena. But they just have such depth in the roster as this is just, it's an eco round. And, well, it's sort of what you would expect. Nice kill there from Zeldred to take Menace out, who was in the air. That headshot's not easy when they're, you know, when they're flying at you, but still 4-on-2, and that's exactly what you're saying. You know, the depth of this roster is just outrageous.
Yeah, it's great to have, you know, if you're playing and you're getting into the competitive, it's great to have one person that you know can carry. It's always nice to have that, you know, someone that you can always rely on. But it's much better when you have 5 members that can continuously, you know, kind of clutch it out in very, very high pressure situations, right? Because there is something that I love hearing in interviews is the fact that even in FPS, players will get targeted, right?
Yeah.
Players will get targeted all the time if they're having a hot game. You know, hey, take out this one player, take him down and we're good. Take out certain people and that's fine.
Especially on the defensive side.
Oh yeah. And it's so good to hear that you always have that opportunity of, hey, we have these players that are gonna be able to step up, gonna be able to take it to town if we wish. And no matter who you take down, someone else will always be there to take their place.
Yeah, we saw Exodia there on the last moment going into the spike, collecting his casualty credits and making himself well known. As 8-8 the scoreline. Project 13, they just, it seems like it's easy the way in which they take these series and tie them up despite being down in some cases. This is a great example of it.
Yeah, it's tied up. This is exactly like game number 1 went. However, Lazy not expecting a flying opponent. However, the rest of the team is expecting some opponents to fly into their face. They are looking so dang clean on this A entry, and they take 3. Now it's only left 2 more. Neural is up for Zeldred, but I don't think he's going to get the chance to use it. He is in a bad spot, hiding in a corner that he doesn't want to be in. Oh, a little bit of a spot as Trick takes the head of Zeldred. Now it's on Niles to try and clutch it out, but I mean, it's against 4. There's a high chance it might not happen.
Yeah, I'd say a high chance, maybe even a bit of an undersell there, Orbital. It's just, you know, most likely not going to be taking the 1v4. But that being said, I will say it's a little bit disgusting that Menace just kept buying a judge until he could recover an operator from NorCal, and then he grabs the operator. And I don't know, if the last moment there he picked back up the judge, but it looks like he's recovered something different now, which I'm glad to see. Just picked up a rifle. That would have been a little bit ridiculous if you dropped the operator to recover the judge. That would very much be a Menace play, though, to be honest.
Listen. It's not about the econ value. It's about the sentimental value the gun holds to him, okay?
Right.
All about the fact that they have so many kills on that gun. It is so stupid to say that, but it's so true. The judge has done so much work. And I feel it also gives some players a little bit too much confidence. So we'll see if Menace can make it work up above the go.
Okay.
And there it is again. Doing it again. Stop it, Menace. Stop it. The rest of the team is taking him out to you. All right, there you go. Lazy goes. Get out of here. You're done with the judge.
Oh, nice find by Birdie. That's a good look. I mean, Lazy was up there very quickly, and Birdie just very much ready for that look. And well, beyond that, I don't know if those secrets are strictly necessary, guys. It's a 1v4, but I mean, regardless, those are gonna definitely find where Niles is sitting and probably make his life a living hell. Oh, nice shot.
He's upset he got Seeker sent after him. Oh, the pants sleeping Birdie! No, Birdie goes down! Oh, okay, Jangler finally finishes off. Birdie just wanted to pet the very, very pretty bird. That's all that Birdie wanted to do.
Yeah, you know, sometimes that's what you're looking for. And, well, somebody swings around the corner with a gun in your hand and ruins your day. You hate to see it. Truly hate to see it. But, well, you know what NorCal hate to see? This freaking scoreline. It's 10-8. This started 8-4. And suddenly, Project 13 have double digits, and NorCal have been left floundering. One other question, though, that I do have, Orbital. Where's this NorCal timeout? I think it needed to be happening a little bit ago.
Yeah, it's fun to see teams actually utilize a bit more, but they might not need it. Lazy goes ahead, takes out Birdie, who has been a huge point of problem. Habib is going to go ahead and take out one, but he is in the poison. Going to start taking down an HP value. Trick is going to take out Habib, and that is a huge Viper's pit to potentially clutch it out. Again, 4 on there, and Trick comes around the corner, trading his life for 1. Can they finish off a few more? Jangler is going to get Lazy, and it's down in 2-on-2.
I am absolutely just confused in every way here. This round going pretty much absolute chaos. Jangler, though, has traded Exodia into this one-on-one. And we saw Zeldred in a position out there at mid, but he's rotating around. He might find a good timing here, though Jangler is looking for it, and Jangler's far too prepared. Jangler has played that a million times, and he finds the clutch. Now it's 11 rounds to 8, and NorCal still down.
This hurts. And I agree with you right there, Vincent, right? Where's the timeout? Where's the mental reset? Where do you go to kind of get your mind back in this game? Because it feels like NorCal are slipping here, right? They have 4 ultimates up, though. This could be the big game changer. They have the running back Neuro Theft, Hunter Siri, and From the Shadows. These are all great repositioning and utility tools that you can kind of bottleneck your opponents at points. They're going to just straight up open up. With that Hunter's Fury, that's going to tag 1, only take down the HP values a little bit, as Menace is going to be there. And Lazy and Habib go ahead, hot hands for 1, and a headshot with the other.
Nicely done. That's certainly what you want to see. NorCal are going to take this round and, well, take anything for that matter. Oh, man, Jangler was ready, but he wasn't ready for the headshot Zeldrit's putting on. It's hurt that's going out from that Sheriff, and Project 13 down to a single player. And, well, I guess they know what's going on. But this is just like, come find me.
Double dash straight into the wall and just floated down like a snowflake. That was great to watch. We are now at 9 and 11. Project 13 feeling okay. They still have plenty of money to work with. Full buy coming out, and finally we see Menace. Gosh dang it! Are you kidding me? It was a Vandal before he swapped to the. This is so ridiculous.
You've been debated.
I hate the fact that I'm casting this. Like, that's the worst part. I'm actually casting the fact that Menace has opted for the judge 9 times out of 10.
And it's working.
Stop it, man. Stop it.
Orbital's have to go. He needs a little bit of a break for a moment. It's okay though.
I need to scrub myself off from what feels like filth that's working. It's so good.
Well, it has continued working here into this round, as it is a free and open sea site. Trick has found Zeldrit, but is he gonna find anything more? Menace up close on that Nebula, is able to send back to run it back. Lazy through as well, connects on a double, but Verdi has the number up with Lazy and Habib. Verdi is absolutely incredible. He's just, spray control is outrageous on this guy.
Match point.
We're done. We will see you next time. That is it. That was it. That was the round.
This is
We're done.
semifinals, by the way. Believe it or not.
That transfer was so freaking clean. 5 HP to live. How? I said it before. You backed me up on it. Project 13 has so many members that are just so gosh dang. Look at that. There was no hesitation.
And he had like 3 bullets left as well on that spray transfer. That's what's even more impressive. Look, 10 bullets in the chamber. Oh,
he ran out. Last shot got the kill.
That's confidence. Oh man, it's another round happening. By the way, I mean we're just too busy geeking out here. But in the meantime, NorCal has gotten the opening frag. The Trick has traded back. There's a Bladestorm online there for NorCal. So this is not bad for them. The Trick is in a nice spot on this flank.
Now it's gonna go ahead, send out a little bit of a paranoia. Might spot a few members, but that's gonna be the gravity wall almost drawing him in, so they do get information. He has to hide in that Viper wall, which always feels so bad. That's gonna be 4 members collapsing in. But Trick with the flank is so good in Garage. Miles has to hear it. Gun is there. Habib takes out Verdi, and Giza is down as well, so that is going to put it into a 1v3. We've seen Jangler pull this off, but this is going to be a high chance of failure. It's unfortunate, as we like to call it, but let me give it a shot.
Ooh, that's
one gets 2.
Timing.
Oh! Are you serious? Okay,
Oh,
Exodia
man.
was waiting there.
My heart can't take this no more. I'm telling you. NorCal, they survive. That's what matters. They're still here.
I hate the fact that should have only been like 1 death out of those 3, right? Because I didn't get it pointed out. All 3 NorCal members were in that corridor. All 3 of them were sitting there, and yet Exodia let 2 of his teammates die before he sprayed through the smoke. Like, I feel that was kind of bad.
I definitely was an oversight. You can't get away from that. I think no more. He was trying just to miss shots. Don't want to put too fine a point on it, but yeah, a bit of a frustrating position and a bit of a bad moment there from Exodia. But well, here we are again. Project 13 still with plenty of cash to buy in, and There is still players here at C, though. I mean, believe it or not, you rush C like 4 times in a row. They start putting players there.
Well, Menace doesn't care. They open up with 2. Menace with the knives, Birdie with the Phantom, and they're going to continue that momentum. The wall is up, I believe, from that Astra, and they're going to go ahead and collapse. Lazy with a point-blank Birdie right in the head, and they're going to try and follow up once again. 12-10. Remember, Project 13 win this one. They will have collected the 2-0. Menace, oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh, the timing. Menace has it, though. The right click is good. Lazy coming in. This is a shot wide. Jangler has the frag. Astus Giza. Astus Project 13. The map of the series. It's all going their way. And that is going to be the grand finals for Project 13 for the 2nd time in a row. 2nd Radiant Arena. 2nd week. Wow. What a great job for Project 13. They, you know, sometimes they just do things that doesn't make sense. And they have the skill to just do it anyway. I mean, you know, it's comparable to when you watch Tins' stream and he just does stupid things that don't make any sense, but he gets away with it because he's just better in ranked. That's like what Project 13 are doing to maybe a slightly lesser degree, but in like real tournaments and stuff.
You know, some may call it confidence, some may call it a little disrespect, but either way, they got the victory in there, and no shame to NorCal at all. They took Project 13 to 5 overtimes in game number 1, and then here brought them down to 8-4. Yes, they fell through, but it has to be said, NorCal played a fantastic series as well. They'll go ahead, play in the 3rd place matchup. That one's only going to be a best of 1, so good luck to them. However, Project 13, go ahead, move up to the grand finals. We'll see what they can do in that series. Back as soon as we know who are those champions.
We do know.
That'll be moving on. Oh, we do. It has been finished. It sounds like.
It's
go ahead and get info. All right.
And they took the 2-0 over Professional Molders. So I'd say maybe like that was a pretty. It was a toss-up game for me, but maybe a slight upset for Teal Team. So really good job in their first showing as this full 5 as well. So I'm really excited to see what they have to bring on for the finals, especially against Project 13. Because I mean, we just saw the reason why this is always a tough a tough game, because Project 13 just does do things that don't make sense. And like, you know, it's that mindset, right, where it's like, how do you prepare against something that you can't prepare for? and that's exactly it, right? But listen, good luck to NorCal. They're going to play in that 3rd place money match, $100 on the line in that BO1. So hopefully they're going to be able to maybe take that. That's against Professional Molders. But also, I want to say, man, Lazy and Habib, that duo, they are really showing that they have the chops to be at the next level here in Valorant. I talked about how I've seen this team improve over the last like month or so, and it's been really impressive. Lazy and Habib both at 2nd and 3rd respectively on the ACS leaderboard there for map number 2, despite losing it. Of course, we saw what Lazy did in map number 1 as we did Habib. I mean, both had phenomenal performances. So props to that whole team and those two in particular.
Yeah, very, very well done. And now we go ahead and go to a very quick break. Make sure the players are set for those grand finals. It will be a best of 3, so make sure to tune in. We will see if Project 13 can continue their dominant run, or if Teal Team will play the upset rounds. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Out, but that's actually the wolf. Taking a crawl, and that's just it. Full house kill for White and Husky as NorCal put a third on the board.
I still think there would be a chance for NorCal. That's a nice find by Trick. He's actually following it up with another one, making a triple for Trick.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, yo, whoa, see, yeah, you don't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, the good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going and going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be
And welcome back. We are here for game number 1 of the grand finals. We're very, very excited to see what the teams can produce for us. Again, it is Project 13 versus Teal Seam. And I think, Vincent, it's fitting. We opened with Teal Seam and we're ending with Teal Seam. Whether they win or not, it is going to be a great time, as Project 13 have shown us that they are willing to go the distance. First game that we saw of them today, it was 18-16. I just want to point that out. 18-16 in game 1. It was ridiculous. And now we're in the grand finals, another best of 3. I'm excited. Vincent, are you excited?
I'm absolutely pumped, and I'm even more pumped to see Project 13 defending their title here. Remember, they were the victors last time out here at the Radiant Arena, and so now they have a chance to defend and to get the two-peat, which is awesome. I love that, and also excited to see Teal Seam, in the finals. When I saw them initially come in here as a sign-up team, I was excited because they had taken about a month hiatus. A couple of their players had gotten poached by some better teams, and so the core of this, which is Larry Banks, Seven, and Cade, they kind of took a bit of a break. I don't know if they were just trying out players or anything, but I didn't see them in any tournaments or anything. And so I was kind of like, oh, maybe they've just gone to the wayside. Maybe they've gone all free agent or whatnot. But I'm really happy that they've come back with Glyph and Aqua, two players that I have a lot of respect for, which is, a huge to see them here. And now they've made it to the grand finals, and that means that they're guaranteed at least $300. That's not bad in what is your first tournament as a team.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And of course, you want to go for that big money prize, the $600, the lion's share of the prize of the $1,000 prize pool. And we have to talk about who helped sponsor that, right? We're talking about Community Gaming. It's been fantastic. You can see it on the bottom side of your screen there. Community Gaming, of course, sponsoring this event and really giving us a great time. Remember, if you are interested in Valorant, in League of Legends, any mobile games, even card games like Hearthstone or anything like that, go ahead, check them out. They run weekly tournaments. It is such an awesome time. And if you're looking for more Valorant action, they should have more in the future, so that's going to be that much more fun. But of course, we take a look at the bracket so far. We started off with 16 teams, and now, 8 teams. I'm very, very blind. It's happened before. I'm very sorry. We are now down to 2, right? It is all down to these 2 on opposite sides of the bracket, of course. It is so much fun to see. However, so far, Project 13 have not dropped a game here in the playoffs, and that is something that they're going to be looking to continue here in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is me drawing my brain back, but pretty sure Project 13 won flawlessly the last Radiant Arena. I don't think they dropped a map all Radiant Arena last time, and I think they're poised to do the same thing. Maybe we'll get a double check on that from production, but because I'm not too sure about their group stage performance. But obviously here in the quarterfinals, semifinals, we haven't seen them drop a map, and they did not drop a map in the round of 16 either, which means that at least for playoffs wise, they're still, just entirely undefeated over the course of 2 tournaments. And that kind of goes to show what sort of team this team is, right? I was kind of discussing how they just always looked better in every single aspect, and Project 13 kind of making it look like they were playing, ranked, but in a tournament, and it always works. And so, whilst maybe a little bit confusing, it's always really cool to watch, and really interesting to watch for that matter.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And of course, we get to see them come out here. First map will be Ascent. Second map will be Split. And then finally, it will be Haven. So, of course, maps that we all know and love and possibly hate seeing so much of, but the teams are ready to go. Of course, one of the things that we got to talk about is that last game, again, Haven was the one that it did end on, and we saw, of course, Project 13 looks so good on it. Teal Seam, of course, wanted to try and take him to something maybe a little bit different, but we're not able to. So here on Ascent, I want to get your thoughts. Both these teams do have a little bit of history on it. Let's bring some insight. What do we possibly had to look forward to here, Vincent?
Well, the scary part here for Teal Seam is that out of all 3 times they've played this map, this has been an undefeated map. for this Project 13 side. Since they're since becoming a team, they have not dropped it, and so that definitely is not something you want to be walking into as TLC. Excuse me. But regardless of that fact, map 2 is split, and Project 13 yet to win on split that we have seen, which means that I think that if TLC are relatively in map number 1, I think that they have a great chance of taking map number 2, which is why I'm thinking that map 3 is certainly potentially here for these two. And the other cool news here is that there's been a lot of KO being played by Project 13 on this map, in particular on Ascent, and the same can be said for TLC. So I think we might be seeing a KO mirror matchup as well.
I like how you call that, and then immediately Verdi hovers over it.
Got it.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it right here. So we have that coming out. We also have the Astra coming out with the Cypher, Jet, and Sova. So a relatively spread out composition. Really gonna be nice here on Ascent. However, for Project 13, feels like a little bit more aggressive setup. The raids coming out from Menace, and then Trick on the Sky. Gonna have to wait and see what Giza and Jangler decide to throw through. And the last few coming through, let's see what it is. That's gonna be the Sova, so a Sova mirror as well. Jangler last one, and that's gonna be the Astra. So a couple mirror matchups coming out here. I think that's 3 total, with a mix-up on the followers.
Yeah, and one thing that I do feel that I need to mention, I love Menace to death. I'm not a huge fan of the race on this map. I really think that Jet is way better here, and we see 7 on the Jet for good reason. And so Menace this has just kind of been a pick that he enjoys. We see it on Bind as well, where it's a lot better. And for me, it's a little bit hit or miss when it comes to this map for Menace. But if he comes out and comes out swinging, then it's obviously huge. I mean, he played very well in that game against FYB. Had 41 kills over the course of the series. Really did well, top fragging on this map.
Ooh. And Menace gets taken out early by 7 through the wall. That's going to signal a little bit of a downfall there. Project 13 left a little bit wondering about where they want to go. Now they're going to go ahead, sprint over to this A site. A lot of cover being laid down by the Cypher. What more can they do? Jangler takes out Cade, and Glyph is going to take out Giza. Trick is going to follow up, and a quick split of kills. He just lets all 2 a 2-on-2. 7 from a long range is going to take out Verdi, and the follow-up is there. 7 ends it with 3. That will be the opening pistol round won by TLC.
Yeah, certainly nicely done for TLC. I love that aggression over at B, right? That's just exactly what you need to see from a defensive side. They're not afraid to get a forward position, and Menace is unfortunately just caught out there on the side. Like, it's not even his fault there. He's just not in a position that he can handle. And, of course, we see the replay there of the final frags going the way of TLC. But that's exactly the sort of tone that I was hoping that TLC were going to set here on Ascent.
And what better way to do that, as well as double Ares coming out for TLC. So really going hard with those machine guns, wanting to make it work. A little bit of a peek around. Cade is watching through the cameras. Remember, the entirety of utility is really thrown out here for TLC on this A site. A little bit of rotate back. And Project 13 are still left wondering. This opening is going to be very, very important for both these squads.
That it will be. A relatively quiet for the time being, but that's gonna probably end very shortly, assuming everything goes out. There goes the 0 point. Allows for the opening. A little bit of spam coming in from Aqua, but it doesn't connect onto anything. So Project 13 have some injury to the site, but they're not taking advantage of that just yet. Giza trying to make it a bit of a pinch, but he's not successful. Glyph finds a double kill, and Cade comes in as well. Glyph through the smoke. That Nebula might as well not be there. Menace is just lurked out at B, but 7 turns around in time. At that range, I'll be honest, that is not a great weapon to have, the Classic.
Always feels bad. I ran out of bullets. I'm really sorry, guys, but Still, very nice round, something that we expected, and now it's Project 13 on that bonus round. Should be able to pick it up fairly nicely, depending on what weapons they engage on. Again, Menace not going for that judge just yet. So it is going to be the full set of Vandals and Phantoms for the squad. Also looks like it might be a full B rush for Project 13. They're going to give it a chance here. Might get blocked off by 7, though.
Oh, well, 0 point does well. 7 gets tagged by the Trailblazer in addition, so not only unable to use his abilities, unable to use anything at all as he's stunned, but he's fortunately going to get away in time. Cade has a very well placed cam in the right spot. 7 aggressive, gets away as well, and Larry Banks comes in with the spam. That's massive. He's found another one through the wall on the trick. He finally does trade that out, but it's a little bit too late as the push onto the site is a bit fractured.
Oh, that's going to be a tag, though. It's all down to 1. 7's going to go ahead, pick up a Phantom for himself. And again, the spray through this wall might be huge. He's tried to hop up, and Aqua through the wall just took that chance. And would you know it, Teal Team go ahead and grab the first 3 rounds of this game 1.
Man, you know what I love from Teal Team right there? Is that they were so good about being about not over peaking, right? We saw 7 peaked, got 1 kill, immediately fell back. Didn't go in for more, didn't look for any more, and immediately got the heck out of there. Waited for Larry Banks to then make the play before getting re-aggressive on the other side. It was just really solid play all the way around from this Teal Team defense.
Oh, it's a quiet play this time going up through mid. Gonna give it a shot as, of course, it hasn't been tested yet. They do have to find the corridors. KO, Verdi, the one that we saw last match, really be a steady rock for the team. Just looking for some of those entries, but again, Teal Team not giving way to anything. They are playing it pretty hard and close to the chest. That's what you like to see, you know, no unnerving, no moments of hesitation so far.
It's interesting the KO is kind of playing half mid as well. It's not something you normally see. Either way, Market given up entirely. Means that now the push here towards B is a possibility. Gravity Well doing its job, slowing down this push, and Larry Banks connects onto Minutes. He's in a good forward position. He's gonna not quite pick up another one before Jangler and Verdi both connect headshots with their Sheriffs.
Yep. That's what you like to see if you're on the attacking side. Verdi makes it 2, can't find another, but the transfer is not there as Glyph is going to fall. It's all on 7 here. If Project 13 are able to come away with this round, that would be amazing for them. It would be a 30-round win. Questions around the corner they go. 7 gets 1, tries to spray transfer, can't find Jangler, and Jangler wins it for Project 13. They finally get a round on the board with only 1 member left alive.
Man, you know, it comes at a cost, right? You're on the Sheriff round, and you find a couple of headshots, entry to the B site, and ultimately Project 13 kind of get away with one there. It really was a victory born of chaos. Teal Team just not quite prepared. Either way, Teal Team gonna have weaponry once again. Full Vandals and Phantoms across the board for all 10 players in the server.
Rug goes out a little bit, not really gonna find anyone, and that's gonna be a jet boost in by Menace. Not really the jet, but you know how it goes. He's gonna go ahead and pick up a shot. Cade is gonna find Menace, and they're gonna try and flood their way in. Trick is gonna slow that one down a little bit, but a 3-on-4 situation with Astro wall up means Teal Team might have a bit of a disadvantage now, and a 4-on-2. What more can they do?
That Null Command doing well to give entry into the site along with the Cosmic Divide, and Birdie, no more Null Command, still connecting shots. 7 the Soul Survivor. Has Bladestorm, has all of his utility, covers, updraft, dash, but don't really want to give all of that away, surely. He's going to just try and find a couple of exits. And ultimately, that's going to be even tougher, considering he's forced out of his position. 0 point misses his mark, so he's still got all of those abilities, but nobody's really going to give him the time of day. Project 13. They run the other way, and Teal Team, it's once again a round where they really can't do anything about that B hit.
It's getting pretty rough for them, but of course with 4 ultimates up, Teal's team are going to be looking to turn this one around and keep themselves ahead of the curve. Blazestorm, Neural Theft, Hunter Siri, and Astra Wall all being available, so plenty to work with. Question mark though is of course Menace is out once again with the judge in hand.
Oh boy.
I hate it, Vincent. I hate it.
I love it.
But if there's any time for Menace to make a mark, it's here. 0-5. Let's see if he runs the show.
I will say that is a bit harder to do when you're a Raze as opposed to a Jet, just in general, but it's a nice 0 point to start us out. We haven't necessarily seen that be an initial bit of utility that Teal Team have been putting down, but it seems like they made an adjustment there and threw that 0 point in position. That is a nasty camera. Somehow he gets found. Must have been a known spot. I know that the amount of knowledge that these guys have about, like, most known cam spots and all that kind of stuff is huge.
It's always surprising how much you have to grind to figure those spots out too, right? It's a lot of hours, it's a lot of watching VODs, and it's testing every corner of a map. So this is going to be the flood in. Menace and Giza go ahead, finish off 2 defenders, and they're going to try and push it a little bit more. They're hard looking back, and Glyph can't find anything. Gets 1 kill, but that's all it really is. 2v2 though. Blazestorm up, Neural Theft in hand. Go ahead and try and take a look. Neural Theft finding out the positions. They're going to get sprayed down. 7 finds 1. Cade. That's going to be Teal's team coming away with their 4th round win.
I'm really hoping that Menace didn't swing with that judge from Boathouse. He did find 2 on the entry though, so I still can't be mad. That's my rule. I mean, if he's positive with it, I mean, what does it matter? Like,
can you really be mad at him? I guess that's the question, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like I feel like I gotta be fair on my criticism, and well, it's just, if he's doing well, like, I don't know, like, what do you do? It's just funny. It's ridiculous, but it's effective.
It reminds me of Captain Jack Sparrow, right? That is by far the worst pirate I have ever seen. But you have heard of me, and that was the only goal.
Exactly.
It works. It works. It's so ridiculous, and I love it so much the more that I'm watching it. But of course, Menace is gonna try and bait out that orb take. Not gonna get any read on the members. Project 13 with Hunter's Fury and Showstopper, 2 big-time ultimates as you catch the opponent sleeping. But the null command is up for Teal Team. Blazestorm is out, and they want this round. If they could push themselves to 5, it would be great for them to set up this grand finals map number 1 against the defending champions.
Would be. Verdi's snuck his way in here.
Oh.
Big missed shot. 7 getting away with a massive amount of damage, but Verdi coming back around the corner does connect the 2nd time out. Aqua trades, KO on KO going down. As Giza through the smoke finds Larry Banks, and Glyph has reaggressed, trying to find help, but Menace's Fate Shells have said no thank you. So 2 on 4 here. Project 13 with control of A on what was, maybe you could call it a B fake?
You could, or just a necessity, as the A site has been swarmed. Teal Team looking for the entry in. Back to back they move, 2 splitting in again. The Cypher up in Rafters. What more can they do? Cade finds 1. Can they find a little bit more? We're rotating around. Showstopper's up straight through the wall and gets it off just in time. And so that means Jangler is going to take out Cade. Project 13 moved to 3 and 4, keeping close on Teal Team Teals.
Yeah, I was going to make the argument that if Menace didn't get off that Showstopper, that this would have been a different story if Aqua lived. But the Hunter's Fury was still available from the very back of spawn there from Giza. Sorry, could not put my finger on the name there, but yeah, that would have happened anyway, and I don't think that Teal Team would have been able to take the victory. So Project 13, they take a 3rd. They have narrowed this lead to 1, and they forced an eco as well. So everything's starting to look a little bit better here round by round for Project 13.
Once again, with the quiet setup, Project 13 are looking at the B side, but 7 with the heavy push finds Menace. And oh, you love to see it. The little dagger going out, stopping everyone, and that's going to be 4. The entirety of the team being suppressed here, and that means Project 13 cannot try that at all. What a beautiful suppression.
I mean, that's the power of KO. You know, people talking about, you know, is KO going to be good? Nah, dude. Just if you think KO is bad, stop. Because what happened right there is there was one ability, that's the 0 point, that stopped an entire 4-person push in one moment. That is the power of KO. And it cannot be trifled with.
That's a basic ability as well, right? Like, that's the crazy
It
thing.
respawns after 40 seconds.
Yeah, it reminds me of, I want to say, Killjoy's Nanostorm. That's the other one that can really stop a team in its tracks. Somewhat, right? It's not as powerful, and it's just ridiculous to see. Trick goes ahead, takes out one. To follow through, and they're gonna try to push in again. They only have 10 seconds left, but they're doing a great job of cleaning out this site. 7 in the backside gets 1, but can't follow up with more. It's all down to Glyph, the single member left alive on Teal Seam. Astro Wall is up, but I mean, really, what are you gonna do with that wall? Are you really gonna use it here? Probably not. That's a very nice flashbang in the face of Glyph. So they're just gonna wait for the exits.
Yeah, that null command is really powerful. Of course, with the area of effect that the you know, that you suppress people for like 4 or 5 seconds at a time. It can be highly impactful, and especially on an entry to the site like that. Project 13 using it to great effect. Left looking for 1 or 2 exits here. 1 kill honestly would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Misses the shot though, and Birdie takes that frag. Unfortunate missed shot from Glyph.
It always feels bad, right? Always feels bad. Glyph had the opportunity, wasn't able to take it, and that is going to put it at a tight game. Project 13, you said it best, Vincent. This is a map that they hardly ever lose on. I think at this current moment are undefeated on, so they don't want that streak to end here.
Nope. They certainly do not. But it's early days. It's 4-4. There's still 4 rounds left in this half, and with guns for both sides, really handy ones, half and game for that matter.
They're gonna give it a shot. A little bit of a alarm bot going out. That does mean it's somewhat clear, and this is again a 5-stack over on this side. Launch a few utility bombs in there, and that's going to be a little smoke going up, but Larry Banks goes ahead, finishes off Menace, and the kills roll through as 7. Cleans a 2 before his own death. That puts it at 3v2 as TLC are looking to claim the lead.
Trick is the key here. He's in market. He needs to find a timing. He's actually going to get caught out himself, though. He gets timing. Whilst I'm talking about him finding one. Jangler, though, does connect. Traded by Aqua, meaning now the site's open. 0 point goes out to try and deny Trick the re-aggression. Don't know if it hit him. It looks like not so much. Tries for the spam, but that's just a losing battle. He's recovered the judge that Menace once had. And, well, at that range, it's not going to be working all too well.
As Teal Seam are looking a bit better here. We're going to see 7 really light up the top part of that scoreboard. 12, 4, and 2 is the current route. And ooh, Cade. Cade's pulling a Menace here. Wants a bit of that judgy action.
Yeah, but here's the difference. This is the defensive side. They got to push you. Menace has to figure out a way to close the distance, so it's a bit easier for Cade, I think, to make this work.
Especially on that. Well, all right. That's how you open up. 7 grabs 2. Menace is going to grab 1. The Hunter series is going to force a little bit of an entry. Project 13 firing right back. And they grab 2, turning it into a 3v2 situation. Teal Seam wondering what the heck just happened. They are not in a good spot. Spike is down the spray through the warehouse. Scuff is looking for any sort of opening, any sort of chance for his team to go in.
Giz is very far back. I don't know when he's going to look for a timing here, but looks like it might not matter. Is Cosmic Divide going to come through? It's a bit of an interesting Cosmic Divide for sure. The Nebula also nets a good position. Cade taking one down. Giza though on the Shock Dart connects, and he is going to do even better with that rifle in hand. And well, it's tied up once again. Though I want to mention a hilarious interaction on the site, right? So Menace comes in, finds the kill with the judge, and then picks up the AK there, and then immediately swaps back out to the judge after the fact. For the
I'm telling
retake.
you, it's sentimental value. No other reason for it. Just really likes the gun, and we see TLC right now with a little bit of a safety buy. 7 is going for that scout. The Marshall, man, you got me saying it now. Marshall coming out here and gonna be trying to lay down the law as best they can. 7 peeking through, almost gets a headshot, but does miss just a few inches above the head.
So 7, you're gonna need to try and figure out a good position. Actually tries to reposition, re-peeks, and gets punished for the trouble. Trick as well, or rather Giza as well, coming up successful. TLC on this eco, they're not looking all that great. Shots from Larry Banks are not connecting. Aqua does good for 1, but not much more. With Verdi in mid able to clean up the final kill of the round. TLC are down for what is maybe the first time of this half. At least it's been rare.
Yeah, it's been very, very close so far. And honestly, even though we say, hey, they're up, it feels like it doesn't matter, right? Both these squads are consistently within 1 round of each other. I think the furthest that we've seen is, 3 at the very beginning when TLC was able to wrap it out. Yeah, you see it on your screen there.
Yeah.
So far, it's pretty much been back and forth. There's never been a chance where it's been further from a tie. So even though we say Project 13 is up, I almost want to give it to the chance that it's going to be tied 6-6 by the time we move into that second half.
Definitely a high probability of that. Project 13 looking to stop that probability in action. Both of those tripwires go down with ease. Not sure how Verdi was aware of those if they've been out before. Nice flash, but ultimately it's not good enough because 7 immediately takes Menace down off the back of the swing. 5 on 4 now. As the Seekers come out.
Ooh.
Well, Guiding Light to follow it up. 2, 3 now players underneath.
Oh!
And, Aqua finds him. A 7 through wall as well. They're not ready for Jangler though, who's still in this position. Spray misses. Jangler frags. 3 for Jangler. Now it's 2 on 1 as Project 13 are gonna have to pull off a miracle. Those shock darts do well to stop the defuse for a moment, but Glyph's ready around the corner as Giza comes out. He doesn't even have a gun out.
That was so close. Jangler almost coming off with a ridiculous play right there. It was so close, but now again in that tie situation, we're right back to pretty much 0, right? No real chance for anyone to really set anything up. There is no round advantage. It's just straight up. Let's see who plays better, right? Let's see who can kick some butt. 7 with 16 and 7. Next closest is 9 and 8 from Aqua. So you can definitely see this is 7's map to play with. This is 7's chance to shine if they want a map 1 win.
You're absolutely right. I mean, 7 is certainly a very key member of this TLC roster. But the other thing I wanted to kind of throw out there is I think we need to see some different stuff from Aqua. Thought Verdi got a lot of value out of this KO. Aqua had some moments, but they were few and far between on the defense.
Yeah. Now on the offense. We're waiting to see straight through this smoke. Verdi is gonna hide and actually able to set up. This is the first time we're gonna see a little bit of a pick out here on Catwalk, but more shots aren't gonna make it as Verdi is gonna go down here. Jangler is gonna set up. And again, the quiet part of this map is going to play out. A couple little rounds out, and now it's on the B. They're gonna give it a shot. A couple shock darts go out. Not much more is found.
Nicely done here. To get onto the site, that's for sure. TLC in a good position. That said, 7 continuing to frag, making this a now even scenario, and Menace gets tagged as well through the area, and oh my goodness, shock darts and everything not working out. But the good news is there's a regrowth for the heal. Good setup here. Blind is Larry Banks, and Jangler takes the frag. 2 players in Boathouse. Right clicks abound, but 7 takes Jangler out. Menace and Trick, though, both take a right click to 7 in Cade's head, making this Project 13.
Project 13. I see you. 1 right click, 2 right click, and the finish by Trick. That is a great way to close out that pistol round. Feels great to have that happen. We're now into that 7-6 positioning. Let's see how else they are going to play it again. Full SMG round. Spectres on the fly. 1 Sheriff, though, for Aqua. Everyone else still running with the classics.
Yep. Only 1 player looking to maybe have a bit more invested. And I mean, in fairness, right? That is, you know, credits that you aren't going to have there in round 3. But Project 13, with this start, they put themselves in a good position. And Verdi, well, just as Verdi thinks. Swings through smoke, finds 2 kills.
Just the way he popped out of the smoke, like, here's Johnny. Came around the corner. It was great. I love it. Now we're going to see Glyph try the same trick. He's going to go ahead and take an Aqua. Cade finds Trick. And a little under the barrier door. Jangler takes out Glyph. Now it's all down on 1. Cade is going to give it his best. 6 HP left. And Giza mows him down. 4 members alive. Teal Seam getting run over a little bit.
A little bit. But in fairness, that was the eco round. Now is the time for Teal Seam to get serious on their attack. All they got to do is win this next round, and then we're 1 away from tied right back up. So it's not, you know, that big of a space between these two. Project 13 going to make sure to get the most out of this bonus round. They've got 4 Spectres. They got 1 Sheriff in the hands Trick. And going up against these rifles is going to be a tough ask.
I'm just... If they come out with this one, if Project 13 can make it, nope, that's going to be a grab by Cade. Verdi was one of the key playmakers before as well. Taken down. Door is broken. Entirety of Teal Team are backing off, saying, hey, look, we want none of that for right now. Now they're going to rotate over to A. Oh, if they pull this one out, they may only find 1 defender. This could be huge. It's going to be Menace. He's going to give it a shot. However, 7th in complete position to take him out, waiting for the rest of the team. And that's going to be the plant from Glyph. Retake now coming out for Project 13.
Retake's tough, especially because Cade's in this position. He's just delaying everything, and that makes it very difficult. Now, retake coming in. Now that Jangler is in position, Menace up top. He's gonna try and take a bit of a swing, but well, Aqua's ready for Giza. 7 is just denying any sort of aggression on this, and that Cloudburst makes life even more difficult for Jangler. Though he stands tall, Aqua does fall, and in fact Glyph does as well. Unfortunately, it's not enough, at least not at this point. And 7 does finally swing around, not going to find the 3rd. It's Jangler, and 7 takes the frag.
All right, 7-8. We're going to that potential tie game again. And again, for Teal Team to push Project 13 to this point, I think, is indications that this series is going to be red hot. Trick, of course, leading the potential charge here with that defensive A side. It is a 3-2 setup, so they're going to try their best here. It is going to be, again, default setup from Project 13. They're not going to play this too strong. Last time, they always had at least 1 entry. At the beginning of these, it is just going to be 1, though, testing the waters.
So I like that early A stack here from Project 13. They know that they're on a bit of a instant purchase, and oh my goodness, Verdi, please. Just taking so many kills there. And I mean, where's the util, Teal Team? Like, what happened?
I give them credit. I don't know if they even realize that they're supposed to be throwing it down at the time with Verdi there. Just Verdi comes around the walls like, hey, oh, nope. And just drops them where they stand. Project 13 with 5 members, very much up and alive. Stars coming out from Glyph, so maybe trying to lay out a little bit of a smoke screen, gonna spray through, give away a little bit of position, but they're gonna make the hard rotate. Again, Project 13 fully in control here as Trick lays out Glyph. Cade is the last one up, or second to last one, and he's gonna try and sprint away with his life. A double smoke screen right on top. Larry Banks spraying through. Blind is there, Larry Banks gets one, and it's all hands on deck as Trick takes Larry.
Trick coming around the corner, and he's good for another. Oh man, Trick, even with the pistol, is deadly. As we get the replay here on the Verdi double, and this is just, that's frustrating. 7 as well was not, I don't think it was meaning to like swing that. It was just, you know, lined up a little bit, and well, let's just say the timing was not ideal.
Don't you hate it when you're trying your best, but you run into a face full of bullets like that? It was unintentional, but it still happened. It still happened. So, of course, it is Project 13 up 2 rounds, 9-7, and a map that they are undefeated on, and 7 is ready to break that. Sprinting through. This is a press W game right here. Bladestorm right around the corner gets one. I can't get 2. That's half health though, so Birdie not liking that shot of the Blaze, trying to pull him out of his mechanics. That's going to be a little bit of a shock dart though. Ripping through him, drops him down to 34. Teal Team go ahead and get the plant, and it's now all on the retake, 4-on-4.
Well, gonna have to be good. Object divide available, no command as well. So that's gonna make things a little bit easier for Project 13 as they push back in. Aqua has connected. Aqua then looking for more. He does find one, but Verdi has done well. Glyph takes him down, but with just a pistol in hand, it's not enough to deny Jangler, who swung around. Jangler got headshot by that pistol, and like I said, just didn't work out long term. In fact, Verdi gets rezzed for good measure. And that no command put to work very well once again.
It feels like such an overpowered ability at points, right? Just like a free revive if you have the ultimate. Don't even need a sage in the game and you're good to go. Not really overpowered, I want to say that. I understand the mechanics of it, but just, you work so hard to kill him once and then he gets a free up. Like, come on.
Feels that way. I get the feeling, you know. It's as much as we talking about it, you know, that is the emotional response, right?
Why can't I have that? Why can't my character have that? Nah, it's not gonna happen. So we are gonna go ahead, move into this 18th round. Project W, of course, up 3 rounds in double digits as well. And I mean, Steel Team gotta break out the big guns. Astro Wall is gonna go up. They're gonna try this B site. And again, full clearance, right? No chance of anyone being there as the entirety of Project 13 have given up. There is a lurker right there in mid, so they're going to try and catch someone off on the flank. But it is up to Project 13 if they want to try and make this entry.
It's going to be tough. Neural Theft is available at TLC 1 to use that late on. Trick coming in very late as well, but Giza's going to catch out Glyph, who was on the flank. So Glyph no longer a problem. And Giza swings in, finding Larry Banks, meaning there's 2 players left alive. 7 still making himself very, very difficult to kill, but he gets traded as well. And Giza comes around the corner. He's got a triple kill on the site. Jangler getting the defuse. It's a close one. I don't know if they're going to get that. It's very close.
They actually pass it?
They
okay.
do.
Yeah. I was surprised that they actually passed that. Usually if it gets that low, you're just like, just defuse it, just go, hurry. But we got the replay here, and this kill setup by Giza was phenomenal. A little bit of a push in, and the triple. The 3 kills right there, 3K for him. He is starting to look a little bit like a monster himself, as it is just 2 rounds away from taking game 1. Teal Team with the Neural Theft and Haunted City looking to turn it around and possibly put their 8th round of the map on the board.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This Project 13 team is just disgusting because, you know, anytime you're like, oh yeah, well, you know, thankfully Menace is having a bit of a slow game here, and it's like, just kidding, LOL. We have Giza too, and plus all the other players. Like okay. So like anytime somebody's having a slow game, it's just entirely demolished by the fact that there's so many high quality players here.
Yep. And Aqua getting a taste of his own medicine right there with a flashbang from the sky. Glyph is going to go ahead and walk away. That's a spray down though. 7 gets 2. Trick finds 1. And it's now down to the rest. Larry finishes off Trick, and it's a 4v2 positioning. Teal Team looking a bit better out of the gate here. Project 13 though are going to get the plant. Can they get a bit more? They have to go ahead and prep for this retake. As Glyph is going to go into the sky. We're going to get Cade gets Menace, and it's all down to 1. Stars are in positioning. Giza doesn't want to test the fates, or does he? He's going to find 1. Ooh. Aqua goes down. Need a little bit more time as a recon bolt lands and is going to spot out 1. Now he knows they're over there in main and wine. Not going to be too much more. Tagged once. On the corner they go. Mike attacked again, and Glyph is going to finish him off execution style to the head.
There's only so much that Giza can know, right? And Glyph being close by is not one of those things. So, Project 13, they're held off of match point, or rather map point, for at least a little bit longer. As Teal Team continue to flex their muscles on this map. They've got weapons still. It's a good situation for Teal Team overall, because if they win this round, Project 13 are going to be on a bit of a tough buy economically. I mean, they might be able to buy something, but it's definitely not going to be full.
I mean, all they need is a judge, right? That's all Menace needs. As Menace goes ahead, pops 1 open. That is going to be Larry Banks going down for the first. Aqua is going to take out Giza, and Glyph is going to take out Menace. The trades have been made, and all that clutter, it's left on 3. Spike is down. Jangler and squad need to make something happen, as Project 13 are hoping to get a round win again. A round win would at least guarantee an overtime. That's all they really need right now. Aqua watching his mirrored companion go ahead, throw down some abilities. Teal Team are prepped and waiting.
Perhaps see if it's good enough. Aqua taking 1 out. Cade still is being a frustrating player to contend with. As already comes in. Player still on the site. That's Aqua, who's played Ring Around the Rosies effectively. Cade's now the sole survivor. Jangler connects the shots, and that's going to be a defuse, but once again, it's a close one.
Oh my gosh!
I'm too
baby.
for them.
Even Astra knows it. Even Astra knew that was way too close for comfort. 0.58 on the defuse. Are you kidding me, Vincent? This is game 1. This is game 1.
I like to call that squeaky bum time. That is, ooh.
Hey, let's get it. All right, look at this. Look at this. You can see it. It's about to explode, and Jangler's like, nah, I got it. I got it. Gosh, that was close.
Yeah, I mean, if Cade, so like, look, Cade commits to that shot. Like, that's the difference, right? The Cade, like, just kind of jitters that, just kind of plays for just half a second more. It's all different. But it doesn't matter as Glyph comes around the corner here, playing now for map 1 is Teal Team. They've got potentially 4 match points to contend with, and 7 is using one of the 4 ultimates that they had this round to open up the site.
Yeah, why not, right? They've done so well before. Go ahead, use that Blade Storm. Still have a few more in hand. I believe the Null Command was used as well.
Yep.
It's gonna leave only a few, and that was something. Yeah, that was sword fight. Screw it. No guns. This is now medieval times. Bring out the swords.
Oh man, that would have been good if they just kept the knives out. Yeah.
All right, we get it while we're waiting. I love this right here. All right,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it's just like what? Hold on. Let's see. There we go. Both creeping around. Both waiting. And hello. Oh wait.
It looks like Project 13 understandably not wanting to commit to this after that fact. But that's brutal. Those kills, Jangler getting a couple, and in fact, Aqua falls to the spike. Oh man. Tough luck for Teal Team. That's a lot of damage to their economy done. Fortunately, it looks like all but Larry Banks is going to be healthy enough when it comes to that money to buy back in.
They're feeling okay. Menace again with that judge. It's always there. Giza with an SMG. Gonna test his luck there. And again, just need 1. All they need is 1 to be able to close out game number 1. Push it to that last round. Gonna have to wait and see.
You know, those exits are a double-edged sword for Project 13 because, of course, they also died, or at least most of them did. And so now they don't have any guns either. So, no, Verde doesn't need guns. He just needs a frenzy.
Yeah, but Glyph is going ahead and mowing him down. The Hunter Sphere came out to zone him out. That's going to be Aqua finishing off a few more. One left alive. Menace is going to try his best. Gets one again, and he goes ahead, picks up a rifle, gets a second through the box. Can he get a third? He's going to try his best. They're around the corner, and Link.
Not like this.
No. All right, takes a little bit of a pink shot. Paint kill on so many. But Larry Banks is going to finish it off. Gosh, that paint can was glorious to watch.
And that's where Menace on that raise, right? Despite sometimes I feel it being, you know, ineffective in certain scenarios on this map. Like, that's why Menace plays the raise. The way that he split the defenders with that paint shell, if he wins the first fight, he's created 2 one-on-ones. He's created a win condition. And that's what Menace is just disgustingly good at.
Well, you know what? Project 13 have done it before, and they'll probably do it again. There's a chance for an overtime coming up here.
You are divided.
Paladrone is out. Wall is up. They are going to drop that Astra ultimate. A little bit of a shot through Giza, trying to find some information.
You'll see him have a couple of players who were quite low on that entry. Both Aqua and the Cypher there. Not ideal, but should be okay.
Verde goes ahead, finishes off one. That's going to be the null command used again. 7 is down. What more can they do? They're going to jump in. Jangler gets Aqua. Giza gets one. Giza finds 2. And I think that's going to be the man advantage that they need. Spraying through isn't going to work, as that is going to be the defuse, and Project 13 keep their undefeated streak alive. They're going to take it 13-10 here in game number 1.
Indeed, but a close map it was. TLC were in that for the entirety of that map. There was never a time in which you could easily say, yeah, well, this is just, you know, this is Project 13 running away with it, right? There was always chances, always opportunities. And what that means is that as we move on toward map 2, which is split, it's TLC's pick. And so they have that to lean back on, to you know, as their backbone here. The other positive is that, well, only one time have Project 13 played split, and it was a loss.
Yep. So lot weighing here right now. We'll have to see if they can pull it off again. We will go to a very short break to ensure the teams are ready and set to get into this game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 2 of the grand finals here between Project 13 and TLC.
city nights and satellites. When I'm on the losing side, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm on the losing side, carry me home all through the night. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
Around the corner they go. 7 against 1. Tries to straight transfer. Can't find Jangler. And Jangler wins it All right, we are back with game number 2. I'm very excited, of course. We are still here with the Radiant Arena, dropping some awesome games for you. Project 13 versus Teal Seam. And I mean, game 1 went almost the distance, very, very close, 13-10. And I think that was an awesome match to watch. But now we got one that gives off a bit more shaky vibes in terms of Project 13.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. This map split, not one that this Project 13 team tends to like nearly as much. But I have heard from our awesome team here in the background that Pro Malders has won that 3rd place money match over NorCal. So unfortunately, NorCal go home without any cash. They take 4th overall. The highest spot not in the pay, but still props to them for giving it their best shot. Either way, we are getting into split here. Project 13 looks like setting up to be on an interesting composition here. I talked a lot about the Raze and how Menace tends to like this Raze. Trick going to be on the Raze here for this map in particular, and Trick is a very capable Raze in addition to Menace, who has gone to the Sage. Obviously, Sage very powerful here on Split.
Yeah, and we see Menace pop off, like hardcore pop off on the Sage as well, which is crazy to think because normally a Sage won't run around with the operator, I feel, but it has happened. It has happened with Menace, so ridiculous player overall. Teal Team though, this is a map that they have picked, and we want to see them excel on it. We want to see them push it to a game 3 if they can, and again, coming out with that KO. Not gonna lie, the KOs both last game were kind of mediocre at best. Some really good plays here and there, but nothing like really super standout-ish is the best way to put it.
Yeah, definitely. It was. Well, maybe let me take that back. I actually really think that the KO coming in from Project 13 did a lot of work. I think Teal Team, they had some success and some defeats. It was a bit hit or miss for me, but Teal Team have elected to keep it, and so that means that we need to be on the lookout.
Yep, he's going ahead, backing up a little bit, does get zoned out, and the rest of the team is going to try and help out. 7 jumping around the back, and it's a hard, fast rotate over to the B site. We met with little to no opposition. Verdi is the only one around the corner. They're going to hop down, take a couple shots, and not find any hits. So this is going to be the retake attempt with 5 members up for both sides.
Man, this is a lot harder to do on Split than it is on Haven or whatever, but it seems to be happening nonetheless. Oh, 7! Aqua as well. Menace and Verdi, though, do trade a couple back, meaning that Project 13 not out of this quite yet, but it's now Menace versus 3. No heal. Right click connects, though. 0 point as well. So that means no potential to use any of those abilities. Not that you would need to. Dink on the Cade. But again, 36 HP. It's going to be a tough ask. Trying to get the halfway point is Menace. Both players coming from 2 angles. Tries for the right click, but it misses its mark. Cade takes the shot, and he's got a triple.
That was honestly very, very close, I feel. That was a very fun pistol round to go ahead and take a look at. And here we go. Just this uphill battle up here over on Rafters was a very, very funny sight to see. I'm pretty sure there were some kills going around the other side, but just watching that all go down was theatrical, to say the least. Now we're getting into the second round. Teal Team, of course, they opened up with the first 3 rounds in game number 1. So game number 2 possibly falling into that same kind of pattern is the best way to put it. SMGs are out. We're going to see what else they can do with it. It's going to be the blind right there, and the spray down is made as Verdi. Can't find much.
Nice attempt from Verdi, but not going to happen. Throwing down a potential gravity well there in mailroom. And yeah, there it is. Gravity well goes out. He's close by. Invents is going to get 1, but immediately trades. So, Teal Team still player advantage. Now make it 2. As Jangler tries for the right-click magic, but, well, let's just say the magic has failed. So Menace, he's still got a little bit of magic left.
Feeling good, walking around, right-click, takes, I think, 2 shots. Just quickly going to heal up. Now we got wait and see, a little bit of bomb straight through. Menace finds 1. Are they going to find another one? The spike just planted, by the way. I want to point that out. Spike just went down, so this is a long shot, but I think it's very doable for someone like Menace.
Is that guy in Rafters full health?
I think, yeah. He's at 97.
Why the heck do they call that balanced? It's ridiculous. Guy had armor.
Okay.
Fortunately, Larry Banks had the frag, but man, that was disgusting.
Lived way longer than probably should have, and the heal is so good. Now we get to see the buy round coming out. So coming out here, bonus round potentially going in the favor of Project 13. Again, last time we saw this happen though, Teal Team were able to take him out, right? That was one of the key points, is they were able to make a large advantage happen in that early first half. Let's see if they can do it again. Again, Judge out for Trick this time though, saying no thank you, we'll keep it on the raise.
I mean, listen, we talked about Menace's shenanigans here, but Trick is no. Listen, he's been involved, we'll just say, in those same types of shenanigans multiple times. He bears much of the blame for what we've seen Project 13 do to many a player.
We get to see Teal Team go ahead and play a little bit of a dance. That's going to be everyone turning around. Old Birdie baiting out 1 or 2 shots. Can't find much more though. So Cade is a gun. Gonna find the opening frag. This is doing so well. Paint shot all the way in the back, a little bit too far as Giza takes out 7. All through onto Aqua going down, and Giza holding the top side of heaven. Feeling really good about this retake attempt.
Definitely, I am as well, considering the player advantage that Project 13 has in store. This is also not a great defensive setup for the site. I mean, Cade's in a very exposed position, as is Larry. And well, there goes one. They split their attention, and again, Jangler takes the frag. Now it mapped. Jangler through the box, or rather through the map, is able to connect the shots. And like I said, that retake setup, or rather the defense of the site there from Teal Team, was pretty poor.
Yeah, they had an opportunity, but of course the weapons weren't exactly in their favor. So now we get to see the full weapon buys on both squads, I believe. No, Cade. Cade is actually lower in the econ count, so that is a rough time to be had right there. Same with Verdi. Got to be sitting with that SMG, so rough 4th round, as much as we hate to say it. Teal Team. All right, there we go. Now we finally see the fill out from the weapons category. Teal Team looking like they should have an opportunity to fight this one back.
They definitely do, but they're going to have to improve those post plants. Said last round, pretty abysmal. But the push back to A, let's run it back again. Try where last he failed. 1 for 1 there as Giza swings out. This does get taken out. 4 on 4 now. As the spike not yet planted, but there it goes. But the worst case scenario here, and this is bad for Project 13, is the Viper Spit is online and it's up.
Yeah, and this is what you like to see. As soon as you see the firefight, drop that pit down. Gotta walk in, gotta take that chance. Be a little bit lower. Trick going for the big, bouncing around the corner. They find it. 1 more left, can't get the kill though at 7. Finishes off, but that will be Project 13 with Jangler finishing out the backside of 7, and that's gonna even it up 2-2.
4-7. Had a great round right there. Line 3 frags up, but this is ultimately what changed the story, or rather, no, not quite. I don't know if we're gonna catch it here. Yes, here, Trick. This changed the story because that immediately created the opportunity for the pit to go down, and from there, everything falls apart. So, Shiko now here for Teal Team.
Coming back.
They are, well, poor.
Very, very poor. I'm sure they could have done with some SMGs, or maybe the air is coming out for funsies, but don't want to chance it right. We want that full rifle buy up for the next round. 3 ultimates to 2. Resurrection on Project 13 side, so getting that chance, it's going to go ahead and throw up that wall. Jangler is going to take that chance as everyone's coming around the side. A little bit of a bait. That's going to draw them in. That's the power play. Jangler mows them down where they stand, and it's all left on 1. Teal Team left wondering what the heck just happened.
So once again, I say, if you think Astra is not good, hello, and I present to you Exhibit A. Like, the gravity well is still absolutely busted. I'm so surprised that Trick has not found Glyph through that smoke yet.
I mean, when you're firing a buckshot, it's kind of hard to tell which shots hit and which shots don't. Just
True.
kind of like, all right, I'll spray and hit somewhere. Glyph is on 8 HP, by the way. I think he did get tagged with one of the bullets, so he went from like 16 to 8.
Oh yeah, could have, yeah.
He's about to go down.
seconds left.
Oh no, they're doing it. They tried to smoke him out with another gravity well. I think that's hilarious. Jangler is gonna make it a 4K, rightly deserved. I might add the play of the game right there.
Definitely the best play thus far, and yeah, everyone's just caught in that gravity well. It's exactly what it's there for, and especially considering the lack of weaponry and armor and being blind and the nades. I mean, let's just say they were dead.
Yeah, it was overkill. I'll admit it was a little overkill with how much utility was used, but to force, to give Project 13 that lead, I think it was well deserved. So now they are up 3-2. Ultimate's still very much available, but the KO null command is going to come online now. So this is Teal Team. The potential is there to make a run here on this A site. Omar's gonna go out. Trick is gonna take that chance.
There.
They're still gonna wait. Again, 4-stack over here, right in a lobby with one lurker, the Omen, going on a little bit of a mission on his own.
Yeah, Glyph gonna try and find a timing here at B maybe. From the shadows is available, to be fair. So if he, finds a kill, he could definitely teleport out. Though it looks as if Project 13 is playing pretty passively, and the rest of Teal Team is actually the ones to rotate. They're gonna get towards mid control, and I love that Minute still has hold of that that wall. Sure, it gets taken down almost immediately, but it's so good to hang on to that in the later stages of rounds, and Minute's doing a great job of hanging on to that util.
Yep, keeping the utility in the pocket. Now it's a slow little peek again. 30 seconds left. A little spray around the side. Trick realizing that they aren't allowed to use anything. And Seven's gonna come around with the showstopper. Finds Trick right in the face. Gonna sprint in and meet Verdi with the gun. Rough time there, but at least the clip was good. We're gonna get the plant from Aqua. It's all down. Project 13 are gonna try this retake attempt, as Menace is gonna bring Trick back to make it a 5-on-4.
Yeah, nice res coming out. No command. That's the site area, but now the retake is certainly going to be in. Cosmic Divide as well, making life a little bit more difficult. That is really rough. Getting caught inside of the gravity well once again. And Jangler, I mean, kind of goes under the radar in this Project 13 team because, isn't always, taking the big frag plays. But there's a reason that Jangler's on this team, and it's because their smoke play is second to none.
Yeah, this right here was a play that Seven just lined up perfectly, flipped around, and unfortunately met his end right at the very end. But I have to agree with you. I think every team needs what I call the utility or the support player, right? You never really think of the player as the star lineup, but them being there makes the game 10 times easier, right? It's the player that will always not be seen. This time, of course, Jangler popping off with 9, I think 9 kills so far, right? It's ridiculous, but Verdi going ahead and spraying down, gets 2 before Glyph takes the life. That puts it in a 3v2. But again, just going back, Jangler, I think, is the perfect utility player to see on this team.
Yeah, like you say, every team needs their support, and well, Teal Team, they're gonna be trying to call for support. Fortunately, I don't think they are gonna be able to find much of anything here. Lockdown coming down from Teal Team. Fortunately, there's still players here in the back of the site, and they're not gonna be able to be dislodged. Flash does well, but they line them both up, and Minutes and Jangler both take a frag apiece. As Teal Team fall apart once again.
And this right here by Verdi was one of the best blinds I think we've seen. Glyph, I think, actually got that kill off a lucky pick, right? It didn't even look like he knew where he was shooting at.
He saw behind.
Oh, okay, that's what happened. My eyes are not what they used to be, unfortunately, but still. Very nice play from Verdi and Glyph to be able to pull off those 2 kills. It made it a closer fight than probably what it would have been. And now, that is going to be Teal Team wondering what they can do here with the Chico.
That's such a funny interaction, right? the TP and everything.
Yeah.
Either way, Teal seemed down pretty bad here in the first half. 5-2, and that doesn't seem all that core, but the last like 4 or 5 rounds in a row, it's just been dominant, and that's the problem, right? Teal seem barely been in these rounds, though 7 is starting to try and make that the difference as he's found an opening pick in addition to the positioning gain here in mid.
There.
We're gonna go ahead, run down into vents here. And again, very quiet movements. They don't want to give too much over because again, it's only the Cypher here on the site. It's gonna be the wall going up, should be the call out. And 3 members still for Project 13 over on that B site. At this point, I feel like you gotta kind of know that they're not gonna be there. There's finally the call to the rotate, and they do see him. Heaven is gonna be the opening.
He's on the site. He's suppressed, but doesn't seem to matter. Bit of a missed
Oh!
shot. He's got to spray down 3 for Giza.
One enemy
One more to
remaining.
find, but Trick has stolen it away. Larry Banks on the rotate from Narnia. Well, might be on the search for a while, and well, he gets taken out pretty easily at 5 minutes.
Giza, are you freaking kidding me right there? That was a hold of holds when he couldn't use any
clean.
of his abilities. Look at this. Clean transfer, clean all the way through. That is what you want to see from your solo defender. The god moves right there.
Was nasty. I love it.
That is where
Project-
you run down the list of acronyms to that, or synonyms. It's just nasty, filthy, dirty, whatever you want to call it. That was Giza. That was Giza.
True, very true. Project 13 now with the 4-man advantage.
Oh,
Verdi. Oh, Verdi. It feels like TLC, unfortunately, just losing players. They're just hemorrhaging them at the beginning of every round for the last 2 or 3.
Can we really say it's all on Teal Team though? Like Project 13 for the last 3 rounds have felt like immaculate. Like I don't know what happened, but they turned it on and said, "Yeah, we're ready. We're ready to play." They look so clean right now.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's not all on Teal Team. Project 13 are playing aggressive to catch out these players, but they're playing aggressive in different areas, and it's just winning everything for some reason. They're not able to adjust our Teal Team just yet, and well, that's just not fair. It's just not fair.
I hit that in the air. I don't even think the Astra hit the ground before that shot connected. This is getting outrageous right now.
Yes, this should do.
7-2 right now. Project 13 looking like they got a stranglehold on this game to the defending champions, not giving a single inch to the poor Oshawotts of Teal Team.
I'll keep it real with you here. I just don't know how you could expect this of your Teal Team. This is a very coordinated split defense. I mean, that's a great example of it. Just so many adjustments, so many different micro plays. And I mean, here's Giza and Verdi getting aggressive. Yes, they got aggressive last round, but they're still winning these duels. And you blink and you miss it. It's suddenly a 4 on.
Oh!
Okay. I was just kidding. They're all dead.
Vincent,
You
All right,
guys
let's
have
just
broken
watch
my
it.
orbital.
Just watch. This is.
Nice shot by Trick there. The fadeaway.
It's Project, and this is why I love talking about mentality differences in games like this, right? I feel I bore people to death when I talk about it because you can't see it, right? It's hard to physically see a mental shift in players, but this is what it is. Project 13, hard pushing in certain angles, and that time it didn't really work for him. S7 decided to flip the mental shift. But that's what happens. They just flip the switch and say, hey, where you can go aggressive here, we know we can get the wins here, and that's how you play it. It's so good. Bounce around, no shot gonna land, but Jangler is gonna go ahead and finish off Glyph. And now we're gonna see the follow through. Can 7 find a few more? Walking very quickly through. The blind goes in, and Verdi finds 7.
Player standing.
Well, and with Cade and Aqua both finding a frag of their own, and the plant going down in the 1-on-2. Speaking of mindset, I think it's really impressive for Teal Team to have the mindset to be able to just double swing mid like they just did with that confidence. That just shows that they're not out of this game from a mental standpoint.
Yes.
This is still very much a game. Now, Project 13 are winning it on the server, yes, but you know, you only lose when you decide to lose. And Teal Team have not decided that they've lost.
Yeah, they're happy about that round pickup. Of course, one more before the half ends. I mean, they can make it 4-8. That's very, very winnable. I want to say that's the exact same score as it was in game number 1 before Project started running it back. Or no, that was a couple games before, I believe.
No,
still.
6-6. It was 6-6.
Yes. Still very, very doable no matter what can be said about these games, right? Both these teams very, very strong right now. Just so far, P13 really showing up here. So want to see a bit more. We are getting into that last round again. Just 7 with that giant sword. I wish we could see some knife kills with that thing, because that is not a knife. That is a butcher blade right now. Wall goes up. We are seeing Menace try and be as annoying as possible. Double slowing orbs straight into the rotate into the B site.
Close down this push just enough to maybe net enough space from the shadows. Goes down. It's not going to be enough. Larry Banks gets 2 for 1. The Verdi comes around from the back side, throws out the guiding light, and finds 7 in a great timing. Now 2 left here. The Viper Spit available. Not going to be used by Cade. And well, there wasn't even a need for the showstopper because Verdi already had the kill.
Switching sides.
9-3 is the score. Such a small window of opportunity for Teal Team to make a comeback in this game. Remember, it's 3 rounds, or 4 rounds is all P13. It's pretty much a pistol, an extra after, a bonus loss, and then 2 more round wins, right? Like that is, it sounds like a lot, but for a team such as this, a team that has had the momentum for a majority of the first half, and now having a chance here on the attack is potentially going to just close this out in quick fashion.
Kind of feels like that is what is on the cards. Big props to Larry Banks though. That last round, he had a great spray control, getting that double kill. Feel like I gotta mention that because that was nasty. But either way, Project 13 now on the offense, and mid control being taken by Shrek, who throws out paint shells just to net some space. The Nano Swarm and Snakebite gonna deny him that area for the time being.
Pretty much everyone going, all right, we really don't want this right now. Sorry, we went the wrong direction. Trick going in to the vents, gonna go pop up a little bit further and possibly find it out. But Giza finding an open A site here. 7 takes out Jangler. That's the first kill. First couple shots I think we've seen. So this is gonna get that plant down, and it's now gonna be all on the retake coming out from Teal Team.
Yeah, and it's so split here. Project 13, yeah, that's the problem. They can just take two fights, one over here in the vent, and one on the site. Everyone falls. As Teal Team take the pistol round. That's what they needed. They had to take this pistol round, Orbital. Otherwise, I mean, it would just be tragedy. There would be really no way back in for them here. But they take it in flawless victory, and that means that there's a chance that I think Teal Team could bring this back.
Oh yes, and I mean, one that you do have to watch is going to be 7. 11 kills so far, doing very well for themselves. But the rest of the team starting to climb their way up. Aqua, even though 5 and 10, I feel has had some really, really good utility helps. You know, being able to assist his team in certain scenarios. So see if they can do it here. Alarm bot and so much more being laid down right at the entrance. Looks like it's going to be the B side that they're going to try and push. Glyph for that chance, and is going to spray down 1.
Waits throwing out the paranoia. Jeez. Man, that's some quick movement from 7. He was zooming. He doesn't really get to the position.
Food, is that you? Food, is that you?
Yeah, for real. freaking look like it. Very nicely done. Glyph on that rope, unable to connect the shot. So it's even. Project 13, player-wise, but that's short-lived.
That's an unfortunate scenario. Again, this is the pistol after round, and
Gun here.
I mean, you kind of expect it. So down into a 4v2. If they can find at least one more, that'll make it worth it. Giza looking for one, gets a beautiful one tap, can't find the other. Cade is gonna take out Giza. 3 members left alive, so Teal seem feeling okay with that second round.
Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of walks away from that second round feeling like, yeah, okay, that was decent, right? You get 2 kills, Project 13, all right. You know, is it the greatest? No. Is it decent enough? Sure. Same thing for Teal's team. You keep them off, you know, for more than 3 kills. Great. Though your weaponry is going to struggle just a little bit because you didn't pull it off flawlessly. And what that means is that we're in for a little bit of a maybe worse weapon bonus round, which is where we're at right now. Teal's team want to use those guns that they bought in the last in order to come out victorious here.
Yep, that's gonna be a trade, but Menace goes ahead and closes out another. It's now on a 3-on-3.
Toxin screen down.
Gonna give it a shot here. Trick hiding in a corner again with that judge, taking a page out of Menace's book, and it is gonna be in that top mid that they're given a chance. The quick flip around shows that Teal team are ready and waiting. A 3-man split across the entire board. And they're waiting again. They don't want to give too much up. Glyph with that Spectre is lying in wait. No chance of a noise being made. And he just might find himself 3 more for his bounty board. Oh, well, they found him out. They sniffed it out. That was pretty good.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Glyph had a pretty good position, all things considered, but doesn't matter. In the long run. Oh, nicely done. Well placed. And,
30 seconds.
Birdie is absolutely terrified. He's got a sliver of HP. It's 2 still left to find, but Cade swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, and that's a double. He's got both of them. Well done to Cade. They both line up in his crosshairs, and he doesn't miss a shot.
That hurts so much. First, it was the Venom that came down to stall out that plant. Second was the lineup. It was glorious to watch, and now we have a chance to see it here. That was just right after the Venom went down, and watch this. Just as clean. A little bit of setup, right? Or no, it is. And yeah, just Verdi couldn't finish it off without dying. Oh, that feels so bad.
Yeah, that is certainly frustrating. Honestly, he's lucky to get out of there with his life, I think. Realistically, but Teal team still in the driver's seat. And off the back of that round, remember that was a gun round for Project 13, means that they're successful in their bonusing. So Teal team are in a pretty good spot against what should be just sheriffs.
Could be, but Menace is showing off why he deserves a name. Quick tap to Larry Banks' head means that they're gonna have a B-side entry. They're gonna give it a shot. A little bit of a flip around with the bird. That's gonna be Cade taking out Verdi, and again with the rifles in hand is going to mow down the rest of the entry fraggers. Jangler gets Cade. Can they get a little bit more? No, they cannot. One more to take it, and Giza finishes it off. Can't find it. Has to reload. And that is Teal team taking it home with 2 members still alive.
Yep. Project 13 slowly allowing for Teal team to get right back into this thing. All that being said, though, it's you know, it's not as if it's all over yet, right? That was a gun round a couple of rounds ago. Now there's another gun round for Project 13, and the only thing really standing in their way is the Viper's Pit that Teal team has, and well, that's going to get popped immediately over at B.
Just zoning that entire way out, and honestly I think that was a good call because Project 13, you could see them, they were rotating for it, so such a good call right there. It's always a gamble if you want to throw that one down, but it works. Now they're going to take another chance here. It's going to be up mid into mid vents. Gonna be the call here.
Oh, baby.
Too much there. Oh, Trick. Making it look easy.
I mean, that's just nasty, isn't it? Really frustrating stuff. 7 in a great position, but oh no, Verdi. He read him like a book. Absolutely demolished. And Trick with another on this. Oh my goodness. Verdi's there as well. Larry Banks did find Trick, but that is just a frag that's for decoration because he instantly got traded out.
Just a formality. Now Project 13 at 10. Yes, they've lost the last few in a row. You can see it 4 in a row for Teal Team. They need to do it again if they want to look competitive here. Project 13, though, wanting to shut it down as quick as possible. Double showstoppers are up. Resurrection for Project 13 as well as the Nerf. That's a lot of utility to work with, but a lot of just full-on aggression, I think, from Teal Team in the ultimates will cause a bit of a stir. Giza already looking at some of those cameras, wanting to get a bit more info out.
Have to see what Project 13 can do with what they've got. Well, speaking of that, there we are. That's the showstopper, and well, 7, his show is put to a stop, that's for sure. Trick using the second blast pack to get into his favorite corner. And Aqua's like, no thank you, let me just not do that. Birdie around the corner, Trick has another. Glyph does find one, and he's got a second in that corner, but ultimately it's too many players to connect with. And Project 13 take 11.
Man, it's getting up there as quickly as possible. Project 13 want to make this a clean 2-0. I mean, they're getting close to it, right? You're taking a look here, and I'm going to use your favorite line, Vincent. Where's the timeout? Where's the timeout from the side of Teal Team? It might be time to pull it, or maybe next round. Right, but take a little bit of time, reset the mental, take a little bit of a breather, and try and change the flow of the game.
Without a star, I cannot.
Yeah, it should have come out earlier for sure. But we saw last map Teal Team struggling a little bit to make that call. Well, that's one way to get shut down if you're Trick. Cade as well, and the Snake Bite able to get one more. So I guess at some point this stops working, right?
Oh, that was so close to being killed, but 7 finishes it off. And now it's Project 13 with 3 alive. They're just going to try and burst through. Oh, it doesn't check the corner, though. And Glyph finds a free kill. Low bit of spray down. Glyph finds 2. That's what you like to see. Going to go ahead and potentially teleport out. Nope, just throwing the paranoia. Giza finds 1. Can he find another? Going to try his best. Gets 2. Turns around to Galaxy. Gets 3, but can't find it. Larry Banks finishes him off. That is going to be the round win for Teal Team as they make it 8.
Not gonna lie, I kind of thought Giza might be winning that based on the first 2 kills, and man, the second 2 were so very close, just a little bit above the head on both players. So, well, it could be match point already, but it's not just yet. There's 3 rounds between Project 13 in that position, and well, Teal Team are trying desperately to stop that from happening.
Still working with the From the Shadows and the lockdown. So, I mean, we could see a potential little bit of a defensive side of play if they want to get the site and try to go for that defender side of lockdown. It is an option. It definitely is an option, but you're running up against the Astral Wall and the Seekers. So, you know, no matter what, your team will be found out. Going to be a mid push from bottom to top. Side of Project 13 stalled out by the paint shells. A little bit of a coin flip in as 7 is waiting it out. Seekers are going to give away a large portion of the position. A bounce around by Trick, who now has to run forward, and that's the blind Trick. Finds 7. Raise on raise action is going to call in the lockdown, and it's all possibly going to be downhill from here.
Possibly, sure. Cosmic Divide still there. There is that neural theft. The right click onto the lockdown denies it, but it's 2 for 2. And 2 on 2. As with the spike not planted, Project 13 not good yet. Menace just creeping his way into the site. Spike on his back. And well, unfortunately for Teal Team, they rotated to A, but they immediately realized their mistake. Rotate back as the spike gets going down. And there we go. Null command getting utilized, so No more usage of that.
Ooh.
Oh, he gets taken out despite the suppression.
Oh!
And oh, it's all over. Teal Team, no command, no luck.
Match point.
And it hurts to use that ulti and not be able to come out with the win, right? That has to feel bad. This clearance coming out from the side of Teal Team almost gave him a chance, but it still didn't work in their favor. So now match point right now, series point, if you will. 19 frags for Verdi, looking to make it 20 to top things off, and Cade, 7, and Larry looking to put a few more on the board if they can. It has to be a straight shot of 4 rounds in a row. They want to be able to take it home.
Tough ass though, nonetheless. I mean, that's definitely not ideal. That is a nice bit of utility to keep one player in the area, but Giza, 1-7 double kill on the trade though. And Project 13 are down a player, and this time Trick is elected to pick back up a rifle. Sounds like the judge is not what you want to have in a 3-on-4, which, you know, I guess that makes sense, right?
I mean, sometimes if you catch 3 people with a judge shot, you're gonna possibly be a little bit happy about the damage you do. Might not get the kill, but might soften them up. So waiting into this B site, a little bit of a crossover. Wall goes up, so very well timed. Heaven is not gonna be looked out, and 7 finds a third. Can't get much more as Trick takes out 7. Now in a 2v3 situation, gonna go in with a little bit of blind. Like is there, gonna go ahead, drop the plant, but is immediately gonna get run up. Jangler gets the frag. Can he get more? Trick is gonna end it. Oh no, TLC falling apart at this scene. It's all up to Larry Banks. Can he do it? Rocket is out. Stopper might play it.
Oh!
Larry Banks gets killed. Larry Banks does it! He banks the kills! And he's gonna put Teal Seam into 9.
Oh, no, you don't deserve
Oh my gosh! Larry Banks with the clutch. What a time to be alive. That was incredible. Watching this back again here, unfortunate that we couldn't see it from Larry's perspective, because that would have been incredible. I mean, to fix his aim so quickly and reposition onto that second player, oh man, that's so hard to do. And tap it away. Larry Banks. I mentioned his spray control earlier. Well, he showed it off one more time for us.
God, it went back and forth in a single round so many times that my head went into the circus music, right? Just following the merry-go-round. Now we're going to see the blind go out. 7 looking like he wants to try and hold it down against a multiple sets of members, but Trick again with the tricks. My gosh, the boosts are there. That one didn't really get as much as he wanted, I don't think. But again, they did get the single kill. They had taken out the opponent Raze. Now it's all down to a few more. Viper Pit is out on the B site, so it's a full rotate over to A for Project 13.
Well, no one but Larry home here at the A site, but that doesn't mean that it's open for business. There is, of course, that pit at B, like you were mentioning, and that slows things down and denies everything over that position. No one at male. This is a very one-dimensional push. I love how quiet they're being right now. Now they give it away. Now it's time to go. Larry Banks takes a frag. Aqua involved as well. On the site, still Larry Banks alive, but not for long. He falls down. It's going to be Teal Seam with 2 left alive. But Glyph has a great timing coming out onto this site.
Gotta wait a little bit, though. Gotta wait for the teammate. Want to try this 2-on-3, not 1-on-3. A little bit of poison around the corner. They're both going to come from the same angle. K gets 1. They should know where they're coming around from. On the wall, they see the gun, and that's going to be a spray down. Jangler comes around and fires away. Glyph is going to try and finish it off. Gets 1. Can he get the second? 89 HP and comes around. He gets it! Now it's Glyph's turn to clutch it out. Are you freaking kidding me? Teal Team do it once again.
Clutch factor off the charts for Teal Team. 2 rounds, 2 1v2s. And that is, I mean, that's just how you do it. That is how you do it. The reload as well in there, man.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Glyph is truly a phenomenal player, showing it off once again, as we know. This time against 2. And if you take a look, it's tragedy for Project 13. They ain't got no cash, man. Nothing at all. Gonna have to pull out Sheriff, the Spectre in the hands of Giza. Meaning that if Teal Team don't drop the spaghetti everywhere here, more than likely, we're gonna be sitting at 12 to 11 and the potential for an overtime.
Are you freaking kidding me? Glyph, he's still popping off here. He just won the last round and he's ready to go again. Takes out Birdie, a key playmaker for Project 13. Give it another shot, spray down. 7 goes ahead against Giza. And I mean, this is a round that they're supposed to win. Trick though,
Double.
firing right back.
That's brilliant from Trick. Giving this Project 13 side a chance in a round that they have no business being inside of. Low HP for Glyph as well, so that is certainly a deadly combo. And in fact, Glyph, feeling probably the same way, falls back for a little bit. It's ultimately the right decision. But Project 13
No
are
charges
patient.
left.
They aren't just gonna,
No charges left.
you know,
Healing.
swing and play off of no information or anything like that. They're gonna try and poke their way into a
30
site
seconds
intelligently, despite the lack
You want to
of
fight
their, well, I was gonna say initiative. I mean, it's still raised, so it's fine.
Good though. You can see him go ahead, sprint in. Thunder lockdown is still there. Cade waiting in the corner is gonna find another shot. They have to get the spike down. It's gonna be a little bit of a close call. Trick gets 3. Oh my gosh! And get the plan. It's down to a 1v1. Are you kidding me? Again and again, Larry Banks. He did it once. Can he do it again? He's gonna give it a shot. His way around. It's so quiet right now. But it jitters over the wall. And he got it! Oh, Trick! You jumped at the wrong time. You had tricked your last trick. And that is going to be one away. Teal Team. 3 match points in a row so far. 3. They're 1 away from tying things up. This game is delivering, Vincent.
My emotions are just everywhere. I don't know that I can continue to handle this game. 12 to 11, like you said, is now a time for Project 13 to nut up or shut up. Because, I mean, Teal seems 1 away from sending us to OT.
Go to target
This is ridiculous right now. Project 13, they played 1 OT. It went to, I want to say 34 rounds. They really don't want to do it again. But it just might.
Better win here, Forehead.
Yeah, just aim at the head, Forehead. That's all it is. Just win the round, Forehead. All right, bounce in. Cade! Trick tried it one more time. I'm telling you, once they know the trick, it's no longer there. Project 13 lose one of their main entry members, and they're gonna have to make do with a plethora of other skills. They don't check the corner. Giza gets 1, and they're gonna spray down. Glyph finds 1, and that's gonna be a trade back. Puts it into a few. That's gonna be the revive. Menace was able to pick it up off of the last kill. You gotta love these ultimates. You gotta love the timing. It is written. It is scripted. It is a 4-on-3 to come out to potentially the last round of this tournament.
I've already known.
Oh no!
Cade falls. 2 players alive here for Teal Team. Larry Banks, one of them, so don't count your chickens before they hatch. As the neural theft for Project 13 comes out, shows the information that they need. Spike getting initiated onto the site is the Seekers, and already Larry getting a massive dink. And he's gonna go down to Verdi. Now Aqua alone, 1-on-4. Has to do it all on his own, and it's all over. Project 13, take it, and 13-11. It got awful close, man.
It was the revive. I don't know why it felt like it. Like, even my camera said it's done. Even my camera said we're done. That was too close to call. that was ridiculous to watch that ending happen. It was such a great way to close out the tournament, but Project 13 knew how to play it. They had one last chance to not be pushed to overtime, and they clutch it out in their own right. But my gosh, did TLC make it freaking interesting and entertaining to watch.
I mean, they did what they could there, man. They really did. I don't think that there was much they could have done differently other than just be more prepared. And I know that sounds like a real cop out, and
Yeah.
I don't mean that as like a duh moment or a gotcha or anything like that. But like it was just clear that they didn't necessarily know what Project 13 was going to throw at them. And like I said, it's really, really hard to deal with Project 13 when you don't know what they're going to do, because they just do things that make no sense on paper.
Yeah. You
So,
look at them and it's just
it's hard.
What? But it was so much fun, right? And I want to ask you, Vincent, you watched these guys play their hearts out here today. It was a massive onset. I mean, these are 3 best of 3 series. That's pretty much what these guys had to go through here today to make it into the finals and then win. In your opinion, if you had to pick one member from Project 13 that stood out to you the most out of these series, or even the ones that we just watched, who would it be and why?
Yeah, well, it's got to be Verdi. Just like I say, I've been, I swear, I'm sure if I go back and watch Twitch chat, I'm gonna see some biased caster. You know, so because I've been really bigging up all of Project 13 today, but it's just because they are so amazing to watch sometimes. But it has to be Verdi. The reason that I say it's Verdi, number one, he had a great performance on map 1 and map 2. Had a great KO performance. I thought I really rated that. You know, when we were talking about who got the better of the KO, Aqua or Verdi, I thought Aqua did okay, but Verdi did the best of the two. Got the most value. And then obviously the Verdi on the second map, playing on the Sky. Sky's so powerful. He's so good at it. And top fragging across the board as well. You know, Trick right there with him, as was Jangler. But I think for those reasons, and for being so flexible, I think Verdi has to be MVP for me.
Yep, I gotta give it to you as I gotta give it to Verdi as well. But you can't discredit everyone on Project 13 stepped up where they needed to. I mean, Menace was flying all over the place. Even if the tricks didn't work, even if he was met with a face full of lead and about 2 out of the 5 last times he tried it, it was so glorious to watch. It was so much fun. And my gosh, was this entire tournament so good. Again, our MVP does go out to Verdi. Congratulations to him. They take it in 2 and are going to go ahead and be your 2-time Radiant Arena champions. Now, with that, we will go ahead.
By the way.
Yeah, completely ridiculous job. But again, we are going to close it out here. Again, congratulations to all the teams that did play first, second, third, and everyone that joined in. We want to say thank you so much for making this amazing series of tournaments be such a success. And that is all also powered by Community Gaming. They gave us the this strength and, you know, the a little bit of help moving in, or a lot of help, I should say, you know, making it into this area and giving us that chance to be able to pull these teams together. So again, a huge shout out to them. They run tournaments like this all the time. So it's been a fantastic time as well. But that is going to go ahead and be the end of the Great Lakes Gaming Radiant Arena series. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me was Vincent to end out the evening. And thank you so much to our production crew on top of that as well. Thank you so much for tuning in and have a fantastic evening.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. Sign up now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here!